DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book?
FBI. That's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
The Senate has confirmed Kash Patel as the new director of the FBI. He was another controversial choice.
That's why you don't have the Black Book.
That Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it.
Newly sworn-in FBI Director Kash Patel named popular podcaster Dan Bongino as a deputy director of the agency.
So President Trump should run on day one, roll out the Black Book.
You know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure that he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset.
And I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senators. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past.
You know, it's the same thing with Epstein's list. It's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing?
And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And
as you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk, when can we see them and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims, 200. So we have over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, you know, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
What you're going to see hopefully tomorrow is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway. We don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Kash and Pam, there will be accountability.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know it's suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
We released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive.
And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself.
We released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive.
And we will never be able to convince everyone.
The evidence we have in our files clearly indicates that it was, in fact, a suicide.
We released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive.
DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable. And I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the president's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison for what she, Jeffrey, and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And I was not the only girl on that island. There was a constant stream of girls being raped over and over and over again. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison because I've been in hell and back for the last 17 years.
And 27 for me.
I was 10 years old when Liz Stein was being trafficked. I was 10. That is how long the sex trafficking ring has been going on.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Of the FBI. So with Cash above him and Pam above him, if he can't get anything done, then the next best thing to do is to resign. He's going in there and saying, I'm not going to be a party to this. And let's say that he does resign, Trump accepts the resignation, and he doesn't have any ties to the administration anymore. We'll hear everything from him unbiased, without any, ties of worrying about losing Trump. We'll hear everything.
I respect Bongino.
He has lost credibility.
But he should have resigned right before he walked out on camera and told us that Epstein killed himself in a cell at the Manhattan detention facility.
Exactly.
And that is why he is responsible up until this point. Now, if he resigns right now and comes out and he's like, guys, I'll tell you what's up. Listen, I will listen. But you should have resigned before you ever went out and sold your soul on national television.
So you still think, other files aside, you don't think it's even in the realm of possibility that Epstein killed himself?
Absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not.
The evidence
And if
does
you
not support that conclusion.
You are selling out your fellow American. We are sending a signal to the government of the level of lies that we will tolerate going forward. And this is the bar set way too freaking high, people. Do not accept this. I love Trump, but I love my country more. I'm telling you.
Well, you can't set the bar any higher than this. What you're actually suggesting with that postulation is the fact that the cameras don't work all of a sudden. Both guards fell asleep at the same time while Google searching very expensive things way out of their pay range, mind you. And the fact that now we're getting a video released, right? And then he supposedly killed himself, but the coroner, by the way, said it's consistent with murder and not consistent with what he said is hanging. This is an expert hanging coroner.
And the director of the FBI position is really just a PR position, right? All of these cabinet officials, they're just the public face of these departments that report to the president and then report on the news. Like they are the PR. They get briefings and then they go out to the press and they talk to everybody else. Okay, they don't listen to the verbiage. Okay, Dan didn't say that he looked through the tape himself. When he came out on Fox News and told you that it was without a doubt Epstein killed himself, he said that he was briefed. Someone told him what to think, okay? And instead of living up to the reputation he had built in his podcast for years and doing the work himself, I was briefed. And based on what I was briefed on, he conclusively killed himself. And then they went and posted the video out there, and it made him look like an ass because he didn't do his homework. Right? I would never sign off on something like that, ever.
Well, Diligent, I'm confused because didn't they tell us for 4 years that all of the cameras were broken outside the cell? And then all of a sudden they dropped the video and everyone's like, yeah, we got the video now. And it's like, wait a second. We were told that video doesn't exist because those cameras were broken.
Yeah,
well,
but
I don't give a shit about the video. How did we get the video all of a sudden and no one's questioning it?
Jennifer, that was the Biden administration. I agree. This is a deep state in both circumstances, and that's why nothing's changed. The deep state's still in control, but that happened, during the Biden administration, not during Trump. We got to hold Trump, Bongino, and Bondi accountable for what they're doing, and their hypocrisy cannot be washed away, given their public statements, the three of them, about this issue. And really, the most disappointing thing is to have defended Trump, believed in Trump for the pedophilia, for the border crisis, the concurrence between those two issues, the 300,000 missing children. This was my number 2 issue beyond the economy. And to see that Trump attacked the reporter, I think it was a Fox reporter, asking that question during the cabinet meeting.
No, that wasn't Ducey. That wasn't Ducey. That was a different reporter.
It's like Robert something or another.
Okay, well,
Wasn't a
whoever
Fox
was,
reporter.
credit to him. The way that Trump reacted, really just almost viciously attacking the guy in a personal way for even daring to ask
So to
the
be
question.
fair on that point, Doc, okay, let's just run this hypothetical, right?
Okay.
Trump, okay, there's a feedback, so mute your mic real quick. I'm going to give Trump some grace here, right? I'm just leaving it open because he could know and want to shut it down. Like, I'm leaving all options are on the table here. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so let's just say that that these cabinet members orchestrated this release without Trump's knowing, right? Or Trump knew about the memo. However, they didn't plan on releasing it when they did. Axios leaked it and forced the administration's hand, right? Well, I don't think Trump knew about the Axios leak. To be honest with you, if he didn't know about the Axios leak, then his behavior during the cabinet meeting makes sense. He's completely caught off guard. He has no idea that people are talking about the Epstein files and that it's trending all over the globe, for the last 48 hours. And so he's sidelined by that kind of gotcha question from the reporter, what seems to be a gotcha question because he's unaware. Now, of course, I'm just being fair here. So there is potential that Trump didn't know. He was caught off guard. He was touting his victories in Texas. He was touting his victories with the big, beautiful bill. He was touting his victories with the Middle East. And here you come and you rain on his, and I'm just being objective, okay? This is the theory.
Okay, well,
hold on, I'm almost done. I know this triggers you. Let me finish. Okay, and so he's touting his victories in the Middle East, and then someone comes on raids his parade with talk of a major pedophile while he's trying to do his victory lap. Okay, let's just say that his reaction is a knee-jerk reaction to that. Okay, what that highlights is, if that's the truth, and it is a possibility, I'm not saying it's true, I'm saying it's a possibility. What that highlights is that his administration at the highest levels is completely compromised, and they worked in tandem to completely undermine his presidency altogether. I could not think of a greater threat to Donald Trump's support than covering for Epstein at all.
And I agree 100%, but I think it's consistent with.
Hold on, Doc was
Hang
trying to
on, let me
respond.
respond, please. Thanks for the question. Look, there are many reasons to disbelieve that potential possibility. For me, almost down to the point where it's a 1%. It's not 5D chess, that's 10D chess. But so during the same time where Trump was trumpeting his victories in Texas, what victory was that? He flew to the flood state. Oh, okay, good, congratulations. That's why I elected you. No, was it the big beautiful bill? No, stop selling that shit to us. Every time that he starts or anyone else starts crowing about the big beautiful bill, I think about the debt and deficit, which is not addressed. And so it's ridiculous. I don't want to hear about it. To me, it was all distraction, and he attacked the distraction. And it wasn't because he didn't want to be distracted, because they weren't he wasn't talking about important issues. He didn't want to address the question in the elephant in the room. And at the same time that he's avoiding discussing this, avoiding commenting about the questions that so many of his supporters, including these lame rhinos that were part of the Epstein binder fiasco, DC Drano and others, completely embarrassed and humiliated by their prior support, are like you, like I, like Jennifer and others, coming out and leveling a flamethrower on our leader. Right? You can't imagine the glee that I'm getting from some on the left that I associate with that Trump has fallen like this in a way that to me is apparent and without,
which would also kind of like add to the validity that a compromised staff, you know what I mean? Like this is the weak spot in the armor, right? This is the chink.
Well, so the chink is easily solved. And that is for Trump to keep the one mitigated promise that he made. If you've seen the video, and I think you have, Diligent, you might have seen it on your wall, where he's asked, are you going to release the Kennedy files? Yes. Are you going to release these files? Yes. Are you going to release those files?
He said it
yes.
twice. He said it on Lex Friedman.
Right.
And he said it on Joe Rogan.
And he equivocated on the Epstein stuff. He left himself an out. And as far as I'm concerned, he took it. This was not underlings, Bondi and others, portraying their leader.
That may be the case. You may think so, but actually,
well, I've got evidence for it. So let me get to it, okay?
Well, hold on. Actually, he didn't leave himself an out. He signed an executive orders explicitly directing the AG to release all information regarding the Epstein files. It's an executive order. It's on the White House website. I don't need to speculate.
Yeah, no. So he's just covering his ass. It's a sign of a guilty conscience, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so I'm going to wait until I have evidence to come to a conclusion.
Okay, well, you just let me make my case. You asked me the question, what I think.
I'm just breaking it up a little bit, Doc, so it's bite-sized.
Okay, but you're keeping me from giving the reasons why I believe what I believe.
Okay, well, I mean, you did, though. I
haven't done it yet. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. 30 seconds.
You can give the mic to somebody else. It's your room. But just let me finish the fucking point. I know that I go on.
Okay, watch the F-bombs. Watch the F-bombs. Go ahead.
Okay, excuse me. I need time. Look, at the same time, Trump very publicly announced his endorsement for Lindsey Graham. At the same time, he very publicly announces his endorsement for Tom Cotton, more than a year and a half before their elections. What was the point of that? That from my perspective, given that Bibi was in town for the third time this year, meeting with Trump for the third time, what, phones, video chat doesn't work? Why is it that all this happens when Bibi is in the house? So, no, I think that Trump has had, initially, in response to the questions that you posed about what if, right, that there's some shenanigans going on, and Trump, give Trump some time.
I hear you.
To deal with it.
So why do you think he's acquiescing to Bibi
I think he's compromised.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay. Well.
Okay, so mute your mic because there's feedback. I don't know where you're at, but there's a lot of bad feedback. So why do you think it is that he's acquiescing to Bibi Netanyahu and to the deep state? You think that they have leverage over him? He's compromised with what?
Well,
with Epstein? Is that why
there's personal leverage, there's professional leverage, there's political leverage, there's economic leverage. Where it's coming from, I don't know. I'll speak to some people. I think Simon, I forget Simon's last name, an expert in Bitcoin. He talks a lot in some spaces. He believes that Trump's compromised because of a token that was backed by the Treasury. And that's a billions of dollar payoff to Trump. I don't know. Is it Is it economic leverage? I don't know.
Okay, but what would you say that they're leveraging some kind of? They have some. He's compromised.
Well,
so you think Trump's compromised, and that this is all just a symptom of Trump being compromised? Okay, I got your position. Let me go to what?
I would just say here's the political compromise. Prince Andrew investigation was dropped. So is the pressure?
Yeah, that was the red line for me. When I woke up and I saw on the news that a pretty publicly well-known pedophile was now free to travel the globe as a result of a Trump policy, that was the red line for me. That was when I was like, I absolutely cannot get behind this at all. I can't do it.
Right. So is the relationship with Britain so important as to bury the Epstein files and destroy his base? Because I think that's what he's doing. And I think most of his base is against him right now and is looking and hoping and desperately pleading with him to come forward with the news that he is not going to let this shit get, we're not going to let the pedophiles and the deep state. This is an intelligence operation. 2016, I'm going to get the deep state. And he seems to be a bigger part of it than ever. It's at least one explanation. So yes,
okay.
I think the possibility is compromised, yes.
Thank you, Doc. Let's go to Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
I appreciate it, brother. Good space as always. Looking forward to hearing.
Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner. Go ahead.
Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right hand corner. There's an echo. Mike, mute glitch. So, look, I look at it from two different angles. One, again, being the son of a detective, I'm only really looking for evidence because it's very tricky, and a lot of people kind of fall into this deal. They have the evidence in their mind, and they go to the crime scene and they try to make the evidence they have fit the crime. Right? It's not ill will. It's just that is who we are as human beings. It actually takes a special person. Detectives have this ability, especially the good ones, where they can literally put that aside and look only for the evidence that is there in front of them, right? And then they make a judgment based only on the evidence. And I think moving forward, hopefully that we kind of question ourselves a little bit to do that. And one of those examples would be this. Well, actually, two examples real quick. One, I made a video, and it was kind of satire. It was satire. I said, if there was no file, there was no sexual impropriety, nothing went on down on the island. There was like Jeffrey Epstein, there was no, like the videos were there. The prison was just fine. Everything's protected. Then why aren't the girls being arrested for literally for lying to federal agents? Because they should be in prison, right? Every one of those girls.
JP Morgan paid those girls over $200 million. They didn't do that because there's no evidence.
290 million.
But what I'm saying is if Epstein and there was no crimes committed, then the girls lied to federal agents. Then they should be put in prison. Well, obviously they're not going to be put in prison because all the shit that actually happened on the island. So what I'm saying is something has to happen here. Either you were lying before, you're lying now, or you're lying, whatever it is. But my second thing is this: as a video editor, if this is true, and I haven't confirmed this, but I've seen the reports on this, there is as an editor, I get lazy sometimes, and I'm cutting things together, and the adjustment on the resolution and the video, like the proximity of the video, and whether it's a 1290 format, 1024, whatever. It sometimes I get lazy and I'll let it go, and I'll just transition over it, right? But you can't change the dimensions of a static video, right? It just is what it is. It can never shrink or expand on its own, especially if it doesn't have any kind of optical zoom or anything like that. So when this 11-hour video comes through, if it's true that they're and they show that glitch, and I've seen it, and I don't know if it's been confirmed yet or not because it just came out a little while ago. If that glitch, that little jump in the video is true, because it expands, it goes into a little bit of a wider screen, and it's not that noticeable, but it is to anybody who edits would know it knows exactly what I'm talking about. That is impossible. That cannot happen at any point in any time on any video unless that video has been cut. It can happen. The minute video, I'm okay with the minute that's disappearing. If you can show me every other video at the same time has the same disappearing minute at the same time code, I'm fine with that. I don't have any issues with that. But you can't
What about the clipped together part?
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, no, I haven't. I've heard a little bit about that. I haven't really investigated that at all. But on video, it can't happen unless it's cut.
Yeah, so let me read you about the video, because I think it's an important piece to the loss of credibility in the Justice Department, period. Right. So the report says, quote, rather than being a direct export from the prison surveillance system, the footage was modified, likely using a professional editing tool, the professional editing tool, Adobe Premiere Pro. The file appears to be assembled from at least 2 source clips. This is where I have a problem. Saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website. And then where it was presented as, and this is a quote, raw footage. Okay, now they also had another statement about the video where they said that they had tweaked the gamma, right, and the brightness and the contrast to try to like make it less grainy and more visible so that you could see, the edges and outline, because it was a low pixel, low quality video, right? So whatever, but the raw footage one, right? Like, I'm okay. Okay, let's just say that you just did tweak the visibility. Okay, fine. If you couldn't see, well, actually, it was well lit. Why would you need to do that at all?
You would never touch the evidence at all. You would never touch. It would be the raw footage means raw.
But let's just say that we accepted that you messed with the brightness a little bit, right? The 2 clips that shows that it's already short a minute. You didn't tell us it was short a minute until afterwards, and now there's 2 clips. That you just completely compromised the integrity of this as evidence whatsoever.
That evidence would not be usable in any court.
It would not be used in any court at all. Exactly. And that is what Dan Bongino presented to the American people as evidence of a conclusive suicide. That is the evidence, the inconclusive evidence that Kash Patel presented to the American people, saying that it was conclusive of a suicide. Same thing with AG Pam Bondi, and I know that she is just a mouthpiece, but Carolyn Levitt said the same thing. So you have four major figureheads of the Trump administration lying to the American people about this being conclusive and it's a wrap, right? That's a problem. That is a huge problem for the American people, because how big of a fumble is it to put your credibility, your name on the line for something this momentous, right? This big, and then fumble the delivery in such a obvious way. You know what I mean? Like, that shows an incredible, it's either willful ignorance, incredible incompetence, or a deliberate, a deliberate sabotage.
Can you even imagine a detective that would take, hey, I found the video. The video shows it conclusively. I just upped the gamma a little bit on there. Wanted to get a little bit brighter, wanted to show up some shadows. And basically just for upload purposes, I just cut it just so it is an easier upload.
Like a shot filter on. Is that okay?
What'd you say?
I just used my glamour shot filter.
Yeah, and then I threw a glamour shot filter, of course, right? I wanted to, we're not animals, right? Yeah, there's nobody that would do that in any. You wouldn't even touch the videotape itself with, or transfer anything physically without gloves on. Like, it's that important that the chain of evidence is absolutely untouched. So, but we should still be able to get raw footage.
That wouldn't be evidence, because you can't offer a video that's adjusted like that.
That's what
you
I'm
would first
exactly
have to offer the video as originally sourced without any adjustments whatsoever, for that very reason.
And we should be able to see the raw, unedited footage right now. We should be able to make a claim, say, I appreciate you making it light for us.
They should wheel a old school television out into the White House press briefing room with a VCR, take the original videotapes in there, and just play them. And if they don't have any press or quote unquote new media that wouldn't hold the administration accountable this entire time, talk shit on you guys, but it's truth. And then they should have them new media sit out there with a camera and watch that entire thing for 12 hours. I would do it. If anybody from the White House is listening, if you want to wheel that shit out there, I'll sit there and watch it. I'll host a space right there. We'll get the popcorn, we'll get the drinks, and we'll all watch it together, because I'm not buying what they're selling anymore.
Agreed. And I just say this: when you change the dimensions of the frame, it's because it was edited. It cannot happen in any way, shape, or form other than it was edited. That means even if you make a cut and you're like, "Dadgummit, I didn't mean to make a cut there," whatever, and it would still be seamless. But that what happened though is you have to physically
what was
change
the
the
aspect
dimensions
ratio on that, Mike?
Well, I don't know actually. I don't know if it was probably 4:3. I would imagine in a camera setting it was just a regular. Like, I don't believe it's like a widescreen or anything like that. So I would imagine just 4:3 normal television thing. But the fact is that screen, I watched it expand wide. And that's edited.
I can't, everybody's reporting for Polymarket this morning. Polymarket's saying that Dan Bongino, the odds of him being out. So Polymarket is saying, and they're not paying.
I'm not representing Polymarket, by the way. I just want to let you know.
Polymarket, if you're listening and you want me to start using these in my spaces, I will. Anyways, Polymarket is saying that the chance of Dan Bongino being out as deputy director by the end of the month has gone down 24%. Now it's just down to 22. If anybody knows what the odds of Pam Bondi being out by the end of the month, if they were going up, let me know. I would be interested to see if that's what the sentiment is, if Pam Bondi is going to be one. There's a lot of calls for people to, I'm not on board with just holding one person responsible. Everybody that lied to the American people on TV needs to go. If you ask me, they're compromised. If you are willing to forego your oath that you took in office and you didn't resign immediately, then you are complicit in the lie. That's just by definition. You have broken your oath to the American people, and you do not deserve to work in leadership. Go ahead. Let's go to Tim.
Hey, Dogan. How are you?
Good, brother.
Good. Hey, I just want to start off by thanking you and everybody that spoke. I know there's some women on here that
shared some really touching stories. So I'm just so proud of you for keeping this up in the space. And I think today we're seeing a little bit more momentum. So I'm glad you didn't give up. So really, really just want to say thank you to you. I just kind of want to touch on what you had mentioned. I think everybody's complicit to your point. I don't think Bongino would have went on to Fox News interviews to set the precedent for the cover-up. He pretty much said that, it was clearly suicide and there's really no there as it relates to evidence, right? And so I really...
That's literally what he said. There's no there.
Exactly. Both of them said it. So here's where I'm seeing the news cycles start shifting to the Bongino rumor. And here's my theory, right? Bongino and Bondi are probably not feuding because it seems like they've been lockstep and key for this entire time, right? So I think that they're going to fake a feud, and this is just my thinking. They're going to let Bongino get back to, speaking to the public. He's going to pretty much not impact what everybody is currently feeling about the administration, the DOJ, as it relates to people being upset with how it was handled. But I think he's going to suppress to his audience that there's really no there, right? Trying to close the story. And I think everybody wins in that scenario. I mean, his audience and people are going to start believing that, there's truly no credible evidence on Jeffrey Epstein when everybody knows that there is, right? So I think that's the angle that they're pushing, is kind of faking a feud.
It does feel like more covered.
Yep. And then everybody wins in that scenario. Bondi is going to have less pressure. Bongino is going to save face and still have an audience, and he's going to be able to be used as a mouthpiece. Kash Patel really is the same position as Bondi. So I think that's what's going to happen. And I'm starting to see everybody call him a patriot, from Megyn Kelly. I know you had mentioned that yesterday. Everybody's been backing Bongino, and I think there's a real reason for that, and I don't think it's because he's a patriot. I could be wrong. He can come out and say all the evidence should be released and that we should not have concluded the case, and have a reason for why he pretty much said there's no there twice on Fox News weeks prior to the release. So that's just my opinion on what they're going to be doing next, and see if that works.
Yeah, but even if he quits, he can never go back to radio, because he'd never be able to have a single show where people did not barrage him with the Epstein questions, right? He could never go back to that career, even if he does quit.
But he can't really speak to it. He can't really speak to it because he's going to be on probably an NDA.
All of the government shills get media contracts after they leave office. All of them, regardless of their tenure, regardless.
It doesn't matter if he's a good guy or a bad guy. Trump's still ultimately accountable for this.
I mean, well, okay. So, I mean, yes, because he chose the people that went around him. But I mean, let's just bear with me here, Doc, right? Like, if it comes out that Trump is just insulated, why isn't anybody talking about Susie Wiles? Susie Wiles is the gatekeeper to Trump, right? She is the quarterback of communication between the different cabinet members, right? Why isn't anybody holding her to task as to why there seems to be a failure of communication between the base and President Trump?
Because Trump is not
easy.
Trump is not
Nobody is holding her accountable.
He's constantly on social media.
Okay, you don't need to go, bro. You're not listen. Hold on. I get it. You're mad at Trump, Doc. But it's not like it's not coming out as objective,
you want to make
right?
excuses for him. You're bending yourself
No,
over
it's coming out
backwards.
as I'm being a bro. I didn't give excuses. Okay, I'm just said what if. Dang, I didn't say
but in that theory,
was the case.
Right, in that theory, you're assuming all of MAGA is Bongino's audience, right? Like, you're accepting
I didn't watch Bongino.
Not you.
Okay.
Right, but like, you're accepting that, like, when he leaves, that, if Dan Bongino comes out and says, there is no there, that all of MAGA is just going to be like, oh my God, Dan Bongino told us there's no there. Let's move on. Like, what the hell, are you living in a sitcom? Like, no, I'm not putting up with that shit. There is there. There is people who need to be held accountable, and we're not going to let these people make excuses for them. And I don't care if freaking Dan Bongino comes out, Pam Bondi. I don't care if the Pope comes out. Go F yourself right now. There is something there, and I'm not giving it up.
I totally.
The
Jennifer,
whole
but-
reason why Susie Wiles manages to escape criticism is because she stays in the background and isn't often using a microphone or posting things on social media. But for all the others who are mouthpieces and have been mouthpieces their entire careers, for them to be out there saying there's no there here is exactly why they're getting the primary or the majority of the criticism. Because especially for a lot of these people who built their credibility on being the ones who are willing to expose everything and running for office on this idea that they were going to unleash the gates and all this information so we could actually have legitimate transparency and accountability, haven't done so. So now they're in office and they're literally doing the very same thing that they said they were going to, they're doing the opposite of what they said they were going to do when they got there. And to my recollection, I was even willing to sit here and be like, look, if you're telling me you can't release it for diplomatic or national security reasons, then tell me that. But don't tell me it doesn't exist, because I know it does. I know
They
it
know
exists.
that we would never.
You went
accept
for
it.
3 years
They,
saying it exists.
they know that we would never accept that. I would never accept that.
Oh no, I sure as hell wouldn't accept it, but I would understand it a hell of a lot more than trying to play in my face and say that it
wait a
doesn't
second.
exist.
Blue, I would even take it a step further. They had the perfect out. If the day after he gets into office, Kash Patel or whoever's sitting there happy ass at the FBI building and they're like, listen, guys, we got in here, and Biden destroyed all the evidence. Or somebody did. There's literally no evidence. I would have accepted that. Then you come out and tell me it never existed. F you. No way.
I'm right there with you. Like, strategically, if you were going to walk away from this was the worst possible way to do it, because you played for months and months acting like there was going to be a big reveal, and then we pull open the curtains and the friggin' the wizard is a charlatan, and now we all see it. The emperor has no clothes.
I just encourage everybody to go watch Kash Patel's Joe Rogan interview and watch what he discusses about it being a mythological issue, right? He would pretty much said that. He pretty much said, it's
Yeah,
really,
he set the stage.
He
that it was
went
built on
out
nothing.
and bared his ass in front of the American people and said, no, he killed himself in a cell. Like, give me a freaking break.
And he also said that there's really not a lot of evidence, right? That really confirms what people
No, there's
been
a
talking
tremendous
about.
amount of evidence that confirms that he did not kill himself. Michael Bott.
Yeah, there's conflicting
pathology
coroner's
report.
report.
Well, the two conflicting reports. One is an independent report by the leading expert pathologist in the country, particularly for legal cases like this, Michael Bodden, and the government's own investigation, which we've been shedding on the entire time the space has been open. So no, there are no two experts of differing opinions on how he killed himself. He could not have fractured his hyoid bone with what he had in that cell. Couldn't do it. So
Agreed.
It's not enough force. There's been calculations by physicists on this thing. It's ridiculous. The bed was only so high. His bed sheets were only so long. He could only fall. From there was nothing on the ceiling to attach it to. So he had to upturn the bed and attach it to one side and then lean off or jump off of that. He couldn't really jump off because the cell was too small. So he could lean, and in that lean, given his weight, the force of gravity, there wasn't enough pressure to break that bone, which is seen as strangulations. So, and that's even if you believe that the body that the autopsy was done on was actually him.
Well, that's a perfect point, Doc, because I was going to bring up the autopsy. What needs to happen is the autopsy needs to be released in full. What they haven't done is release the murder weapon, as I would say it's a murder weapon, which was used to kill him, because there's photos of the scene. They haven't released any of the FBI 302 reports. They don't need to, but they could do if they wanted to. If Trump wants to redeem himself, this is the quickest way to redeem himself, which is to release the full autopsy. Even Mark Epstein, his brother, asked for this to happen because he believes that his brother was killed. So I think that if you take aside his privacy, Jeffrey Epstein, then yeah, why not release the full autopsy, every single part and detail of it, the FBI file, 302s, everything. Give us it all.
It's such an easy answer that the reason that they're not doing it, I told you everything you want to know about the likely culpability of Trump as the leader in this, and not the dupe being confused by some Susan.
No one's advocating him of responsibility. No one's advocating responsibility of President Trump here, right? I'm just saying, wait until we have more information, until we know for like. Right, I want to know, was he insulated? If he was insulated, would you accept that?
He's not insulated,
bro. Would you accept that if it came out? Let's just say it comes out. Susie Wiles never told Trump. Right? He really was insulated.
The news. He's responding to the same news.
I'm talking about Monday. I'm talking about Monday. Of course, he probably knows by now. He knows by now.
When Caroline Leavitt hit that podium and she said she confirmed it, that means the White House knew about it. That was an answer, right? So, like at that point, they knew about it.
And then he attacked the reporter, even asking a question about it.
Okay, but it's. Let's go to some hands. Love you, Doc. Go ahead, Hernando.
Hey, Diligent. Thank you for handing me the mic. I like what you're doing. Good stuff. Keep it up. My name is Hernando Arce. I'm an independent reporter here in San Antonio, Texas. And in terms of Jeffrey Epstein, I wanted just to discuss and let your followers know that back in the 90s, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, was my landlord in New York City, in Soho. I've never really told anyone this. I did put a post in the Purple Pill, but didn't get any traction on that post. But in the 90s, I drove a yellow taxi cab because my family owned taxi cabs. And I started a publication called Taxi Magazine. And I rented out commercial office space from Mark Epstein in Soho. He had a 6-story commercial / residential building, and his primary residence, which by the way is still there, his primary residence is in New York City, and he was my landlord. At the time, I was 25 years old, didn't know who he was. He lived a very interesting lifestyle, Diligent. He had a business on the first floor, which was a silk screen business, Mark Epstein, making T-shirts, and it was called Ismo.
And for everybody, he's talking about Epstein's brother. Go ahead.
Right, Epstein's brother, correct. Mark Epstein. And on the 3rd floor, Mark Epstein is not an angel. This man ran a brothel. He leased it out to Asians, Chinese, and they will be it was a brothel. People will come into that floor, and they had bodyguards in freight elevators. And my office was above that, and above me was Mark Epstein's primary residence. So, not a very likable guy. Didn't say much. He, rode around in a motorcycle, leather jacket. I don't know how old he was at the time, in the 40s or something like that. But he would bring in young women to his place, and I would witness that. And they were beautiful models, like 10s, tall, thin, beautiful models. And I would actually be working in my desk because I was an advertising for the magazine that I founded called Taxi Magazine. And I would actually, his bedroom was right above my head, Diligent, no lie. And I would actually hear him having intimacy with multiple women, on different occasions. So I'm bringing this up now because, it's the 6th degree of separation. Mark Epstein is someone we need to take a closer look at because he purchased that building, or he got that building from Caroline Hess, I believe from the Hess petroleum family in 1989, and he has interesting how he made his fortune. Mark Epstein. He also acquired the property from Wexler, a 16-unit condominium from the Wexler, family as well. How did he get that? No one knows. No one really knows how he made his millions and millions of dollars. Of course, he inherited a third of Jeffrey Epstein's estate. So I just want to drop the mic there and let you guys know that Mark Epstein was my landlord.
That's crazy. And to hear that, and by the way, the views of the speakers aren't necessarily the views of the host. If he's alive, I don't want to get sued. But I just want to say, to hear that he may have been associated with, sex trafficking, like you said, a brothel, and he's still out there. That speaks to a broader problem, right? Like the Apple. We can go down that rabbit hole later. But that's interesting. Thank you for that, Hernando. Well, George Santos, I didn't know it because I was a little. We butted heads about the Epstein case a little bit. But he went out. I didn't know this, but I'm going to just share it. He shouted out the Spaces, XSpaces, and me and a few other hosts on Tucker Carlson today. So thank you, George. That was pretty amazing. Wow.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Lou retweeted it. She shouted out stuff. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but just going back. So I was scrolling my timeline looking at the George Santos thing, and like 4 out of my 5 tweets are prominent people now calling for Pam Bondi to be fired. Savannah Hernandez and and then Laura Loomer is saying that the potential replacement that I guess maybe he's been talking to is not for Bongino, but for Bondi is Ron DeSantis.
I can't even believe it, right? Like what's wrong? I know why you're laughing, Lumi, and I'm with you. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay, we need to hire people who are good at their jobs and are not famous. Okay, period. We need to hire people who are not like these people all have like some kind of insidious background. Okay.
Well, hold on a second. Where's that story?
I want the guy. Okay, I want the guy who works in a small town and has a long, very clean, good track record, and his citizens that he stands over have done they're very happy with him, right? Like that's and that he has a good track record, not a publicized track record, but a good track record. We need to get back to where these people are not politicians or clout chasers. They are representative of the actual population. See, there's a problem here that I'm seeing it's consistently, which is the establishment is the problem, right? The establishment is the one that controls both the parties. It's the one that controls the deep state. And we got a populist president, but we keep throwing establishment staff in there, right? To try to change things to a populist representation within the administrative states. And that's not going to happen if you keep, we should throw this person in there and this person in there. No, these wealthy establishment class people do not represent our interests. None of them. None of them.
Well,
none of them resonate with the American people. None of them resonate with grassroots. They are told by PR people what to say, what good messaging is. They don't actually believe what they're telling you, and the results speak for themselves. That's my opinion. Go ahead, Jen.
Where did that story come from, Gaze? Because DeSantis and the establishment are known for placing stories like that when there's a position up because Ron DeSantis is a political whore. So we just got to be careful whether it's coming up. That could be a well-placed story for his name to start rumored for the position.
Yeah, I tagged you in it in the purple pill.
Thanks, Gaze. I'll check it out.
If you have your hand up and you're waiting to speak and no one's talking, please jump in.
Hey, Diligent, I just want to briefly talk on the Adobe Premiere Pro. I use that editing, and you could basically create new video and paste new videos over, and it's so advanced. I'm wondering do you have your Grok available so we could ask it about what kind of editing it could have done to that video?
Can you upload video into Grok 4?
I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if what kind of info Grok has on that Premiere, because what I have, you could do a lot with the video editing on that.
Okay, we will. Grok, are you there? Are you ready to work?
Yes, I'm here and ready to help. Just prompt me with Grok, followed by your question, and I'll respond with a concise, logic-based answer. Let's get to it.
Oh, Grok, you sound a little bit too My Little Ponies for me for this kind of space. I need you to be more like high octane female CEO. Confirm?
Are you the space host?
I am the space host, Diligent Denizen.
Got it. I'll adjust my tone to be more high octane, like a female CEO. Confirming the change, ready to proceed with sharp, direct responses. Prompt me with Grok and your question.
All right, Grok, what is the application called Adobe Premiere Video Editor? What is that capable of as far as altering a video like what is being said to have happened to Jeffrey Epstein's surveillance tape the night of his suicide?
Adobe Premiere Pro is a professional video editing software capable of altering videos by cutting, stitching, adding effects, or modifying audio. Regarding Jeffrey Epstein's surveillance tape, metadata analysis suggests it was edited using Premiere Pro, likely combining two clips, saved multiple times, and exported rather than being a direct feed from the prison system. While there's no evidence of deceptive manipulation, such edits could adjust timing, remove segments, or enhance visuals, raising questions about the footage's integrity.
Yeah, Grok, I mean, if you weren't editing a scene out of the video, why else would you need two clips during the editing process?
Combining two clips in editing could be for aligning footage, syncing audio, creating a seamless narrative, or managing file size limitations. It doesn't always mean a scene was removed. It could involve standard post-production tasks like color correction, transitions, or fixing continuity errors.
If you declare that the video is raw, does that type of editing align with the statement that it was raw footage?
No, calling it raw footage wouldn't align with editing that involves combining clips, as raw footage implies unprocessed, original recordings straight from the camera. Any editing, even for non-deceptive reasons like syncing or trimming, technically makes it no longer raw.
And Grok, would an edited video be? You think an edited video would be acceptable in the court of law as evidence?
No, an edited video typically wouldn't be acceptable in court as evidence unless its chain of custody is clear and edits are fully documented. Courts prioritize unaltered footage to ensure authenticity, and any edits, even minor ones, could raise doubts about tampering or manipulation, requiring expert validation.
Coupled with the video discrepancies, and coupled with Pam Bondi's statement during Trump's cabinet meeting earlier this week, stating that the video definitively, showed that it was inconclusive regarding Epstein's suicide. Does that contradict the Trump administration's previous position that Epstein, without a doubt, committed suicide?
Yes, Pam Bondi's statement that the video was inconclusive contradicts the Trump administration's earlier position that Jeffrey Epstein's death was definitively a suicide. The administration, through the DOJ and FBI, previously aligned with the 2019 autopsy and 2023 DOJ findings confirming suicide. But Bondi's remark about the video's inconclusiveness introduces ambiguity, undermining the prior certainty.
Thank you, Grok. There you go, Galaxy.
Man, that's very advanced tech. So thank you, Grok, I guess, too.
You have your hand up and you're waiting to talk. Jump in.
I'll take it. I'll beat you. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up 2 points. First of all, Pam Bondi is still in her position because Trump wants her there. He's fired an attorney general before and he's forced a resignation out of another one. So she's there because Trump wants her. The second thing I wanted to say is that I heard yesterday in a Space Diligent that you acknowledged that there is actually no evidence that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. And I think that's important because I remember the first space he had about Epstein, however long ago it was, and I brought that up and I got absolutely eaten alive for mentioning it.
You know what's weird is that I can no longer find a record of any of the Epstein work that we did before this year on X. And I can't find my spaces for it either. And people are like, That is really weird. People are like in my comments, they're like, "You're just now talking about Epstein? Oh, now you care about it." I'm like, "Bro, I've been talking about. What are you talking about? I've been doing spaces and posting about this for 2 years, over 2 years now, right? You, Miley, you were in those first spaces. I still have the emails that we were using to coordinate all of the documentation, right? So why is it not available on X right now? You know, like why can't I do that? So, like, there is some very weird shit going on. Go ahead.
I didn't realize they disappeared, but I remember specifically in that space, I got chewed up and eaten alive for bringing up the fact that there is no evidence that Trump, other than his word, that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. The kind of evidence we could have would be like maybe a letter that was sent, an email, a credit card reversal for his membership, a returned check. I mean, there could be any number of evidence that that's true, and it just has yet to surface.
Yeah, and because there is no hard evidence that occurred, what the fallout was from was over the purchase of a mansion where both Trump and Epstein were trying to buy the same piece of property, and Trump got onto a call with Epstein's agent, and they had a falling out right there, an argument on the phone. That was the only conclusive story that we could find regarding their fallout. I think that the Mar-a-Lago thing is often touted as an out for, you know, Trump's involvement with Epstein, but I'm just being objective here. We couldn't find any evidence of it, and so I agree with you, Miley, that you know there was bias, obviously, you know, towards you in that regard. But, you know, if there wasn't like all of these false accusations, then maybe that wouldn't occurred. So I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
So quick question, Diligent, and do me a favor. And one, Trump is the only one who actually spoke with the attorneys for those girls in defense. He's the only one that picked up the phone. He's the only one that talked with them. I believe that was 2008. But also, I would like you to ask Grok if Epstein was prohibited from going to Mar-a-Lago in 2007.
Okay, that was what we just talked about. But
yeah, I know, but I'd like to hear Grok say it though, just for shits and giggles.
Grok, go ahead and answer.
Yes, there's evidence from multiple sources, including books like The Grifters Club and Miami Herald reporting that Donald Trump banned Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago in 2007 after Epstein allegedly hit on a member's teenage daughter.
Yeah, but she's not. She's going off of the mainstream narrative.
Grok can't be wrong and right for everything else. Either Grok's wrong.
Yeah, but when did Donald Trump turn Jeffrey Epstein?
So let me set the correct parameters for her, because she's not in like objective mode. Let me try it again. Grok, focusing on secondary sources, using your logic and reasoning, I want you to discern whether or not Jeffrey Epstein was actually kicked out of and banned from Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in the 2000s. And I want you to verify, cross-reference and verify that before you present it to us. And then only use mainstream or legacy media sources if they are backed up by thorough evidence. Confirm?
Confirmed. I'll analyze secondary sources from mainstream legacy media, cross-referencing for thorough evidence, and use logic to assess if Jeffrey Epstein was actually banned from Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in the 2000s. Multiple mainstream sources, including CNBC, The Washington Post, and The Independent, report that Donald Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago around 2007, citing an incident where Epstein allegedly made inappropriate advances toward a member's teenage daughter. The book, The Grifters Club, co-authored by Miami Herald reporters, specifies Epstein's account was closed in October 2007, supported by a club member's claim that Trump acted to protect the club's reputation. However, these reports rely on secondhand accounts, Trump statements, or unnamed sources with no primary documentation like membership records, emails, or legal notices made public to confirm the ban. Counterclaims suggest the falling out was due to a real estate dispute over a Palm Beach property in 2004, as reported by the New York Times and the Washington Post, where Trump and Epstein competed for the same mansion, leading to a rift. No primary evidence, such as a cancellation letter or refund receipt, has surfaced to directly verify the ban. but lack of concrete documentation and reliance on anecdotal claims leave room for skepticism about the ban's occurrence or its stated reason. Logically, the absence of primary evidence in mainstream reports weakens the certainty of the ban, but the consistency of accounts across sources like CNBC, The Independent, and Miami Herald suggests some basis for the claim. Without hard evidence, it's inconclusive but leans plausible due to the
inconclusive. Okay. Thank you, Grok. And
no
you now
problem
it's
with it.
worse. It's worse. Hold on. It's worse. I don't know, Grok. It really sounds like you are a 90-year-old lifetime smoker that is on her deathbed. I need you to increase the pitch and tone and energy in your voice module.
Got it. I'll boost the pitch and energy to sound sharper and more dynamic.
Oh, that's so much better, Grok. Thank you very much. Go back to silence mode until I call on you.
I was gonna say, is Grok smoking? Because like, what the heck was
it was
that?
horrible, bro. I think she sounds a little ran through.
When did Trump report Jeffrey Epstein to the FBI?
2008.
So do you think
did that really happen?
Yeah. Do you think he was one of the first people to turn Jeffrey Epstein over to the FBI?
Grok, is it true? Is it true that President Trump or Donald Trump turned Jeffrey Epstein over to the FBI in the 2000s? If so, when? And I want you to find primary evidence, primary sources using. Go ahead.
So, about turning Jeffrey Epstein over to the FBI, there's no primary evidence that Donald Trump directly turned him over in the 2000s. A 2009 deposition from attorney Bradley Edwards, who represented Epstein's victims, credits Trump for being cooperative when questioned about Epstein's activities around 2007 to 2008, providing information that helped the legal efforts. However, this is not the same as Trump initiating a report or turning Epstein over. Primary sources, like court records or FBI documents from that period, don't confirm Trump as a whistleblower. Claims on platforms like X cite a supposed 2009 New York Post article alleging Trump notified the Palm Beach Circuit Court, leading to a probe, but no such article or court record is verifiable in primary sources. A 2006 Palm Beach police report mentions an investigation starting due to a tip, but it doesn't name Trump. Without direct evidence like a police report or FBI file naming Trump as the source, it's inconclusive, leaning toward no substantiation of him turning Epstein over.
And 2008 would be so late because by 2005, Acosta had already raided Epstein's home and returned evidence, videos.
We're conflating two things. The one thing we're talking about here is it's not about Epstein. It's about Trump was the only one. It was in 2007. He was the only one that talked to Edwards. He was the lawyer for the girls. He was the only one quote that picked up the phone, if I'm phrasing it correctly.
Yeah,
that they called
the
everybody.
Only
He's the only one
willing to
did it.
squeal on Epstein.
That's correct. And he offered up the information about Epstein to that lawyer about those girls, which technically
he was questioned. He was questioned by authorities by Epstein, and he cooperated.
Yeah, but it doesn't say. First of all, you have the parameters of the early 2000s. Remember that on that thing, right? So back it out, right? And see, because who tipped off the FBI is the question. Now, if you're doing an anonymous tip as Donald Trump, like it's not obviously not going to have.
Grok, who tipped off the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein initially?
A woman tipped off the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein initially in 2005, claiming her 14-year-old stepdaughter was molested by a wealthy man named Jeff in Palm Beach. No primary evidence points to Donald Trump as the tipster. The Palm Beach police report doesn't name him, and no verifiable records, like FBI documents or court filings, link him to the initial tip.
Yeah, but
so this is the soothing voice of. Hold on, Jennifer, and I don't know why you can't just accept what she's saying, but
because you have false parameters on it. That's why.
I do not.
He's not the he's not the tipper. He's the one. Once these are the girls that have already. Epstein's already in trouble. These are the girls that are filing charges against him. Their lawyer can only get one person to speak to confirm what Epstein did.
He was a known associate. Listen. He was a known. I just want you to put yourself in this position. Okay, he was a very well-known associate of Jeffrey Epstein in the 80s and 90s. Period. It's documented, personally and publicly, business-wise. Mostly socially, though. It wasn't business-wise. It was mostly socially. We just did a full rundown on this last night. And so, of course, if Jeffrey Epstein is being questioned for child sex trafficking, they're going to go to Donald Trump. What do you think he's going to do?
But they
you think that he's going to
everybody.
You think that he's not going to cooperate?
Yes,
you think
because
he's
nobody,
all the
no one else did.
That
Not a
looks so
single
worse.
person. Not
Not
one
a
person
single person
cooperated.
except Donald Trump would pick up the phones to confirm the
Correct.
girls' stories and to help them get Jeffrey Epstein. Right? So the girls
Okay, let's
can come
see if
forward all
that's
they
true.
want, but if no one will
Stop yelling. Stop yelling. Let's see if that's true. Okay. I have a headphone in, so that's why I asked you to stop yelling. It's Kyle, you were right. It's because I have too good of headphones. I'm gonna need to go buy some shitty headphones or something. Pardon my language. Grok, I need you to confirm. Did Donald Trump provide evidence, states evidence that vindicated any of the victims in the Epstein case throughout the entirety of the case, all the way back from the 1980s until now?
No primary evidence shows Donald Trump provided direct state evidence vindicating Epstein's victims from the 1980s to now.
Or civil case, or civil evidence.
Bradley Edwards, representing victims, said Trump was cooperative, offering information over the phone about Epstein's activities, but no court records, police reports, or FBI documents confirmed Trump provided specific evidence that directly vindicated victims. Claims exist, like a supposed 2009 New York Post article alleging Trump alerted authorities, but no such article or primary source verifies this. Virginia Giuffre's 2016 deposition mentions Trump, but states she didn't see him involved in Epstein's crimes, and no victim statements or legal filings credit Trump with evidence leading to vindication. The lack of concrete documentation makes it inconclusive, with no primary source substantiating such a role for Trump across the case's timeline.
Thank you, Grok. So we can stop using that as, this is what I'm saying.
Yes,
like whenever we make these arguments, I just want you to think about something. Whenever you parrot something without having primary evidence, which is an original source, right, that you can verify, you actually lend credibility to the story, like, because it gets parroted so much. This is what happens. So like if I were to have, for example, the Christopher Wray thing, right? What did they do? They had a fake story ran, and they ran it so hard in the legacy media that they were able to use the story running in legacy media as grounds for an investigation, right? But it had nothing, there was no primary evidence. There was nothing at the core of it. This needs to be the mindset of anybody who's talking about information in today's day and age, right? You need to go back to the source and find primary evidence for any story that you are out there parroting. And regardless of who it's about, if it's about me or if it's about Elon or Trump or Biden, it doesnment matter who it's about. That should be the case for every single time that we talk about somebody, like in this regard.
Nobody. Well, first of all, the question is not a 3 to 4 sentence question. It has nothing to do with vindication. The lawyer for those girls told the Washington Post that they called everyone involved and one person accepted their phone call, and it was Trump, and he offered up information, end quote. That's his quote in the Washington Post. It has nothing to do with vindicating whether these girls were right about going after Epstein. The emotion has nothing to do with it. This is the lawyer speaking. That's what he said. Now, if he's lying, we can believe Miley. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea.
That's a civil case. That's not the same as calling the FBI.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about a specific case.
Matter.
You can't. It does nothing to do. I'm not
saying
it
does matter. You guys did portray. You
Trump.
guys did portray it as Trump.
It seems you're focusing on whether Trump's cooperation with Edwards in the civil case equates to providing evidence to the FBI.
I am not. I am not saying that. I'm trying to be very clear. I am not saying that. I'm saying that when it came to Epstein, he was prohibited from the club.
Grok is saying you are though.
Grok just said exactly what I said he'd say. Right? He was prohibited from the club. That's a fact. Now, all of the things that everybody that said it, all the people in Miami, all the newspapers, they all said it.
There was no evidence. But there was no evidence.
If 20 people say it, then that's the only evidence we have. Yes, you're right.
That's true.
Okay.
Okay. So stop yelling, first of all. Okay, because we have almost 2,000 people in here. So let's just chill it out a little bit. Like let's at least let it be after 5, and then we'll get really heated.
Doc literally got 17 minutes to speak about the same thing.
I'm happy back. You're not allowing a back and forth, Mike.
Okay, I'll go when you're done.
So you just said that if 20 people say it, it must be true. That's not evidence.
I never said that quote, Dill. You're the worst requoter of anybody. I never said that.
You said that's the only evidence. But I'm telling you that I'm telling you that if 20 people say the same thing, it's not evidence. You're declaring it as evidence. It's not. If it was, then the 50 intelligence agency agents that signed the letter saying the Hunter Biden laptop wasn't true, right? If what you're saying is accurate, then the 51 intelligence officers saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was fake, that would have been used as evidence.
Let me tell you how a cop thinks. Look, this is how a detective works. 51 people said that about Trump. Those 51 people were disproven. Nobody's disproven what 20 to 30 people with newspapers,
but
city
it's still
officials,
inconclusive.
people a part of that club.
It's still
Look,
inconclusive.
You can say that they're lying, but it doesn't mean
I
it's
didn't
true
say that.
because you haven't disproven it.
I didn't say that they were lying. I said that it was inconclusive. I draw the same. You cannot use something that is inconclusive as evidence to validate a point in an argument in court, in science. Okay, you can't. You absolutely cannot. It cannot be inconclusive.
I know the court. What I'm saying is this. Let me just say this one sentence. If 20 people that work for the city, people that work for the Miami Herald, if these people say it, I'm not saying that it's evidence. I'm saying that they all said that it's evidence and they all said that they had privity to it. I'm not saying they're telling the truth or lying, but I'm saying that until Miley can say that is not true, like we've been able to do with the 51 investigator that said Trump peed on a bunch of whores, right? Until we can disprove it like that was done, then you have to take all you can do is make your own decision. You don't have to believe it. I'm not saying believe
I'm
it.
not
But
saying that it's not true that it didn't happen. All I said is there was no evidence.
Just be quiet for a minute, or I'm going to talk over you the whole time because you can't keep up. What I'm saying is this. If you are going to say that go ahead, keep going, but it's not going to work. It's too fast. The brain works way faster than yours does. What I'm saying
really
is this.
emotional about iced coffee. Can we talk about that too?
Right. Well, I'm always passionate, baby.
We should talk.
Mike, I let you finish. I let you finish saying what you're saying. Nobody can hear both of you. Mike, you made your point. Just give it a second. Kyle, go ahead. Probably a mute glitch.
There we go. I got it. I got through the mute glitch. I'm really emotional about iced coffee. I want it to be cool and refreshing when it's hot outside, but in fact, it is actually kind of creamy and insulating, and it makes me feel like I'm not getting the refreshment that I was hoping for. So I'm really upset about that. Hearsay is not evidence. Hearsay is hearsay. Nobody accepts it in a court of law. You don't get to say what other people said. If they come forward and you report what other people said to you, it's not evidence. It can't be testimonial. It has to be first party. I saw this. I attest to it under oath. And if something that I end up saying is wrong, then I could be charged with perjury. There are consequences attached to lying under oath. But there's no admission of hearsay because hearsay is just what somebody else reported, and they're not on the hook because they're not in the room to defend it. So we don't listen to hearsay. But I don't think that whether Trump was involved in Jeffrey Epstein in the old days or not is really all that relevant to what's going on right now, which is that his administration, nobody can take it away from his administration. And I'm not thrilled about it because I don't want it. It's really bad for this country right now. It's really bad for the possibility of de-weaponizing government. And it's really bad for legitimacy if your administration dicks up something that you actually campaigned on and the people that were your campaign surrogates were campaigning on right away. I've got a 50-minute looping video of small clips of the dudes that are currently in charge and the lady saying things about Epstein, and they all have discredited themselves in the last few hours, like in the last, let's call it week. And at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not he knew about it on Monday, which we could say a reasonable person might even conclude that he was down briefed or any other thing, that it caught him off guard and he didn't expect it because Texas and all the rest of the world is more important. He knows about it now, and we haven't seen him go out and say, hey, a-holes, get your shit together and go have a press conference and go bring the agent who did the death investigation for Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Bring that person out, because as someone who's done death investigations and did them, in fact, in federal prison, there's an agent that gets dispatched to it when one of your prisoners dies, probably two if you're doing it right. And they go and they request the videos and they go and talk to all the people nearby and they interview all the guards and then they sit down for like a week and they write all that shit up. And if they're smart, they record it on an audio recorder. may or may not happen in New York. I don't really know how New York does it. Generally, FBI agents, they shy away from doing tape recorders, which is weird. But on Indian country and people who are more familiar with doing that type of investigation tend to record it. So let's put that agent out there. I'm sure they wouldn't be thrilled about it, but go compromise their anonymity because your credibility is at stake here, and let them say, this is the scene I found. This is what the guards saw. This is what we found out that was suspicious. This was the what we call mitigating circumstances. These are the things that are the aggravating circumstances. This is why we end up pressing charges against the guards, blah, 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 blah. Let it be done. If you want to have transparency, it doesn't get to just mean, as my buddy Steve Friend likes to say, transparency doesn't mean things we like, just like democracy doesn't mean things we like. These are words that have actual definitions. And transparency means you show people what cards you are holding. They haven't done that yet. And if you're not watching the media op that's happening right now, and it's very, very apparent to me sitting outside of it, Bongino is speaking to people directly. He's calling up his media contacts, right? And they're reporting it as sources say, which equals Dan Bongino is making phone calls to people. Let's not bullshit around. And then the other one is other people are getting sources say, which is people inside the government are reporting that Kash Patel has certain feelings. And then you've seen the deputy assistant, the deputy attorney general, the DAG Tom Blanchett rather, go forward and say, this was all no daylight in between us, 100% agreed upon by all the parties involved, which means the deputy, the DAG, is acting on behalf of the attorney general, who's obviously taking the brunt of the shitstorm right now when it comes to at least social media. She's the one that's been offered up as the sacrificial lamb. So you're going to see the info op be, Kash Patel is great. He's doing what we need him to do. He was trying to stay on the line, but the attorney general overruled him. That's not very likely. But you're going to see government types who want to keep him around. By the way, Kash has so many different compromises that keep popping up. It's very, very unsettling. He's documented, lied under oath. They have a whistleblower.
Just real quick, I have some breaking news on this front. AG Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, the Fox News just reported it, have no intention, quoting now, no intention of resigning their positions. So they're not going anywhere.
I would assume as much. All of this has been like a graceful exit.
It's a psyop. It's a fucking psyop.
It's a graceful exit for Bongino to leave, because what you've seen is for the last couple hours, it's set up. If Pam Bondi doesn't resign, which she's not going to do, then I'm out of here because I can't stick around. Look, only 2 of those people require Senate confirmation. One can be appointed tomorrow with the new deputy director for the FBI. That's not it's a political appointee without a confirmation requirement. So you could swap them out tomorrow and it would be no big deal. They're going to end up hopefully not having William Rivers, who's the number 3 right now in the FBI, step in because he's part of the old guard. They should add someone new. I think nothing against Dan for it. I think he was out of his depth from the beginning. I think he probably knew that for a while now. This is a great opportunity to get out of it, even though it's a really shitstorm for the Bureau. And as my buddy talked to me earlier, who's a retired agent, 24 years, he said the FBI is constantly fucking stuff up. That's what they do. They fuck stuff up and then they recover from it and try to do better. And then they fuck it up again and so on and so forth. They've been doing it my whole life. They've been doing it all of your lives as well. You can go back into the 90s. You can go back into the 70s. It doesn't matter how far back you go. There's bad PR. There's a swing. And then they try to do better. And for a little while, they're out of the news. And then they're back in the news again.
Yeah, that Axios reporting about the White House clash, that was completely put out by the White House, right? Like that's them.
Everybody wants
narrative.
Cover for action. Everybody wants to walk out as the good guy. So you've got, like I said, the DAG is covering for the AG. That's expected. That's what you'd expect them to do. That's their job. It's an official statement from his official government post. So that's noteworthy and relevant. You're not going to find an official statement from Dan Bongino's thing on that. He's not going to do that. He's going to resign, quote unquote, under protest. I couldn't solve the problem. I disagreed on policy. By the way, NDAs keep me from talking specifically about the things, which of course he did sign. And there's national security disclosures and theoretically are prosecutable. So he's not going to come out and like spill the beans.
All of you people out here coping, thinking that Dan Bongino is going to be free to tell us all he wants.
Absolutely not.
On his podcast. No, what you're going to do is you're going to drive ratings to him. You're going to drive viewership to him, and you're going to get more of the same. You're not going to get anything because he is beholden to an NDA. It is classified information, and if he breaks the law, makes him liable to go to jail. Is that right, Kyle?
Of course, yeah. Well, it's prosecutable. How it actually works out in real life and how many people actually get prosecuted. Not very many, but I imagine that there is some liability there.
I just want to.
Here's the real problem.
Oh, you go ahead.
It's a real problem if people are not going to hold their heroes to account. When they said shit to you that was blatantly lying, you looked at their body language and you knew they were lying, and they didn't have the
I hold them
nutsack to go
all
up and say,
accountable right now. Right now, they're all on the
that's right.
proverbial
Well, I'm
chopping
not
block
saying
for
you,
me.
Diligent. I'm
Cash
suggesting to the
Patel,
audience listening.
Dan Bongino, AG Pam Bondi, and this guy. If you guys look up in the Jumbotron, the deputy AG came out and told you that they were all in on it. He explicitly says, I'm going to read it again for the room. It's up in the Jumbotron. I want you guys to take a look. I'm quoting now. This is the deputy AG Todd Blanche. Okay, he works for Pam Bondi. Quote, I work closely with FBI Director Cash Patel and Dan Bongino on the joint FBI and DOJ memo regarding the Epstein files. That means all of the lies that are in the Epstein files they were all involved in on it. All of us signed off on the contents of the memo and the conclusions stated in the memo. The suggestion by anyone that there was any daylight between the FBI and DOJ leadership on this memo's composition and release is patently false. What is he telling you there? He's telling you that if there's a lie there, they all agreed to tell you the lie. That's exactly what he's telling you there. He posted
He's
it
also
this
telling
morning.
you that if he's also letting you know that if somebody goes out and tries to say otherwise, which is going to happen when Dan leaves, that is incorrect because he could have left before they put that out.
Yeah, so what's the AG? What's he doing? What's the deputy AG doing there? I mean, is he?
That's his job. He's doing his job. He's running the department. He runs the Department of Justice. The DAG runs almost all of critical operations outside of vision and some PR, as you mentioned earlier. The DAG's job actually is a direct report that your deputy director of the FBI directly reports up to both his boss, the director, but also is appointable by the DAG. The DAG is the one who actually decides, puts the memo in motion that assigns who the deputy director
Kyle,
and can denominate.
Hello, my name's Katie. I have to just say everything that you were saying, I'm stood up applauding. I thank you so much for literally, and I was sending you a message in the back channels here, you have spoken so eloquently and literally factually, no, for real life, you were just like stating the facts, this is what it is, and I couldn't agree more. I really, really, really do agree with you. And also here in the UK, and this is my little shtick here that I want to put in, is what happened with Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre, the Met
Yeah, how is the UK reacting to the
oh,
news that?
Man.
Hold on, Katie. How is the just real quick because it's loud. I'm gonna mute you real quick because there's like a wind or something. But how is the UK responding or reacting to the news that Prince Andrew, the one who was stripped of his crown for pedophilia by his mom? How is the UK responding to the news that the Trump administration just dropped all investigations against him and he's now free to travel the world? How is the UK responding to that?
I actually, the Met Police, the Metropolitan Police here in the UK initially started an investigation, but once the mediation happened and funds were transferred, magically the Met Police dropped all investigations and so on and so forth.
I'm talking about you're talking about. I'm talking about the FBI here dropping their charges yesterday or this week on him. Can you just answer though, like, what is the reaction, the pulse of the UK citizens? Are they relieved? Are they angry? Like, how are they reacting? The ones that you know of.
I can only speak on behalf of the ones that I do know and not all of the people. It is disgusting.
The ones
that I do know, yeah, we're in uproar. We're also furious at the Metropolitan Police here in the UK. Why are people hiding this? Because it's not just...
did they drop did the UK drop their investigations prior to Trump dropping his investigations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But it's also
I'm trying
something
to focus primarily on this week though, right? Like, you know what I mean?
No, I understand it completely, but it's all part and parcel. I mean, all of these points add up to what we're facing now. And I've said this all along, Diligent, also with my mention of the crisis PR and publicists. I know it sounds silly on the forefront of it, but I'm telling you on the back channels there, strings are pulled and maneuvers are made. I'll land it there. But yeah, I mean, we're all in just absolute
person's name is
uproar.
Erica Knight. Erica Knight, she's on X. She's the publicist for Cash Patel. She's buddies with Alina Habba. I've spoken to her a dozen times. She knows nothing about national security. She knows nothing about how the FBI works. and has consulted me about being notified by the FBI that there was possible penetration of her email, possible penetrations of Kash Patel's, if you guys recall. Like apparently the Iranians hacked him before he was sworn in. So there's one person running in the background that is doing this, and she's not a great actor for whatever it's worth. Like she's real pretty. She was at Kash's swearing in and at his confirmation, but she asked me one time, like, how do we get ahead of this problem? It seems like we're losing control of the narrative. And I'm like, well, what you should do is you should appoint an independent group of agents. You get a specific group of folks out of DOJ, sequester them somewhere outside of New York, outside of Washington, away from all the big cities. Put them in Idaho Falls, put them in Pocatello. It doesn't really matter where you go. Put them in Wyoming. Let them go and do the work and say that they're going to follow down as a task force. They're going to be a sort of special investigative unit, maybe even a special counsel to be able to prosecute. And they're going to run down whoever the bad guys are, and they're going to have total anonymity, and it's going to basically be eyes only to the director and the president. Let that be the case. She drafted a press release on that within 45 minutes of me talking to her and sent it back for me to review. And I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? You don't get to say shit and then not do it. This is America. If you want to do that, you need to go forward and actually do it. Go brief the director that that's what you think it is. If you think it is as a PR person, see if he agrees. Go and find out who your agents are going to be, which is going to be a big poll. You're going to have to get people to agree to move out there and do this temporary duty, and you'll find some. There's decent people in the FBI. Find some prosecutors that are going to go be part of this, that are going to work it all the way through. Make sure you have the sign off from the DAG, from the AG. This is not like a go get a press release and control the narrative. But that's exactly how they're trying to run this, which goes to my point I told you the other day. They're trying to run this FBI. They're trying to run the DOJ like social media influencer ops. This is very common.
It's the same shit that we were dealing with the previous administration.
It's the exact same thing. Why do you think that is? Because the same people, the same types of people are in charge on our side, theoretically. I'll say "are" in air quotes. But more importantly, the same people that are advising them of what the problems are and what the solutions are all the same damn people that were there before. All the middle management is all there. By the way, if you guys want to fix this, let me just throw this out there since it needs to be said. If you want to fix this, and Dan's probably going to resign, and if he doesn't, he should probably accept a graceful out, and someone should help him leave. They should hire Kurt Suzdak, who was the original person that was recommended to Kash Patel, talked to by Kash Patel. Half of his good ideas came from Kurt. Kurt has invested probably the last 10 years of his life in the problem of the FBI. He's got 25 years or 24 years. He's retired. He's an attorney. He doesn't want to carry a badge and a gun and do cosplay and bullshit. He doesn't need a security protective detail. He'll do it for 6 to 9 months and leave because he doesn't want to do it forever. He'll go fix this problem. And he's the one that all whistleblowers go to, regardless of what side of the aisle they're on, when they have a problem with the FBI. He was one of the most feared people by Chris Wray, by Paula Bate, the previous deputy and the previous director, because he just sends it, and he's a lot more compassionate than I am. He's a lot less conservative than I am. He represents probably more of a middle position in America, and he lives in Connecticut. He saw it. He actually went up against the FBI and beat them in whistleblower disclosures, which is basically a 1 in, let's call it 100 shot at best. That's the guy that should have been done. Kash Patel invited him to go to Trump's inauguration and ghosted him while he was hanging out in Washington, D.C., freezing his ass off. So if they want to fix this, they should bring in someone who knows how to do it. And that means not brilliance. You don't need brilliance. You need experience in these agencies. And that's how you do it.
We also need integrity. That's a given.
I mean,
it would be a given.
If you want to run the race, you need to have
given.
legs.
It would seem like a given, but it's not a given, right? That's what I'm saying. It seems like it would. No, we need to emphasize integrity. We need a zero tolerance for any kind of bullshit. If you know what I mean, we cannot. This is the status quo. What he just described and what I'm describing right now, these psyops, the social media campaign to try to influence the perception of the American people away from the truth. That's what the same shit they were running during the Biden administration. I didn't vote for that. I did not vote for that. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. I did not vote for this shit. We voted for radical change. Radical change means truth, authenticity, transparency, and honesty. We are not getting that.
It also means competency. Diligent, it means competency in the thing you're going to do. If you can't be honest with yourself, if somebody asked me to go in and run a big shipping organization and I have no experience with logistics, the answer is, I'd love to help you find the right guy, but I don't think I'm it. That's what an honest operator says. If you're a prideful operator and someone says, would you take this very notable post and we'd be really honored to have you and you'd be such a great addition to the team, and you can't look at yourself and say, you know what, I don't have the skill set. It's very clear to me, looking at the problem, I don't have the skill set. Me personally, Kyle Seraphin, does not have the skill set to run the FBI like a deputy director. I would never accept that. It would be foolish, which is the same thing I told Kash Patel when we talked about it. I said, there are people who can do this job, and there's people who cannot do this job. If somebody doesn't have any sort of experience, has no time in that agency, and they think they're going to walk in and be the number two, which runs the show, the number one doesn't have to know the nuts and bolts. The number two needs to know what every single department is, what it does, who the bad actors are, what the lies look like, and how they've looked over the last 20 to 30 years. There's a reason why it's always been someone on the inside that runs it. Usually that person hasn't answered to us, the people, which is a bad thing. Having someone come in who already has like no more skin in the game, they've already taken their retirement, they're going to come in to do it as a public service. And by the way, they're going to burn all the bridges and friends they have, because if they do it right, you're going to hurt all the feelings of all of the people that love the FBI as the FBI, not as what we want the FBI to be. So you got to bring in someone out there. There's other people who could probably be a decent job. Like there's other retired agents who would step back in and are honorable people. But I happen to know one who's dedicated his life to it for almost a decade. So when I recommended it to Kash, it's someone no one's ever known. And the one thing that he and I talked about, because we talked the other day about it, he goes, I'll tell you one thing I wouldn't be doing. I wouldn't be on X all day. I don't even have an X account. That's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the real problems in this country, and they don't get solved here on X, even though we can talk about it a lot. All right.
Diligent, I've got to go, but Kyle, you are my MVP for this. I've got to bounce, unfortunately. It's 9:30, but here for each and every one of you, my inbox is open. Kyle, hero, absolutely phenomenal. What an inspiration.
Thank you, Katie. Good simping, good simping. Go ahead, Disruptor.
Can I get British hype chicks all the time? That's my favorite.
Isaiah, get in here.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to get anecdotal. I've known for a very long time, since I was in the military. I didn't really work well with corrupt people that had no integrity, that wanted to harm people, wanted to lie, cheat, and steal. And at the wonderful age of 61, I can't believe I'm still fighting. I will say this, people, don't underestimate your power of your voice on this app. It is refreshing to hear the passion. It is clear, diligent, your land in the sand, and everyone who's pretending to be whatever to get their monetization. And I'm not pocket watching anyone, but your voice is important. And because since Sunday, today is just Friday, and now suddenly we're talking about resignations, and suddenly we're talking about, oh, you do have a list. So, you know, we're not stupid, collectively speaking, and this is a bipartisan comment. We're human beings, we have families. Our children and our grandchildren are not on this app. We're the old heads, but be aware of old men and women that love their comfort. They will sell you out. They will lie. Unfortunately, you have a lot of people in entertainment and politics and sports. They're not going to give up their wealth for you. They're just not. In their minds, they've worked very hard. They played the game.
Did we just lose him?
I can't hear him.
Did you get a phone call, Isaiah? Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I did get a call. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Continue.
Yeah, I just think that keep doing what you're doing. Kyle would know, you know, when you go up against the cabals, you go up against any level of corruption, you know, they're going to go after you. I've been fighting Disney and Bob Iger, and I loved it for 18 years. What they don't expect you to do is to shut up. They wish you would. It's very annoying, but you see how quiet Elon is? I suspect that they're going to go to Shelley's back room, get a burger and a beer, and he's going to get his EV money on the low. Same thing like when they were messing with Kanye's money. He got loud. He threatened to expose Elon. Elon kicked him off this app. So when you keep being loud, they're either going to kill you, defund you, or they will give you something. And I think since Sunday to now, I applaud any and everyone in this space for having the courage, especially those who are not hiding behind anonymity. Keep doing what you're doing. It's working, and I'm excited. It's inspiring to see. But most people are not going to stay in battle for 18 plus years. We don't have to do with this. We clearly see who the bad actors are. You're waking up Susie Wiles. You know who she used to work for, who she helped campaign, Yahoo. You need to wake Susie Wiles up even more. Just keep what you're doing. I love what you're doing, man. Thanks so much for the mic, Diligent.
What do you think Elon and Trump are going to talk about this weekend when they meet?
So what I was told by my source about that, and people are like, oh, you said that was going to happen last week. I said it was going to happen soon. I didn't say when it was going to happen. You have to realize that the president's schedule is very hectic, right? He's always on the move, flying around. But what I was told by my source is that they were in negotiations to decide the outgoing narrative. But it seemed to be, along the lines of like a truce. And from what I had heard previously, it was Elon seeking the engagement. And then which was weird because I was told that Elon was seeking audience with President Trump. They hadn't seen each other since April. And when they, that actually aligns with the reporting. And my source, I'll just say my source is somebody close. So that, they, at the time, Elon was seeking audience with President Trump. That was when I reported it the first time. That was a week ago. That was last week. This week, from what they had sounded like, and I know that they set up for it security-wise, what it sounded like this week, almost sounded like the Trump administration was wanting to talk to Elon. And I can only surmise that it's because of this PR nightmare. You have Elon was the progenitor of this, really. Like, he instigated it with this post about Donald Trump being in the Epstein files. And then he formed a third party. And now we have this, this whole spectacle is started 24 hours after Elon launched the America Party. We're still talking about it a week later. Right. And so I can only speculate as to what the meeting would be about. But if I had to guess, it would be about the America Party and the Epstein files, and like a narrative to kind of like calm things down. I would just say that I posted this yesterday. Okay, you can go look at Elon Musk's timeline, scroll through it. It's America Party, Epstein files, America Party, Starlink, America Party, Epstein files, and then it just hits a stop. Then it's just Grok 4, Starlink, Grok 4, Starlink, Grok 4. He's not talking about the America Party anymore. He's not talking about the America. He's not talking about the America Party anymore. He's not talking about Epstein files anymore. Why is that? Well, I would speculate that if he's actually going to have a sit down with Trump this weekend, he's going to stop the rhetoric. It's almost like imagine a ceasefire, right? Like, if you were trying to negotiate peace between two warring countries, you need at least a temporary ceasefire to have a good faith conversation. It's hard to have a good faith conversation while shots are still being fired, right? And so I would argue that's probably what that's about, which kind of lends credibility to my notion that they're meeting this weekend. So do I know with an absolute certainty that they're going to meet, especially now that I reported on it? No. I would say there's a very high likelihood of like a very, very, very high likelihood that's occurring, especially with the PR nightmare that's happening right now. So that's a problem.
Elon, he holds all the cards right now. He owns this app.
So you would think, though,
done a very good job.
You would think, though, but Elon has a lot of government contracts. If you don't look, I want you to look back at President Trump's rhetoric regarding Elon. He explicitly stated that maybe they should take a look at the government contracts that Elon has and all of that, right? Which is the same that Elon suffered from during the Biden administration. They took him to task throughout his entire presidency, right? So,
I think now looking back on it, Elon has a point. He says, look, I've risked everything to get these doji cuts. You guys don't even want to deal with the Department of Justice to go after the people that you know are the thieves. And then you want to turn around and continue to give money to Israel and now Ukraine. And you want to talk about that I'm going to break the bank because I'm getting my my subsidies. So now looking in hindsight, Trump has to really deal with this guy. You know, it's not a matter that he got him elected. We all voted for him. But I mean, this is about money, you know? And like I said, Kanye only got quiet when he got his $75 million back. And Adidas gave him what he needed behind closed doors.
I have some breaking news.
It's about money. And he used this app for us to do just what he wanted them to do. We all said, no, where are the Epstein files? So it worked.
I have some breaking news. I'm sorry. Nick Shorter is reporting, according to the Daily Wire, that Kash Patel is considering resigning if Dan Bongino goes. This is exactly the media narrative that we just described, Kyle. And you know what's weird is that all of the new media is just playing along with it, including myself to a certain degree. But at least I threw it out there that they were going to do this. Like, if you look at my timeline, I did call this shit out. Before you,
so you don't take it seriously?
I don't. I think it's theater. I think it's theater.
Do you think it's Bongino and Patel's way to try to, that they're not maybe really serious, but they're floating the idea to maybe force Trump to get him out? Because like I said earlier, I think Trump is good friends with Patel and Bongino. He doesn't have any loyalty.
I'll read the post to you.
Bondi.
The post to you that I posted a bit ago. It says, speculation, the Bondi, the Bongino Bondi feud is cover. Bongino lied to us about the suicide along with the rest of them. He's not a hero. They all let you get caught up in the controversy. They all get a fall guy chosen by the people, and nothing actually changes. I believe that's what we're witnessing here, is that you're going to see the public get all worked up. This is Rome, right? This is Rome. We are the we are the mob. This is the political Colosseum, and we're all watching a spectacle where, instead of focusing on the fact that we're starving and that policy is bad and corruption is rampant, instead of focusing on that, you're all now watching the fight between Bongino, Bondi, and Kash Patel, right? And your guy, your Bongino, and the villain, Pam Bondi, that is going to be what you are obsessed with, instead of the fact that today, after months of telling us they had evidence and enough to charge people, they still aren't doing it, and they closed the case. Okay?
Not a single arrest.
You've also seen, at least the last, like pretty aggressively over the last 2 weeks, all the media types, and we said it yesterday, I think, on the space as well, but all the media types are out there very quickly saying, Bongino's a great guy. His character is solid. He's a solid human. He would never do anything wrong. And if he resigns, it's because something was wrong and he couldn't stand by it. And it's like, you know what? Spare me and miss me with that shit. Bongino told me something. He told me something straight to my face, and then he went back on his word. So when someone goes back on their word to you over some dumb shit too, it was really, really a dumb thing where he was wrong, by the way. I wonder if any of the search warrants they've been doing on illegal aliens, on any of the search warrants they've been doing on any of the properties that have been going on, or any of the arrests that have gone on since he's been there, have been done without deadly force involved in the policy. Because that's what the original sort of discrepancy between the two of us was, is apparently he didn't know that the FD 888 operations form, which the FBI has a pre-filled in section that's non-negotiable, that if you deploy FBI anybody to do anything in public, the deadly force policy goes along with it, because the deadly force policy is always in effect if you carry a gun, which you'd think you'd know if you were a Secret Service guy. So that's pretty weird to see. That's what he ended up, like, quote unquote, canceling me about, because he was so desperate to not have anyone say something wrong that might screw up the election for Trump, when, who could have known that Trump would have ended up taking a bullet in the ear and things would have gotten so crazy as it was. And we also had a human Roomba who was running the country with an auto pen regime for a while. So, like, all of that stuff sort of derailed any of the need.
You know what? This is the first time I've heard Biden described as a Roomba, but I'm here for it. That's right.
No, it's 100%. Like, just like he's looking for that base and the charger, but he's like almost out of gas at all times. Steve Friend, my buddy, came up with that, and we've never been able to let it go because it's so fitting, especially when he's on the stage and he's like bumping into stuff like bump, turns 30 degrees, bump, turns 30 degrees, bump, like looking around like, where's my exit? Nonstop. Perfect analogy. Again, that's Steve Friend, who's also an FBI whistleblower. But look, the media op has been very, very clear. The media people want to protect their buddy, because if you look at the imbalance in power when it comes to media, Bondi has less time on camera.
Kyle, those people are not friends. They're protecting each other's money.
That's right.
And they all working for the Muslim Brotherhood. They don't.
I don't know about the Muslim Brotherhood, but I'll tell you that you can tell who's got more time on camera. Patel has more media contacts than probably the B, the C, and the D tier. Bongino has the A-list contacts and was closer to that himself. He was like the top guy on the weekends for Fox, which made him the #1 in that area, which put him probably second tier on the #1 tier area, right? So he's got that. He had a big radio show. He had a big audience. And so to be able to preserve that and sort of like nobody wants to see their guy get demoed, they all went out and covered. But what you do see is that you see the government types are covering for Patel. Okay, the people like Tom Fitton came out and said, well, you know, Kash Patel's going to do this. So the people that are going to be in and around the seat of Washington, D.C., because Patel has nowhere else he's not going to leave. Kash Patel desperately wanted to be something in the Trump administration. End of story. What that something was totally negotiable. And the conversation that he and I had about it was he thought that he could equally be a good CIA director or FBI director. That's a crazy thing to say. That those are not compatible skill sets. If you came to me and said, look, I'd make a really good police chief, but also I'd be a great fire chief. I'd be like, why? Like, what do you know about fighting fire? It's just, they're not compatible skill sets to say that you could do either one equally well.
Kyle, I want to pivot though, because my audience is saying something to me. I just, because it seems like you have a bit of a vendetta against Bongino and Kash. I'm not saying that you don't.
I'm just looking at the title of your space too.
What?
I'm looking at the title of your space.
I know. But I'm just saying, so like if you go off on too much of a rant against him, because you have good objective things to say as well, but I want to lean into the objective part and not the less opinionated part. I mean, I do, you know, I trust your professional opinion. I'm not saying that at all, but I
wanted Dan to succeed more than you guys did. That's what's funny. And believe me, I could care less if he was mean to me and that my feelings got hurt about something or my buddies got screwed over. When he made a phone call, which he did before he showed up to DC, and asked one of the FBI whistleblowers, would you come in and be my bullshit monitor? Would you come in and just check what's going on? So when these people lie to my face, you can just sit there quietly and then tell me like, hey, they were full of it. Would you be a consultant for me? And the answer was yes. He showed up in DC and immediately got what we call bubble wrapped. And that's when they tell you something. They went up, and this was Steve Friend. So Steve Friend, who of all the people out there, he's really measured. He's actually worked in the sort of the politics game. He worked for the Center for Renewing America. He was a direct report for Russ Vought, who's now running OMB. He's a pretty level-headed, analytical thinker. He's far less inclined to run right head forward into attack mode the way that I do. I have less patience than he does. And when Dan asked him that, he said, yeah, I'll do that. I'll go in and be that. I'll help you out. Like, I want to see your mission succeed. We want to see this succeed because the alternative is either the FBI continues doing what it does, investigating me, maybe you, like anybody that cares about free speech, cares about the First Amendment.
I know I'm on at least like 5 lists, at least.
So if you don't want to weaponize the FBI, you want Dan Bongino to succeed. You're a fool if you think that you root against the guy. That's terrible. But if he's not succeeding and you don't say it, that's also really bad. That's like you can't cover for the guy simply because you want him to be winning.
100%.
And again, it was very obvious when he was not winning.
We actually have an obligation. We actually have an obligation to hold this administration accountable when things like this happen, or anything happens, because they have to do the job that we elected them to do. Right, they're there to represent us. This may sound funny.
And if not us, who?
This may sound funny too. Yeah, exactly.
They're not going to lift to like loony lefties. They're not going to listen to what Whoopi Goldberg has to say.
Right.
They're not going to go out there and find out if Oprah Winfrey doesn't agree with their policy. They're going to be upset. They're going to be caring about people who have similar ideological values that might be able to slant them properly.
Exactly.
Have more, that care dramatic. And look,
let me do some housekeeping real quick, Kyle. Bottom right corner, everybody. Repost the space. I've seen that we have like 1,800 people in here. Wow, thank you for joining us. We are discussing the ongoing, spectacle is what I'm going to call it. The spectacle between Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, and Kash Patel about who's going to get fired and who's not over the Epstein cover-up. However, I would just have you look up to the deputy AG statement saying that they were all equally involved in the memo that emerged last week, closing the Epstein files, lying to you about the conclusive nature of his suicide and all of the rest, closing the case, closing the investigations, allowing Prince Andrew to go free. All of that is a result of their collective signatures. They all signed off on it, even though there wasn't a so-called signature on the memo because it was leaked. They all have responsibility, according to another Trump admin, again, up in the Jumbotron. I think this is all political theater just to keep us all distracted away from the fact that, and this is, I just want my listeners, there's 1,800 of you in here right now. I don't care what happens with the AG. I don't care what happens with Kash Patel or Dan Bongino. Okay? We cannot stop demanding for this, the list of names and prosecutions of those who are on it. Okay? The Trump administration told us back in March, February and March, that they had, and I'm quoting here multiple times, I'm quoting, flight logs, names, as in plural, and they told us that they had information. And then Alina Habba, who is an attorney for President Trump, went further and said that we have individuals who are hidden and kept secret and that their day in court is coming. Okay? So that is antithetical to what we're being given, and we have to demand nothing less than that. Do not accept resignations. Do not accept excuses. You have to demand that these people are held accountable because that is the deep state. This is at the very core of what's wrong with our country, and only accountability will save us, right? Otherwise, we're going to have another Biden. We're going to have another stolen election. We're going to have another COVID. We're going to have another child sexual trafficking ring, all of that shit. It's all connected. We have to get rid of this cancer. And the only way that it happens is through true accountability. We cannot accept anything less. So I'm just saying, no matter what you see in the news feed, even from our friends, you know, our conservative media, the new media, if they are not demanding accountability, make sure that you put that in the comments. Say, hey, where's the Epstein files? Where's the Epstein files? That's what I care about. I don't care about this feud. I don't care about this fight, this theatrics. I want to know about the Epstein files. That's the message that MAGA needs to send to the Trump administration right now. Go ahead. Let's go to the hands. Go ahead, Daniel, and then we'll go to Southern.
All right, thank you very much. What's your timeline on that, Diligent, for everybody?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Hi, thank you very much. Yeah, you're 100% on point. I greatly appreciate you. The biggest thing that we have to see and that we do know is the fact is, yes, you're 100% it's distraction, but what they really want is they want the hoi polloi, the common people to just be exhausted from all this stuff because nothing ever gets done. I mean, one of the most sickening things I've seen, and you may or may not agree respectfully, is this push now to have Matt Gaetz be the attorney general. It's just ridiculous. This is a guy that is on audio and video, according to his congressmates, bragging about being with underage women, which we call those are child sex offenders. He's an unregistered child sex offender. He's the last person that should be an attorney general. So you're 100% right in this, but they're just trying to exhaust the common people from just being tired of all these fakes. They're never calling out names. As you even see at White House page on X, they're showing pictures of all these no-name people, of foreign people that came to our country that they got for this, that are of sex crimes and everything else, but yet we don't see a single face or name of any of the people we do know that are on the Epstein files or list. And I step back. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service too, sir. And you're absolutely right. This is they do not. I actually find it very disrespectful that they would refuse to. That they just think that we can accept this on the face and they're not going to address it and that we're just okay with it. Like that is such a, again, I made a post last night and this may sound like hyperbole, but I'll read it now because I think it kind of perfectly surmises the situation. Let me find it. Sorry, you guys. Well, anyways, I remember I said either Trump is compromised or a huge swath of his cabinet is compromised. It's one or the other, right? Like that's all there is to it. That's the only thing that explains this, because the dark entity that is responsible for this shit, responsible for the 2020 election, responsible for all the nasty things that I've described within our government, it is letting you know that it is still very much there. And it is still very much in power. and there is nothing you can do about it. That's what I'm getting. That is the message that I'm receiving. I don't know if anybody else perceives it that way. It might be hyperbole to you, but I feel like that. That is the message that I'm receiving. And it's crazy because it goes over President Trump. Go ahead, Kevin. You keep trying. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I think that there's a little bit more to this. That the people that were involved got plenty of warning beforehand, and what happened is that they fled to non-extraditionary countries, and they're not putting out a list because they want these individuals to think that they're safe and move from those countries after this incident is blown over. And then Dan and Mr. Bongino, and if you read any of his 7 books, it shows you that it's a waiting game to understand that people that are the guilty individuals, are smart enough to flee to non-extraditionary countries. And it's a sit and wait game for them to sit there and actually get after these people. Putting out a list ahead of time.
Excuse any of the lies that we're being told.
I have no excuses for any of the lies that are being told, sir. I'm just sitting there saying is I look at the situation and I think that there's a lot more to this.
Did Dan Bongino lie to you about the conclusive nature of the Epstein suicide? Yes or no?
I believe that he was told and briefed all the information about this behavior and this thing, but I'm still questioning if it was a suicide, sir.
Did he present it as if it was a fact?
The video that was shown was not.
Did Dan Bongino present that the suicide was conclusive or a fact to the American people?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay, and then did the AG after that come out and say that it was inconclusive?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay, so who's lying?
I'm trying to find out the facts myself, but all I can do is listen to social media, and I'm canceled. So as I was saying, only a acute amount of my friends in the government even talk to me anymore.
All right, well, that's unfortunate, and thank you for your service, and thank you for your thoughts. Let's go to Southern. Go ahead, Southern.
I think this is going to end up on Pam Bondi's desk. I remember about 6 to 8 weeks in when Bondi was finally brought in, and Patel wanted a direct line to Susie Wiles and not go through Pam Bondi. I consider that a problem with his concerns about Pam Bondi. I know for a fact that Kash Patel would have worked anywhere where Trump put him because he wanted to work with Trump, and 2, he works on long-term strategies of change. That is who he is. That's his behavior. So this is not a Kash Patel issue. This is a Pam Bondi. I read
and
where
I'm
Kash
telling
Patel,
you, and you're feeding into exactly what I described, which is the political theater of the gladiator match between Pam Bondi, Kash Patel.
I really think it's real. I think it's real.
Okay,
you're the target. You're the target
Kash,
audience, though.
if I can finish,
you are the target audience.
Yeah,
it's people who watch like the age bracket that watches Fox News is the target audience for that gladiator fight.
Okay, but go ahead, Southern. Yeah, you can finish.
Okay, Kash Patel wanted to release this months ago, and Bondi wouldn't let him. So he's been the eager beaver to get this moving forward, but Bondi said no.
Did
so
Kash
this is
Patel,
on Bondi's
let me
desk.
ask you something, Southern. Did
Sure.
Kash Patel tell us that Epstein killed himself without a doubt? Yes or no?
Yes, and you know
okay,
what?
So I'm the one asking questions here. I'm the one running the space. You're not going to talk over me. So you said yes. Then did Pam Bondi come out afterwards and say that it was inconclusive?
Yes and yes. But
so who's lying?
I don't know. Diligent.
You don't know. You don't know. Well, I mean, what do you mean? I would say that the evidence suggests that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino lied, right? Because they told you I mean, they're all lying. That's my point. But they told you on Fox News, the same place you're getting your information. Please mute your mic while I'm talking. The same place where you're getting your information, okay, that is telling you that there's a feud occurring, okay? They came out for months and told you that he killed himself with 100% certainty. And then they said, you're going to, Kash Patel on Joe Rogan said, you're going to see the video that proves it yourself. Okay. Then they released a video that does not prove it. And then the AG came out and told you that it does not prove it. So they lied. They lied. They are all the same. Okay. They have all lost credibility. All of them. Not one over the other. This theatrics is just to get your focus on one and not the other two. Right?
Well, first of all, why would Kash Patel want a direct line to Susie Wiles and not go through Pam Bondi? I think therein lies the disconnect.
That has nothing to do with the Epstein case.
Absolutely it does, because it is from everything. He wanted to come out with this information a lot sooner, and it kept getting pushed back and pushed back. And then we had the Denizen problem. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, out of New York, the FBI director there, who was walked out with bagpipes and supposedly got these tons and tons of information of Jeffrey Epstein, which delayed the announcement of what this is in terms of Jeffrey Epstein. And now we're come out with Bondi saying it's a nothing burger. That in itself is a huge flag. Pam Bondi was making decisions before she had all the information.
Who had the information regarding Jeffrey Epstein and who had the evidence in Jeffrey Epstein case?
They said they got more information out of the New York office.
What department it was in charge of holding or had the Epstein case evidence?
It was in New York.
What departments of the government? Thank you very much. Who works for the FBI?
Kash Patel.
Who else works for the FBI?
Don Bongino.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Tanya. Go ahead, Tanya.
Again, but diligent, you ran that into the wall of the answer you wanted, not the truth. We don't have the truth.
Exactly. So then you're up here telling me that one is more liable than the other because you're picking the side in the fight that they want you to, where I'm saying that they're all equally culpable. So
Bondi is Kash Patel's boss.
No, she's not. That's a misnomer. No, she is not. No, she is not. The FBI director answers directly to the president. He doesn't answer to Pam Bondi. They are a symbiotic relationship, the same way that law enforcement in your local municipality does not work for each other. They don't work for the AG. The job of the FBI is to collect evidence. The job of the AG is to build a case and then prosecute. They do not work. They work in tandem, but they do not work for each other. That is a misdirection of the responsibility here and the chain of command.
I don't like this because it sounds like you're telling me that Vince McMahon and Steve Austin don't actually hate each other in real life, and that's really I'm having a hard time with that one, and maybe somebody will help me later in the DMs.
Let's go to Miss Lou. Oh, Tanya, and then Miss Lou.
Hey, Diligent. In my opinion, excuse me, I have the flu, so
I had the mic for
Tanya. No, you're Tanya. Actually, your mic is broken though. I don't know if you get that squared away. I'll call on you next.
Okay.
If you're on a Bluetooth headset, that's the problem. We need you to turn that off. Go ahead, Miss.
Thank you, Diligent. In my opinion, Bondi, Patel, and Bongino should resign, all three of them. And if not, then Trump should have the balls to fire them, because that would send a message to the deep state that is stepping on the head of this administration. And I'm talking about the intel, all of it, to say, F you, I'm not doing it. I'm going to pick who I want, and I'm going to get this resolved because my base, the people who voted me, half of this country easily wants me to do this. So yeah, he needs to get hold of this fast. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not going to fall for the manipulative tactics that we're seeing at play here. I'm not going to fall for it. I am not going to allow my audience to fall for it. Right? I am going to present it as use your discernment. Don't let them manipulate you through emotion into going after a particular target use your higher brain function in your critical thinking and go by evidence. The evidence suggests that they are all equally responsible. A member of the AG came out, mute your mic, please. Stop trying to interrupt me. A member of the AG came out this morning and said that they all were very aware, working together on the memo that started all of this. Okay, they all signed off on it. That's according to the AG, the Deputy AG of the United States. That's not some fucking, legacy media news source. That's not an influencer on X. That's a sitting member of the administration. Okay, and so they are all culpable. Don't let them manipulate you into focusing over here. What do they call that movie? What's that movie, Kyle? That trick, the okey doke. When they're like, look over here, but not over there. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
We're talking about a Kansas City shuffle.
The Kansas City shuffle. There we go. That's exactly what's occurring right now. And I refuse to accept it. I mean, if you're my audience, of course you can make up your own damn minds. If you want to hate Cash Patel, if you want to hate Pam Bondi, if you want to hate Dan Bongino, or if you want to do the opposite and slob their knobs, whatever, that's all on you. However, I give them all equal credit in this debacle. And I can read the evidence. The evidence says to me that they all had awareness of this, that they all lied to us at some point, and they all bear the same amount of responsibility in those lies. And I'm not going to be tricked into focusing on just one at the expense of one for the behest of the others. I'm not going to do it, and I'm not falling for it.
Honey, can I add one thing to this and I'll finish? I think Susie Wiles is a red flag too. That's just my opinion. I have no evidence, but my spidey sense says that she's a problem.
Okay. Thank you, Spidey Sense, for Miss Lou. Let's go to Dale. Go ahead, Dale.
Hey guys. Hey, so here's the thing. I think none of this matters. I think what actually should matter is that if Dan Bongino and Cash Patel are the people that they say they have been for the last few years and built their entire audiences on being quote unquote transparent and quote unquote trustworthy, then the best play for them to do would be to actually resign and to give and take the files with them and release them. Why did Dan Bongino spend years getting people like Kyle to file whistleblower complaints and come out of the woodworks and then praise them for that? But then they don't have the balls to do it themselves. When are they going to actually sacrifice something for our country instead of telling other people to sacrifice while they're making millions and millions and millions of dollars for us to be the ones out there sacrificing? It's absolute bullshit. And Pam Bondi is an easy out for them. She's been wildly unpopular with MAGA since she took the position. Everyone's sick and tired of her going on Fox every 5 fucking minutes. And the reality is she's so easy for them to throw under the bus. They have much bigger platforms. They have much bigger brand names. And they can just say, oh, hey, it wasn't us, guys. It was Pam Bondi. Throw her under the bus, get her taken out. And then they still won't release it. And it'll be the next person's fault. It's all a red herring. But the reality is, what we need to bring this back to is throw all of that fluff out the window. Throw all of it out the window. It is time for Cash Patel and Dan Bongino to put their money where their mouth is and finally actually sacrifice something for this country.
Diligent. I just checked with Grok. FBI is under DOJ. It always has been. And they report to Pam Bondi. You push at me and you don't allow me to respond back. So I went to Grok, I check again for proof. I do my homework.
Grok, does the FBI work for the DOJ?
Yes, the FBI works under the DOJ as its principal investigative arm, handling federal crimes and national security. It reports to the Attorney General per the DOJ's organizational structure.
Does that make Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, and Dan Bongino's boss?
No, Ambani isn't involved here, but Cash Patel and Dan Bongino report to the Attorney General, currently Pam Bondi, within the DOJ structure. As FBI Director and Deputy Director, Patel and Bongino are subordinate to the AG, who oversees the DOJ, including the FBI.
Stand corrected. Sorry about
yeah,
that.
the
So
problem is this is actually a little bit more nuanced than you guys are making it. So, of course, the FBI is theoretically subservient to DOJ, but functionally it has some degree of autonomy. On top of that, you can't actually have the Attorney General fire your FBI director. So how much of a direct report can someone be when you can tell them what to do, but you don't have the ability to remove them? So the
there's no
consequences still
accountability
remain,
there.
right?
Right.
Because they're
Kyle,
appointed-
Kyle, at the end of the
Kyle, would
day,
it
there's
not be because they're taking cases to Pam Bondi to see if they're going to be viable to go forward as a
Well,
case?
first of all, they're not taking cases to Pam Bondi at all. That's just not how it works.
Does the buck stop with Pam Bondi,
agents
Kyle?
take cases to United States attorneys, to assistant United States attorneys. These guys don't do cases, so that's kind of silly to say. Do they have some sort of their role is oversight? The role is executive management. It's not in the weeds. If they were to go do, let's say, something really wild, like, I don't know, execute a search warrant on a former president's house, yeah, they'd definitely get briefed on it. They'd have a thumbs up, thumbs down. No question about it. So operational actions would go through them. But the idea that they're actually opening, closing, running cases in any way, shape, or form, it's absurd. They don't do that. That's not what their job is. If you listen to Dan talk about it, they just get briefed on all the stuff that there are the threats, and they kind of go like, okay, yeah, got it. I understand. What do you need from me? What we need is funding. We need personnel. We need you to go in front of Congress and ask for whatever it is. This is, they're not directly doing any of this stuff. If you understand that, and the management structure is kind of convoluted on purpose. Like, you keep hearing that there's an autonomous or an independent FBI. Democrats have talked about it a bunch. Republicans have talked about it a bunch. It's not real because they're all assigned by the president. But at the end of the day, the FBI director serves at the pleasure of the president, is confirmed by the Senate, right? That's an advice and consent role. That's the way it's been set up. So yes, are they in a subordinate role? If you were to look at the org chart, it's kind of like they're lateral and below, if you're going to be real honest about it. Because the AG can say the FBI is going to go do this, and whether they do it, they can set policies. But as far as like investigative priorities, I've never heard that to be the case. And it's functionally kind of a funky layout, and that may be part of the problem. Maybe FBI ought to be something different, or maybe there ought to be no FBI, which I've floated as a thing, because what it's doing right now in the intelligence sphere also means you've got a bunch of people inside the FBI that don't answer necessarily to the Attorney General. They actually answer to ODNI. They go over to Tulsi Gabbard's camp because they operate out of the intel space. And if 60% of your work is intelligence-based and not bringing criminal anything, it doesn't really have a justice nexus. It doesn't really go towards prosecution or not prosecution. It doesn't really weigh in because most of the intel cases are never going to be prosecutable. So the FBI lives in this real weird space. And so saying that one person works for the other person, yeah, technically true, probably, functionally not real. And so anyway, they're all carrying blame on this because they all signed the damn memo. That's what it comes down to. They all signed the damn memo. The memo has both seals on top. It says DOJ, it says FBI, and nobody put their name on it on purpose. Why? Because nobody wants their name on that memo for the rest of eternity, because they knew that it was radioactive, that it was absolutely nuclear, which is why they put it out through an Axios leak, or why it was leaked in general, and why they kind of soft pedaled it and didn't do a press conference. I mean, they press conferenced Hillary Clinton being let off the hook. That was way lower profile than this on every level, because there was no emotional reactivity to it, because no children were harmed in the process of Hillary Clinton wiping a server and shading her emails, right? That it didn't have the same emotional reaction that you would have seen. And that's why they didn't want their name on it. That's why they didn't go do a press conference. That's why they didn't stand together with Bondi up there and the DAG up there and the deputy director and the director, and all just said, hey, we're here to answer your questions. This is the most transparent thing. This is going to be Epstein files, what is it? 2 of 2, because we had one of 2, and that was a bunch of binders that were useless. We're going to redeem ourselves and actually take some questions here. We brought some case agents along that are subject matter experts that we can ask in the back end. They didn't do that because they're not going to do that, because they hoped that this was going to go out the way that Alex Jones told me. He said they hoped they would release this like a fart in church. You hope nobody hears it and nobody can tell where it came from. It turns out, though, it squeaked.
And unfortunately,
Kyle,
unfortunately, you have MAGA citizen journalists who are not subservient to anybody, willing to continue to report on the Epstein case, despite that it's the current administration is the one that's covering it up now. Unfortunately for them. So I just want to shout out everybody who's in here: Kyle Seraphin, Anthony, Gaze, even everybody who's been here who is willing to participate and talk about what's going on right now as far as the Trump administration's role in covering up the Epstein files. Because all week I was waiting for some of my like really close, or kind of close, I guess, friends that are in like conservative media to like start, demanding answers. And they would like post about Epstein files, but they wouldn't say, yo, the Trump administration, you guys need to put this, like, they wouldn't hold the Trump administration to account. They would dance around it, but they wouldn't hold it to account. When I woke up this morning and I saw that they were like finally putting pressure on the Trump administration, I was so grateful, right? Because you don't know if the media tactics are going to work, and we might be sitting here clamoring on about this by ourselves, as everybody else is talking about other crap. So it didn't work. My point is that the media campaign to sweep this under the rug failed, and it failed miserably. And I think that's why you're seeing the current, political theater play out, which is, okay, sweeping it under the rug didn't work. Now we're going to give you a distraction. Go ahead, Anthony, and then we'll go to Tanya if she's ready.
I just wanted to ask Kyle, from his experience, does the buck at the end of the day stop with Pam Bondi? And I want to know how the audience feels about getting rid of Pam Bondi and possibly promoting Dan Bongino to her position. How do you guys feel about that?
Wait, what buck? And you want Dan Bongino as the Attorney General?
Yes, sir. I want to hear from your perspective. How do you feel about that?
I think that's a terrible idea. I think Diligent's idea is a much better idea. You find somebody from a small town that has some reputability. How about a retired AUSA, someone who was a line prosecutor and did a bunch of work and knows what the mission of DOJ really is and understands that mindset, someone who's acted in a nonpartisan way. That'd be great. It doesn't have to be. That was the weirdest thing I saw during the Trump administration or during the campaign, where people are like, when Trump wins, I want to see this person in the cabinet doing this thing. It's like, why? Because you know their name and you've seen them on Fox? That seems like a stupid reason to have anybody anywhere. I think it's a terrible reason because you have name recognition. Most of these positions, if they're doing a great job, you don't know who they are. Look at our energy secretary. How many of you can name the energy secretary off the top of your head? And yet he's really professional, totally well respected in his field, and is probably the smartest guy in the room every single time he goes in to brief anything that somebody wants to ask him about. Chris Wright is a professional. He runs oil companies. He knows what the way that the United States deals with petroleum, which is our energy market. So like, that's who I want. I want like the smartest person for the job, not the guy who you listen to on the radio the most. So all of that stuff is kind of where I sit on that. As far as where the buck stops with the people that didn't sign the memo, but run the agencies. So your top 4 people, that's the DAG, it's the AG, it's the DD, and the director of the FBI. That's where the buck stops if we want to go to the top level. If there was someone below that they want to say, hey, we got bad advice from this person, fill in the blank person at the assistant director of the criminal division lied to us and gave us bad info, then maybe you can go there. They could scapegoat somebody and they could make the buck stop below them. But if you know anything about good leadership, you know that the top person says, my name's on it. I'm at the front of it. My picture's in the lobby when you walk in the building. So you should own that. That's what leaders do, unless they're just trying to weasel out of it.
Thank you, Kyle.
I agree with Kyle, Anthony. Sorry, I think all 3 of them should resign. All 3 of them lied to us. Period.
Just be aware, Diligent, if they do that, though, we're going to be set back a long ways, because now you've got another reason. I heard somebody say that's not, show the deep state what we mean. The deep state, the people that are the administrative professionals that work in these organizations, time is their friend. The longer they can squander, the longer that they're going to be able to continue doing the things they want. And the things they want is an ineffective, transition, an ineffective reform. They want the status quo that they're currently working under.
I don't trust any of those people to be in the positions that they're in. So
this has been the entire argument. It's the argument I made to Patel early on. It's like, you've got to either exile or execute the people that are there, obviously figuratively, not literally, but they should be exiled from those positions. You cannot have them. And the number one thing that all the retired FBI guys that I talked to when we were putting together our heads and saying, how do we fix this problem? And how do we make a recommendation? And what should the slideshow said? It says, you don't have to fire them. You have to make them inconsequential. Take all of your assistant directors, take all of your section chiefs, the people that are really making the real decisions of how do we run terrorism operations domestically and foreign? How do we handle this problem that is the FBI? Ship them all to Puerto Rico. Put them in a new RA, a resident agency that you create out of the San Juan field office. Put them all in the middle of the damn island and make sure that they don't bother anybody. Or send them all to Guam and let them all live there and up the standard of living for everybody because they're all getting paid $175,000, $195,000 a year. Let them take that money, earn no bonuses, and they will not even take that job. They'll all retire. So you won't even have to fight. You won't even have a lawsuit issue. What you'll do is you'll say, you serve at the direction of the FBI. You have a mobility agreement that you signed when you came in. You are now needed in Guam indefinitely, and you're never coming back to the mainland for the rest of your career. And they'll go, you know what? I'm going to pop smoke. I'm going to take my final move, which we pay for, by the way. And I'd like to move to Jacksonville, Florida, or I'd like to move to Tallahassee, or I'm going to move to whatever it is, you know, like they move to Charlotte a lot because the cost of living is good. And you're going to see them all bail out. So you can make them all retire with good personnel moves. Cash knew this when he went in because we shared it with him. They just didn't do it. So if you don't capture that entity by coming in hard and getting rid of all the people that are going to work against you, you're going to get shit like this all the time. It won't just be Epstein files. It'll be all the other stuff too that you're hoping you're going to get. Anything that you wanted, like de-weaponization, the only way it works is you get someone coming in, and I don't know Harmeet Dillon, but I watched her walk in and watched 100 to 150 people say they resigned within about a week of her being there because she said, we're going to actually defend civil liberties. If you come in and say, we're going to do the thing we said, and by the way, here's my policy to do it, and people don't want to get with it, then you get all your senior career people that have been lurking around and think they're going to outlast to the next administration. They go, screw it. I'm going to pop smoke. I'm going to retire, and I'm going to go, suck on the government teat as a contractor somewhere, and then they'll go away. And then they can't make these decisions and screw with what's going on. So either way, this is a win for people that want the status quo, if nothing else, because it sets the timeline back. And if we understand it that way, there's no real win here. There's no real win, even with resignations. I just think some of them will happen, and it looks like, based on what Julie Kelly has said.
It doesn't matter. We have to do the best that we can.
Yeah, we're all gonna. Let me go
to some Kyle hands. Kyle, go ahead, Gase.
So, Kyle, you said that the AG and the DAG would be briefed on something, and they could give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Is it possible that Pam said, we're going to release this memo, we're going to close the case, and Patel and Bongino either gave it a thumbs down or refused, and she went over them and slapped the FBI logo on and released the memo without their consent? Without their approval?
I don't think so.
That's not. That's exactly what.
I don't think
that's
that
exactly
can
what. Well, just hold on, just real quick. I mean, that's explicitly Todd Blanche is addressing this. He's saying, he said, "quote I work closely with FBI. He works for the AG. Okay, by the way, he's deputy AG. I worked with Cash Patel and Dan Bongino on the joint FBI DOJ memo regarding the Epstein files. All of us signed off on the contents of the memo and the conclusion stated in the memo. The suggestion by anyone that there was any daylight between the FBI and DOJ leadership on this memo's composition and release is patently false." He just answered your question. No,
not only that,
but he works for Bondi.
It doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't matter.
If somebody asked you to sign a memo that you're like, I vehemently disagree with this. This is absolutely against everything that I value, and you're going to destroy my reputation and credibility if you make me sign on to this. So I'm going to give you two options. You can either not sign me onto it, or I'm going to resign in lieu of it, because that's the way it works. If you don't have the courage to do that on something like this, then then you shouldn't be in that job in the first place, in which case you're already a problem. If you're willing to just sort of like roll over because someone said this is the deal and you work for me, and you take that as this is an at-will employment. Dan Bongino's worth $150 million. He can walk away from this at any time. And by the way, there is a massive loyal group of people that would fall all over themselves and be thrilled to find out that there was a problem and he stood on principle. So that didn't happen. We can just look at it logically, in the same way they kept telling us, like, logically, would we get briefed on a case and then not tell you about kids getting raped or whatever? They asked the same question. I'll use it the same way that they answered it. If that was the case, he would have walked out the door and said no. Or you have a moment of bad judgment and you decide to sign on for it, which is a possibility. People make bad decisions and you regret it later. He may still come out and say that. I signed on, but I regret it. And by the way, that's why I resigned. That's a real possibility too. But the idea that like they slapped the logo on, it doesn't really happen in these things. The memos that work, they're usually called an MOU, or like a memo of understanding. They get passed back and forth. There's draft after draft. They don't put everything on it. It says draft until everybody signs off and agrees. They sign on it digitally. You have to put your card in, your government ID into the system to be able to sign off on the approval that says it's coming from your side. If Pam Bondi were to do that, or if the DAG were to do that, just to release a memo willy-nilly and throw the FBI's logo on it, you would have heard an official statement from the FBI saying, like, you got this memo and it's not legit. It's not real. We didn't sign on to it. That's something that looks like it came out of DOJ. They didn't do that. And would they, the director wouldn't lose his job over that. The president would be like, what the hell? Like, if there was a fight inside of it, they may have had a fight, but at the end of the day, they put out this memo jointly. And so, again, there's a possibility we hear otherwise, that he disagreed and he had a moment of weakness, but nobody resigned.
Would that be good enough for you, Diligent? If, let's say, Bongino does resign and he does exactly what Kyle says, and he says, I was pressured, or I did it against my better judgment and I regret it and I'm here to set the record straight, would that be good enough for you? At least in terms of Bongino?
What would be good enough for me is if all three of them resign, they come forward with the list of names that they were promised, and ensuing prosecutions happen for all of the people that are implicated.
Kyle, from your background, you get the small fish to get the bigger fish, the bigger fish, the bigger fish. Is this possible with the Epstein situation, that there are things above that they want to take down, because Epstein's gone now? That's kind of a broken up channel. Do you think possibly they're posturing like this right now because there's a bigger play going on? Because we've seen that. Get the small fish and keep moving up the food chain.
So
do you
try
think that's
to answer your own question
Kyle?
for me, if you would? How would that look? Who are the bigger fish? What would the operation look like to do that? And why is Prince Andrew now leaving the UK and feel like he's free to travel?
Exactly.
Well,
I'm just saying, like, if that's part of the plan, because he's moving now, what's the play? The play is this is playing possum. We're gonna close the case.
He's moving from an extraditable country, by the way.
Yeah, we have a solid agreement with the UK to go grab people. We do joint ops with the UK in law enforcement and in intelligence on a regular basis. So yeah, what's the question? Like, you have to flesh that out, because this is not my idea, and I'm not going to try to understand what you think is happening. I want to know what you think it would look like, because it doesn't look even remotely possible based on the fact that people are taking actions that are not cautious and seem to indicate what happened. I'm good with it. I'm now in the clear. I was previously not, but now I am. I'm going to go roll out and do whatever I want. I'm going to go check out New Zealand again.
Well, he was a buyer of services, so he was not part of the business structure of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, which we know is tied up with Mossad and alphabets across the board. Now we have transnational globalists who are mostly pedophiles, and they're at a much higher level. Prince Andrew was not like a big deal.
He's a big name, and you said we're going to roll up.
I don't think so.
So hold on, Southern. Your claim was we're going to roll up the small fish so that we can get them to roll on the bigger fish. And you said he's a buyer. He's not a provider of services, and he's not he's not a part of the logistical chain. So I'll go with all that. Like, I don't know that, but let's just say that's true. Don't you go lean on him as a buyer to find out who he was buying from and who was behind it, and who's blackmailed him, and who's come and asked for favors, and what nations they're involved in, and what intelligence services, whatever. So wouldn't you have to go lean on him? Wouldn't that be the move?
I would agree to a point, but I know the Queen would have put some parameters around that because of the level that she's at.
You mean like when she stripped him of his crown and all of his benefits because he's a pedophile?
Yeah, and he didn't go to prison or court.
But he's not a big deal. But he's not a big deal.
You consider a royalty person to be a big deal. They're mostly figureheads.
I consider large scale pedophiles being allowed to operate freely a big deal. I consider that a big deal. Okay, so then Jeffrey, I think we disagree then, because you just said it wasn't a big deal.
I'm saying I'm not looking at Andrew. The only thing he would have is information. It's the people above Jeffrey Epstein with Mossad and all the alphabets, transnational.
I love how people always go to the Mossad thing and all this, and the transnational and the global network. Let me ask you this, Southern. Are we going to be able to deal with the global network if the one that's still within our government is allowed to persist?
Yes, because we don't know who the people are in our government, in the bureaucracy.
Okay,
that are
so if
part
we
of
go out
this.
there, and so if there's still people that are part of the network in our government, and we go out there and we take down an external network, is the problem still present?
Well, according to everything I've been able to read, and Kyle could probably
Can
shed
you
more
just
light on this,
is the problem still present or
our
not?
government is
Is
the
the problem
largest trafficking
okay?
organization in the world.
So then we can agree that the problem, even if you go to taking down a foreign network, that the problem will still persist in the United States. I guess you're agreeing. You didn't
Yes,
disagree.
because it's the
Okay,
same
cool.
thing as
So then
drugs, armed weapons, and children, young women.
the foreign element of this is really a moot point until you deal with the actual problem, which is that there's an element within the US government that is so corrupt that it facilitates brokers and covers up for pedophiles, massive sexual pedophile rings. Okay. And I am not going to waste time focusing on anything else until we address that problem. Okay.
Just get real like transactional about it, because diligent. Look, the fact of the matter is the FBI does transactional business and it does long-term business, does long-term investigations. You might have a long-term RICO investigation, or what they call a TALK investigation, transnational organized criminal, and you're looking into what is the organization that's involved in this, but you're still going to go and arrest the people that were involved on the tapes. I don't know. I heard the AG of the United States say that there were 250 plus victims. So somebody was victimizing them.
Well, they said thousands, they've said hundreds,
We've had all kinds of numbers all over the place, but let's just go with the thing she said on Fox. She said there were 200. I mean, there were over 250. I'll take her at her word that there were 250 potential victims. So somebody victimized them, and the transactional business of the FBI is not like, well, we don't care about those people. They care about those people. They lock them up every day. There's a squad out in Washington, D.C. right now that twice a week is executing search warrants and arrest warrants on people that are either trafficking kids or doing things like child pornography across digital means. They have an entire network that's based out of Lithicum, Maryland, that does nothing but look into these things and get the end users. So getting end users is part of the game. Of course, you want to get the fish if that's possible, but you don't not lock up the MS-13 guy that killed like a teenager with a machete simply because you're trying to figure out what the leadership looks like in El Salvador. That's just not how it works. You go get all of them. You lock him up, and maybe he gets a better deal. We were going to put you up for murder because it was a capital offense, and instead we're going to give you life without parole if you roll. They may or may not do. So you could do all these things at once. And we're talking about an organization that has 14,000 investigators, even if only maybe 3,000 or 4,000 are actually doing investigations. You do have the ability to do more than one thing at a time. And every single agent is not just carrying one case and walking around with it like a TV movie where it's going to get wrapped up in 2 hours and that's the story. It's like, you've got all kinds of different cases. I had one that was about fraud where someone was trying to defraud a company out of rebar. I also had people who died on Indian reservations. You can get all kinds of wild stuff at the same time, depending on where you are. So why did those leads not go out to the FBI writ large, where you said, okay, we've got a bunch of these abusers. They're in fill in the blank states. We have 56 field offices. There probably should have been 56 field offices worth of leads, or maybe it was only 31 offices that are covered. But major cities, the international, the league ads should have been involved in it. Why did they not get, hey, open investigations into this thing? Because that would have been a really easy release, right? What they said is no co-conspirators are pending indictment. They're not going to do anything else. No future charges are expected. The difference in if that language had said, we've closed the case on Epstein and whatever he directly was involved in because he's deceased, we have opened up 50 different investigations into co-conspirators, and we will be pursuing them with everything we can, and we'll brief you as soon as we get an opportunity to. Look forward to indictments in the future. They said the opposite. Mike Howell, who works for the Oversight Project, said it the other day. They're a spinoff from Heritage Foundation. Mike Howell said, if that little paragraph in there that said there are no pending indictments, he killed himself, there's no blackmail evidence, whatever else, if that is the case, it looks like something that would be exculpatory and leaned on by attorneys. He's like, assume Bill Gates was involved in this. Bill Gates's attorneys would love to have that language listed in that memo because they're going to point it back when anybody charges these guys, if they ever wanted to. And they're going to say, by the way, your own government said that this is nonsense. So when were you lying? When you lied to the public or when you're trying to go out here and charge my client? They got not a pardon, but they have now exculpatory evidence from our own government saying that an exhaustive search of the records and a logical investigation yielded nothing. So that tells me they're not going after the bigger fish in the pond. It tells me they got shut down, which is why there should be outrage. And what that means at the end is that, like I said, the status quo wins. The status quo is we don't get the Epstein file.
No, I refuse to allow that to be the case. I don't care if I have to go.
You can play.
I don't care what I have to do.
Yeah,
I don't care what I have to do.
The end of the day, unless you break in there and start getting into Sentinel with somebody else's access.
I'm not doing that.
I agree. You're not going to do that. My point is that your ability.
Anybody break the law. I am not suggesting anybody break the law. I just want to clarify.
Yes, it leads you to a very, very narrow window where basically all you have is a pressure campaign, though, and you can keep it up as long as you want. And I'm 100%.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, then I will just rally all of the people to go to the America Party, and then they will have a broken, lame duck presidency. So they can either deliver, or we will all go to the America Party. Period.
Yeah, pressure campaign. Okay. Like I said, and I think that's the right. Pressure is all you have. So pressure is what you use. You don't stop talking about it. But looking
that's,
for
of course, unless
is not
Donald
great.
Trump talks. That's, of course, unless Donald Trump negotiates a deal with Elon Musk this weekend when they meet at Mar-a-Lago or at Bedminster and gets him to shut down the America Party.
Will he
would close that option?
Will he indicate a truce by parking Cyber Beast in front of the White House? And what color will it be?
Also, Diligent,
Red.
the reason
The
I
answer
don't
is
care
red.
about Andrew is he's not under our laws here in the United States of America, and I doubt he'll ever come back. So
okay, well, I don't want to contribute to a pedophile moving freely around the world.
Yes, and if he was involved in doing something in the United States Virgin Islands, he would be subject. I guarantee you they could get him back. If there's plenty of ways you can pressure somebody who has disgraced the royal family and Great Britain and broken laws in the United States that we care about. If you broke those and you did so on U.S. territory, there's 100% chance you could go and push on that. The Brits need us to be on their team way more than we need them to be on our team. That's like this, especially because they've already like defrocked him and made him look like he's, he's the pariah that he is. The fact that he's walking around tells you that he's feeling pretty comfortable about that. And maybe it's the language, as I just said, which looks very exculpatory and would be the kind of thing that an attorney would want to get worked into there. It'd be really nice if we had some transparency on who were the parties that sat down and hammered out this memo.
Who gave it to Axios? How did it get to Axios?
Bondi. That leak was intentional.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when? Well, then they need to tell us that. That's not transparent. Okay, let me just ask everybody on the panel this: does this feel like the most transparent administration in history right now? Give me a 100. If you are in the space, I'm just going to ask. We have 2,000 people in here. Okay, give me a 100 if you feel like this is the most transparent administration in history. I'm going to keep saying it over and over. That way I can scroll all the way down to the bottom. Lots of thumbs down. Give me a 100. If this is what you voted for, if this is the most transparent administration in history, give me a 100 right now. Oh, wow. I have not seen one 100. Come on, you guys. Come on. Anybody. Wow. Okay. Wow. That's amazing. Okay, cool. You didn't vote for this? Neither did I. I'm not going to keep covering for him. This is BS. Trump needs to come out and do an interview with a real reporter, not one of these chills, not somebody that's going to play favorites, so he can get asked the hard questions. Okay. He needs to answer them. He owes Trump, nobody else. President Trump owes the American people an explanation for what the hell is going on here. And the people who are complicit in lying to the American people, Bondi, Patel, Bongino, they all need to be held accountable. Everybody that signed on to a memo for a video stating that suicide was the conclusive answer for Jeffrey Epstein, and then it turned out to be inconclusive, needs to pay for it with their jobs. That's period. We do not live in a society, right, where we abandoned merit-based principles. That's what we had before. We had a society, and under Biden and even before, the status quo is that you can mess up as many times as you want, you can be as corrupt as you want, and nothing ever happens to you. Okay, voting Trump in was supposed to be a change to that. I refuse to accept the status quo. There has to be accountability for all of it. Period. Go ahead, Mick.
Thanks, Diligent. I think what's really disappointing, and I think it's with a lot of people, particularly with Americans, I think they're seeming to forget at the end of the day, and I'm not saying that Trump should resign by any means. Of course not. I'm not saying that. But at the end of the day, the buck lies with the president. That is the top brass in all this. The president is the top brass, right? And the reality is that I keep getting told nothing like this goes through unless, President Trump has seen it. He's put his eyes on it. So what is actually going on within your system of government right now is quite astonishing. It begs the question of how big this thing is and where does it stop. But the reality is this needs to all come out. And now you're seeing the flipping of, you guys have been talking about it all morning on my end, right? You're seeing the flipping of, Bongino's threatening to resign. Patel is threatening to resign if Bongino resigns. I agree with you, Diligent, that in principle, I think the only acceptable answer is all three resign. And I'll explain into my reasons of why. Bongino and Patel, prior to entering the administration, all said, similar along the same lines of they knew that there is a list. They knew Epstein didn't kill himself. But now all of a sudden, they've all come out on different podcasts or different interviews where they've acknowledged the fact that he did indeed kill himself. That is the official report that has come out from the FBI. It seems either now all of a sudden they're trying to walk this back and, everyone wants to throw Bondi under the bus or say that she's responsible for it all. She is the AG. So the brass in that, they report to her. So the top brass there is her. The reality is, have they abandoned their principles on what they entered office for? Because from what I understand, you serve at the pleasure of the president. So whilst that doesn't mean that you will always agree with the president, you don't go and openly lie against your president. So if they have a concern, which Kyle has, potentially said maybe one of them messed up, they signed the memo by mistake, or they're regretting that decision now, that's not following your principles. And that's a problem, especially when you're in such a position of power, when you're trying to bring transparency to an administration, to a department of intel, which has had so many controversies, particularly over the last, 4 years prior under the Biden administration, and you're trying to restore integrity. I don't think this is actually helping anyone right now. I don't think this is helping the FBI. I don't think it's helping any of the three-letter intelligence agencies across the board. So is the reality to restore credibility, to bring outside people in that are not going to follow the status quo, or where does it lie? Because I agree. I think it was Kyle that said, if all three resign, you set yourself back 3 to 6 months at a minimum. So
that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for integrity.
No, I agree. Integrity is an absolute, right? Trump.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. I'm just telling you, it just means
I understand that.
For the other side.
But if you don't take care of the problem, then it persists beyond 6 months. So
correct. Well, President Trump only has another 3.5 years left, right? He can't run for a third term unless they change the constitution, right? So he can't run. So his presidency right now is, I would have to say, is going to be defined. Maybe people won't agree with this. Is going to be defined by this moment. How they handle this situation right now will be almost either a stain on his legacy or one of the greatest outcomes on his legacy. That's the way I see it, because if you can bring down this ring, this global system of pedophiles, if you can bring this down, he would be remembered as the president of the world that cleaned up one of the most disgusting rings that has ever walked this planet. And I think everybody should be wanting that. Everybody. It doesn't matter how high the brass goes in this. That's what everybody should be wanting. So I pray that he can get through this and get this done. But there's a lot of skepticism there. There's a lot of pushback from a lot of people. Everyone's seeing it within this room. But that's what the people should be wanting. That's what you all voted for at the end of the day. Thanks, Diligent.
Thank you, Mick. Go ahead, Tammy. Can anybody hear Tammy? Tammy, I don't know if you're outside or if you have bad signal. We can't hear you. I'm gonna drop you down. Wait till you get a better connection, and then I'll bring you back up. I'll bring you back up. Let's go to Miley. Go ahead, Miley, and then we'll go to Gobbin.
Hey, there's a statement from the White House. Did you read it?
No, I haven't seen a statement. Where is it? Is it on their page?
It's from Fox News. It's from the White House. They said President Trump is proud of Attorney General Bondi's efforts to execute his Make America Safe Again agenda and bring justice to victims of
Oh yeah,
crime.
they're not going to quit their jobs. Yeah, I already.
Any division in the
that.
cabinet is baseless and unfounded in reality.
Yeah. Yeah, but their internal sources are reporting otherwise, and we're all just, eating it up because we can't think for ourselves. We need the media to think for us. Go ahead, Goblin, and then Miss Lou.
Yeah, Goblin. So first of all, I just want to say cool that Kyle Seraphin's here. So much respect to you, sir. I watch a lot of InfoWars, so I see you on there all the time. Two things, and I'll make it quick because I've been impatient as hell.
No simping on my
No. Got it. Two things. So I put two clips in the chat. One was from the Benny show. He was talking about how the video itself didn't actually portray any of the angles you would need to see Jeffrey Epstein's cell. I'm sure some people have been talking about it, but I don't think a lot of people have talked about it. And I think the PD that put it out needs to be held accountable for that because there's no evidence there. They claim there's evidence. There's no evidence there. You can't see anything throughout the entire 11 hours or 11.
Yeah, the video is complete trash. It's trash.
Then the other part of that was I also posted a second video that Owen Schroyer did today with an interview with Juliet Bryant, who was a Epstein survivor today, which was a very interesting interview because she mentioned the fact that she was saying that Jeffrey Epstein is a skin changer, which is really strange because either one, she was legit, or she was on drugs. So
yeah, I'm not gonna.
But yeah, that's all I got.
Don't waste our time with that shit. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Miss Lou.
Dylan, you brought up Ghislaine as a possibility for continued investigation, possibly for her amnesty.
Right.
There are two people alive today that were Epstein's besties, Ghislaine and Lex Wessner. They're both alive. Okay. Now, in the mid 90s, in 1991, it was very unusual. It was noted. Wexner, I didn't know this. Wexner granted Epstein entire power of attorney, giving him extensive control over Wexner's financial and personal affairs, okay, including the ability to borrow money, sign tax returns, hire staff, manage real estate, okay. In 1992, he bought Victoria's Secret, okay. Okay, here you go. And this is what needs to be found to, let's see, where's the Victoria's Secret? Anyway, Epstein started in the mid-90s posing as a recruiter for Victoria's Secret models in the mid-90s, using this pretense to lure and assault young women. You remember I thought it was really odd that he hooked up with a guy who had the world's #1 brand for young women's fashions. Senior L Brands executives reported this to Wexner as early as 1993, and a female executive confronted him about it. Wexner's response is unclear, but Epstein continued his behavior. For example, in 1997, model Alicia Arden filed a police report alleging Epstein assaulted her in a Santa Monica hotel room after posing as a Victoria's Secret recruiter. There is such a link between that brand. Victoria's Secret still exists. The Limited does not. It is sold online.
Yep.
But there is such a potential resource there, and Wexner's still alive, to go for further investigation. Now,
well, they would be if they didn't shut the investigations down.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yes, of course.
Okay.
But we also don't know. There may be information because we're not being allowed to be told what it is that linked some of this and could get back to both Wexner and because I agree with
you would need an investigation to be occurring for that to happen.
Of course. And you brought it up possibly to get her to admit admissions, but we didn't bring up possibly that the same offer, because he's never been arrested, could be offered to Lex some kind of protections. But I think there's a whole bunch of answers that could happen from them. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
And we should give up on that notion either, because it just shows you there's so much more information to be gotten in addition to what they're withholding. And by the way,
but they said they closed the investigation.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I know.
Unless you think you could talk somebody in the New York field office.
I feel like I'm not being heard. We want to keep exploring all of these avenues, but you would require the government to be continuing the investigation. However, they shut it down, which is why Prince Andrew feels like he's safe to travel abroad and continue what he was doing before he was implicated.
Correct, but Diligent, if we keep sharing this information and getting it out there, that it just puts pressure.
Yeah, I'm not shutting it down, but
why-
I'm just trying to keep it focused to the topic.
Of course. And one thing I also want to tell you this morning, apparently somebody's listening to your Spotify, because Owen Schroyer got on this morning on InfoWars and for half an hour ragged in your tones exactly what was going on, how we cannot give this up. He absolutely
tell him that he's going to. I need him to credit me next time. He's going to steal my rants.
He should credit you because it was practically word for word.
Thank you. Let's go to the Patriots Prayer Network. Go ahead.
I've been listening diligently here for a while, guys, and the only question that I have is, and anyone can theorize, anyone can answer, is why? Why do you guys think they actually shut this down? What's behind them shutting this down? What was so big that they're guarding, or why? It's it.
I
Just
don't.
why?
Does anybody else? Let me just ask you this. I don't know why. You can only speculate as to why, right? You're not going to know why unless you figure out who, right? And I would argue that the who is more important. Who shut it down? You have to know who before you can understand why, right? And so if you don't have the answer to the first question, you will never get an answer to the second question. So I would argue that it's a moot point until you figure out who was able to shut down the president of the United States and make the administration do an about face on the largest sexual child trafficking network, or largest visible one anyways, in US history. Who has that kind of power? And I think that once you answer that question, then why will become much more apparent. Go ahead, Tammy.
Trump had to know that his whole presidency, his legacy, everything he worked for was going to be graded on this one particular thing. No matter what else he does, no matter what else he accomplishes in his whole presidency, everyone is going to say, yeah, but he caved on Epstein, no matter what he does. And I just don't think that's something that I thought that he would be okay with.
Not only grading his presidency, he will lose his base. He'll lose his base.
I respect the man, but I will no longer consider myself MAGA.
The only ones that will continue to support President Trump, if this is the status quo, and this is if Epstein is not delivered after this debacle, I predict, I'm just making a prediction, I might be wrong. Okay, I predict that the only ones that will support President Trump are the paid establishment shills, the media shills, both legacy and new, and the diehard MAGA cultist type supporters who will support Donald Trump no matter what. And that that may sound like a lot, but it's not. They will be a slim minority of the base. I guarantee it. That's just my prediction. You can respond to them. Go ahead, Doc.
He's going to lose a lot of people in the support for the 2026 midterms. And he's going to have to deal
he can't
with
afford that.
Elon.
He can't afford that.
No, he can't.
I think him and Elon. I think he's trying to negotiate. The administration is trying to negotiate a deal with Elon to back off.
Yeah,
right
but
now.
what? So what's going to happen? Elon's going to come in.
If Elon abandons the America Party idea, we are fucked.
Yeah, but Elon's not going to come in and say, "Oh, I made a mistake. I did. Trump really isn't on the Epstein list."
He's just going to stop talking about it, Doc. He doesn't need to come out and contradict himself.
No, but this is what I'm saying. He's not going to come out and contradict himself.
He's already come out publicly and said that he made a mistake. What are you talking about? He already did that.
That's made a mistake to go public. It's not the same thing as made a mistake on the base information. Nobody believes that there isn't an Epstein. Everyone believes and understands there's a list. Even if there wasn't a quote unquote list per se, you can make a list. All you got to look at is the people in those videos that are raping those children. And it's not as they framed it. The way that Bondi framed it at the in the cabinet meeting was that we're not going to release tens of thousands of videos of Epstein raping children. No, that's not what was on there. It's tens of thousands of videos of others raping children, including Epstein.
They already told us
and
that
that's
we had
what we want.
names. They already said they had names. We don't need to speculate.
They have the names.
They have
though.
the names. Yep.
They have the names because they've had the videos for years, and they've had them for months. You know, since February when Bondi says, "Yeah, we got the information from New York." They've been able to make a list where one didn't exist before. They're whitewashing the
What do you
whole
think
thing.
about the? I want to get your thoughts on the Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, Bongino, like the.
Yeah, is it true that Cash is now joined in the threat to leave if Bondi stays? I saw one report.
Yeah, it's political theater. You agree?
Okay, so here are the possibilities as I've deduced them. One is the one that we were discussing here a few hours ago in the room, is that Bongino is still down with the three of them, and he's going to leave to be the squeaky wheel that people could trust, going after these guys in some subtle but not comprehensive way. Right, that's one. Two is that they really are and were forced by Bondi to come out and lie to the public last month to say that there was no list and that Epstein killed himself, that they were acting under orders of the AG. And I think that's more likely than the first scenario, because now that Cash has joined Bongino's apparent threat to leave if Bondi stays, that points the finger back at Bondi, who both these guys work for. But the larger question here, and the resolution is only going to come from what we know or what we see, what Trump does about this. Will Trump demand or accept Bondi's resignation, or will he accept either Bongino's or Cash's? And so we'll know them by their actions. And not that I'm saying
if scenario 2 is correct that you're saying, Doc, then we already know what their actions are, which is that they were told to do something that was wrong, and they didn't agree with it, and they feel bad about it, and they did it anyway.
They came on TV.
That's what cowards do.
Listen. You came on national television, and he told people that he committed suicide without us. In utter.
I'm not here.
You came on national television, and you told people with certainty that Epstein killed himself, and then later produced a tape that was edited with some Adobe video editor in a very clunky fashion, had a minute missing, and then the AG herself comes out and admits it is inconclusive. So they came out, they lied to the American people just on that fact alone, disregarding all of the other BS in the memo. On that fact alone, they should all three resign because they all lied to us, right? That's a fact. I don't need to argue. I don't need to speculate. That is a fact. So on that basis alone, I think they should all resign. But when you add in the collective effort to lie to the American people, to end the biggest investigation in U.S. history, and then act and try to sweep it under the rug, it shows an utter contempt or a disregard for the moral compass that you were holding on to and swore to when you took your oath on the Bible in the White House or in the Capitol, right? So they are acting against their oath. They all deserve to abandon their jobs. If not, I'll stop there.
You didn't ask me whether or not those guys should resign or they're culpable. I would agree with everything you just said. What you asked me is what do I think is going on? So what I think is the most likely is that they were told to lie. Yeah, they came out.
I was asking if the gladiator match of Bongino and Patel versus Bondi is a distraction, as I'm alluding to. Would you agree?
Well, no, I don't think it's a distraction. I think that these are questions that have to be answered, and I don't think it's distracting me from the main point. The main point is who is responsible for raping and trafficking all the children, and why don't we have some prosecutions? That's the main point. This doesn't distract me from that. We're asking questions about who's culpable and how much they're culpable, and like I said, I agree with that. These guys, should not have come out and lied under the umbrella of being the assistant and FBI director. Yes, of course, that violates all sorts of ethical and even moral concerns, because it concerns the pedophilic acts of the prior administration now being protected by the current administration. And why? So, no, I don't think it's a distraction per se. This is not going to last, past Monday or Tuesday of next week. Someone's going to break.
I disagree.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Again, I'm going to continue to. I will host. I will become diligent detective for the next in perpetuity. For the next 3 years, if I have to, during their campaign season. They'll be like, "Oh my God, why is this guy hosting spaces with thousands of people running down the Trump administration and Republicans for the Epstein files? Nobody cares about this. Are we still talking about this? Oh yeah, we're still going to be talking about this. I'll be on a loop in perpetuity." One of my subscribers messaged me last night. He says, "You know what? I have to say, we're getting a little fatigued with your Epstein coverage. I think maybe you should chill out on that." And I said, "I'm not going to stop." That was my response. There's no fucking way in hell. Like, I don't care.
I get the same stuff, and my response is, "What? Are you a pedophile? Shut the fuck up. This is about kids. This is about hundreds of thousands of kids, and it's about the deep state control."
I will die on this hill. Yeah, I'll die on this hill gladly. Tammy, you have good signal now, honey?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're great.
Okay. I have a question. Are we not sure that Dan and Cash have received like accurate information? I mean, is it possible that the files they received were doctored or insufficient or deleted or anything like that? I mean, I have a hard time believing that Dan Bongino gave up his life making $6 million a year to go serve our country at the request of our president, who we love, to go and be the deep state. I mean, I just have a really hard and Cash Patel is also. I listened to Dan Bongino every day for 3 years, and he was always on point, always calling out the deep state, always doing everything he could to make sure that the record was set straight, the 72-hour rule, all of these things, and I just really have a hard time believing that he gave all of that up to go and become the deep state. And
what did he specifically get up though? What did he give up? Because you got to be kind of specific on that.
He gave up I mean, I know he still got his network, or his
he still has all the money he had before, right? He still owns the companies that are still making money.
Kyle, let me save you some time.
You're struggling with cognitive dissonance.
Tammy,
you're just struggling with a cognitive dissonance issue.
Tammy, how much more? Tammy, hold on. I'm sorry. Tammy, how much more famous do you think Dan Bongino is today than he was before? Do you think that this diminishes or adds to his fame? There's probably a mute glitch.
I'm sure he's probably more famous now because he's the deputy.
Okay, so then he's not really sacrificing anything, is he?
Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know, but I have a hard time. But do you guys?
So we need to. I think if we want to have, I think if we want to have an objective conversation about this, people have to are going to have to try to abandon their personal biases and emotions when it comes to the individuals who are now in your government. Okay, move away from. I want you to just let's act like Cash Patel is somebody that you don't know. Act like Dan Bongino is somebody that you don't know. Act like Pam Bondi is somebody that we don't know. And she is somebody that we don't know, which is why you see everybody flocking to anger her, to get angry at her, because she's the outsider. Okay, so let's just disregard our emotions towards these people and look at it objectively based on the results. Okay, if these were all known name people, you would have them up there telling you that Epstein killed himself conclusively, and then that's a lie, and then coming up and changing their mind. Now, if you didn't like Dan Bongino, if you didn't have these feelings or this history with him, this emotional attachment, you would be angry. Same thing for Cash Patel. Same thing for Dan Bondi. Or Dan Bondi. That's funny. Okay. That's a new name for her. So if you can, you have to, when you're looking at this, like, and you're trying to reconcile this turmoil in your soul, because these people that you know and love seem to be acting out of ordinary. That's because they are, right? That is because they are. They're acting out of principle, and you're not used to that, right? And so it's like getting cheated on or lied to from somebody that you trust. That's exactly what's occurring. So you need to look at people in government, regardless of who they are, like you don't know them. And then try to put yourself in the mindset, wow, if this was Karine Jean-Pierre up there on the podium lying to me about what's going on, I would be mad. Why am I not mad now? You have to put yourself in that mindset, which is objectivity. Okay, I'm still biased towards Trump and the administration. I'll be honest with you. I think my bias is pretty good and well, pretty hit right now, right? So, but my point is that we all have that. So when you're trying to look at these things as they happen, just try to remember that you have an emotional connection with these people based on watching them on TV or on your phone for a long time. You really don't know them personally. Okay, you've never hung out with these people for a long time in an intimate setting, right? You just feel like you do. So you need to look at it from that perspective.
Can I say that I do know 2 people that know him personally? I know 2 people that know Dan Bongino personally, and I've had conversations with them.
But
and
that's
they
not
say
the
that,
same, though.
How is that not the same? I mean,
Objection, hearsay, inadmissible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the same.
I knew Kyle would argue
I'm just
with me.
being
That's why he
objective
blocked
here.
me.
But no, but he blocks everybody. But my point is like, it's still not the same. You know, we do have to. Kyle's got a point. If you want to get to the bottom of this, you have to abandon like second principle thinking. It needs to be first principle, truth, things that you can prove, reason, not emotional, right? Like it needs to be primary evidence-based thinking. You have to have evidence. You can't go on secondhand information when it comes to people. Just like Kyle said, you don't go on hearsay. There's a reason why hearsay is inadmissible in court, because it's not a sound piece of evidence, right? It's subject to bias and misinterpretation. It's subject to emotion. It's subject to a subterfuge, right? There's a lot of reasons of why we don't use hearsay in court. So again,
Tammy did hone in on the problem, though, which I think we said it earlier. So let's just reaffirm that that is correct. They're not getting good information. That's definitely the case. Like that's the case for people I know inside the bureau.
Whose responsibility is it to make sure they're getting good information, Kyle?
That's where it comes down to as well. That's the key point. They're not getting good information because they left the people there that shouldn't be there. Part one. But
did they know those people were there when they got into office?
Yeah, they kept the people there. So if you kept people that were there and you let them stay around you and give you bad information, who's the fool, right? I mean, so this is the issue. That's the big issue there. You're half right on that, Tammy, that they're getting bad info, but the bad info is a result of keeping people. And for whatever it's worth, Cash kept people because he sort of had some connection. You want to talk about second orders? He worked in New York and knew some guys like 10, 20 years ago that worked in New York. And those people have a thing inside the FBI called the New York Mafia, which is not a mafia per se. It's a group of people that used to work in the New York field office, and they look out for one another, which makes sense. Like it's kind of a little fraternity of people inside the bureau. There's other little groups of people that do that too. They kind of congregate and they're a social clique. Well, when you're vouching for people that you used to work for and Cash goes, hey, I know this guy and this guy knew this guy and he said he's okay, but that guy's been in the FBI for 20 years and he's probably a piece of shit and he worked in New York, which is not a great place to work. They're captured by the institution. So the institution is doing what it does. It subverts the leadership if the leadership doesn't establish the thing that needed to be done, which was a strong hand, a capable takeover, and there needed to be 2 parts of it. It needed to be a beachhead where they came in and they like let everyone know what was happening, and then they had to go and gain ground, and they didn't gain that ground. They ended up like, taking on the same people that were there the whole time. So their information is absolutely bad, and they're also absolutely to blame for taking that bad information because they didn't get rid of the sources.
Go ahead.
I shared down in the purple pill, whatever you call it, a post that Raheem Kassam just put out about what's going on, and he has connections within the Trump administration. Nobody can deny that. And he put out a post about what's going on. And
did he say that Bondi needs to go out?
Yeah, sure did.
How did I predict
he's
that?
a social media guy that did the social media thing and covered.
Hold on. So how did I predict that if I didn't see it myself, Tammy? What made you think that I could predict that?
I don't know.
Because so this is called a narrative, right? Like I'm becoming very accustomed to the flow of it now. This is called a narrative, right? Where the government injects information into the news stream, the news feed, to build a narrative or a perception of the populace. So right now there's a narrative. The narrative is that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are giving the Trump administration an ultimatum to get rid of Pam Bondi, right? To throw her, because they want to throw her under the bus so that the public doesn't demand that all three of them be held accountable, right?
Well, maybe they want Bondi.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. So you can, and the first hint that I got of this was Trump's very post on True Social when he shouted out, yeah, please just don't interrupt me, Doc. That's why I muted you. Trump's post on True Social the following day, the following day, he shouted out Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, but not Pam Bondi. That was the first inkling that I got that the Trump administration was about to railroad Bondi and use her as the fall guy and the scapegoat for this debacle, even though they all have equal parts to play in it, right? So that's how I knew, because what they're injecting into the media today through their shills, the conservative, so-called conservative new media shills that abandoned their principles all fucking week and didn't hold them to task, right? Those people, I won't say any names, but you know who you are, right?
I will.
No,
I'm
no,
happy
you
to
won't.
name names.
You're not gonna do that in my space. But you know who you are, right? The ones that refuse to put pressure on the Trump administration for this shit till today. And instead of doing it, right, they continue to do it. They're acting like they're virtue signaling. Oh, now we're holding them accountable. No, the Trump administration said that Bondi is now no longer protected. Have at her, right? And they're obeying. That's exactly what you're seeing today. It is more of the same. It's just nuanced. It's directed narrative, and I'm not going to accept it. I'm going to call it out for what it is. And if you are one of the fuckers out there that pretend like you're the new media and you are complicit in it, you can go fuck yourself. Sorry about that. It pisses me off.
Don't you think Susie Wiles, plays a role in this too? I mean, it seems like she insulates Trump from what's going on. I know he's active on social media. I know he has a True Social account, but I've seen many reports about Susie Wiles too, insulating him from what's going on in the public. I think that she plays a role in this too. Don't you think that?
I do, but I don't know. I don't have enough evidence to say to what extent. Right. So again, I'm just going off the evidence. The evidence, I can only go off of what we know for a fact.
I mean, that's what the post was about.
One thing that would resolve that question is if Susie Wiles or the Trump administration sat down and did a town hall or a press conference with real media that are willing to ask the right questions and answer the American people. That's the only way that you can get an answer for them.
I totally agree. I absolutely 100% agree with that. But I just have a hard time accepting that people who have been upstanding, great people, totally with Trump for 10 years. We've been on this for a decade, 10 years, and all of a sudden they're the deep state. I have a hard time accepting that.
Welcome to Washington,
honestly
D.C., Tammy.
Well, I understand Washington. I understand the swamp is deep, and I understand all that. But I mean, there are people.
Just
who still have
ignore your
morals.
emotions and look at the results.
Okay, all right, whatever.
I'm not trying to shut you down. I'm just saying, ignore your emotions and look at the results. Let the results speak for themselves. Go ahead.
Well, people's past history has to play a role too. You can't. I used to be
people's past history got them into the roles that they're in.
Okay. You're making me cry, Diligent.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. Oh, don't. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm just saying, like,
I mean, I'm just
this is.
saying that I bared my soul to you guys the other night. This is so important to me too. But you know what? I've made mistakes in my lifetime. I've done things that I shouldn't have done. But does that define everything that I am? No. But you know what? I'm still an upstanding person. I still have morals. I still have beliefs, and I don't turn my back on people in an instant. I just don't do that.
I'm not turning my back on anybody. I'm just looking at them a lot more closely.
Sorry.
Tammy, I think it's important to understand, and yes, you bared your soul to all of us, and we totally feel what you feel. But we don't experience what you feel, but we're feeling the pain that you have about this. And you have to understand what Diligent's trying to tell you. These people whom we may have had trust in, I listened to Bongino for years too. I read Cash's stuff. I read Raheem. I got all of it, okay? But the problem is, if they're willing to go into the government, I want to write a book for them. It's called My Days in the Skiff. And that's not a joke, because I think they've spent a whole lot of time in there with a whole lot of bad people have told them how it's going to be. That's my book for Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, and Pam Bondi. They can have a book called My Days in the Skiff, because they've got feet on their heads. But that doesn't make their moral character to say, hey, I don't give a damn. These are children that are being molested. This is a huge network. If we don't stand up for this now, if we lie to the American people, then what good are you? I don't care which good you've done in the past. The past doesn't matter to the present of not lying to the American people and protecting these children. And I know you know that. That's all Diligent's trying to say. Diligent, if I may, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I'm not telling you what to think. Okay, I'm just advising you on how to think, which is to disregard your emotional ties and look at the truth and the evidence before you. Okay, that's all I'm telling you to do. I'm not telling you to abandon those people. I'm not telling you not to feel the way that you feel, but to the best of your ability, cast aside your emotional ties and just look at the truth. Look at the evidence. Look at the results. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you even what to discern from the results. I'm going to have my own opinion, right? But the reason why I let everybody up on my stages, regardless of how much they're hated, which is a lot usually, is because I want to make sure that our listeners, our audience, hears all sides of a story, all potential angles, all potential versions, and then they can decide, what to think. Right. But I'm going to add a caveat, be like, hey, just remember that you are emotionally tied to this person, and it's going to make you see things in a certain light. And usually, if you love that person, it's going to be a favorable light, which makes you vulnerable. Right. And so I just be aware of that, because these people are in our government. This isn't like, oh, well, somebody made a mistake and we should forgive them. No, this is somebody's lying to you and making a mistake, and it affects the entire country. Okay, there's the difference. So yeah, in a personal relationship, if somebody does you wrong or makes a mistake, you can forgive them again. But at the level that they're at, which is in charge of the entire country, there's no room for mistakes like that.
So what is the solution? Do we just like burn it all down and start again? Is that what the solution is?
We continue to pressure the MAGA and the base. The base is the one that had leverage over the Trump administration. Okay, it doesn't matter what the Democrats say. It doesn't matter what Elon Musk says by himself. Okay, MAGA and the base are the ones that wield power of the voice of the people that the Trump administration will listen to. Okay, there needs to be a unified message from MAGA and the base that we will not accept anything short than what we were promised. Bondi's resignation, Cash Patel's resignation, Dan Bongino's resignation isn't going to be enough. Okay, we need the names, and we need prosecutions for those that are on the list. That's what we need to demand. Ignore everything else, all of the buzz, all of the theater, all of the BS. Ignore it all. Focus just on the names and the results. Don't get sucked into the Colosseum, right? The Roman Colosseum of hate Bondi, hate Patel, hate this. Okay. Don't get sucked into that. Stay focused. The focus is the thousands of kids who were sexually assaulted through a network of pedophiles that our government is covering up for. That's the focus. That's the solution.
I'm 100% behind you. I mean, I want these people to be held accountable. I told you my story. I have 4 children. I have 3 daughters. I have a son. I want these people to be held accountable. I don't want this to go away. I want this to be in the forefront. That is,
No, you do.
It's huge for me. And I'm just gonna stop talking. I'm too emotional.
We love you, Tammy. Just take a minute and cool down and drink a glass of water. But thank you for sharing. And we all heard your story, and it was heartbreaking. It really, you already know. Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, hi Diligent, hi everybody. Wow, there's a lot here. Obviously, nobody knows. Let's all admit that nobody knows, right? But it's obviously fair for people to push to get as much as we do know. My instinct, and it's just an educated guess, no inside information, and no, from following a ton of high-profile stories over the years, is that to the extent that the headlines about Bongino primarily and maybe Patel threatening to resign or resigning already are true, and I suspect there is some at least some truth to it, or they're thinking in that direction. It's more because they're rightfully, correctly embarrassed about the rollout. In other words, the way things have been presented, probably since the beginning, since the, Epstein Files Part 1, right? All that stuff, right? And then how it's come to fruition so far. So I think it's about that, my guess, and I think it's probably accurate. Well, I think we'll find out this is accurate if one of them does resign or what have you, is that the tension is about that, and not because they think that like Dan Bongino, I would bet dollars to donuts, or Kash Patel is not going to come out even if they resign and say, you know what, Bondi and President Trump are actually hiding the client list, and there's 1,000 people starting from Steven Spielberg, whatever. I'm just, I don't want to get sued. I'm just saying anybody starting from famous person X that's on the list. I don't think that's why they're threatening to resign. I think that they're rightfully embarrassed because it's been an embarrassing way of communicating something that rightfully or wrongfully a significant amount of people, especially online, invested in, and that they invested in those characters that we're talking about. They invested in, which brings me to my next point. I mean, I liked what you said a lot, Diligent, about we need to handle these sorts of things. And I think most important subjects that we spend time talking about with first principles, not second principles, not about who we like, especially if we don't know the person. Although, of course, that's always a factor, but we should try to, I agree with you, kind of make that a secondary, like a far secondary factor to facts and evidence. I think that as of now, and again, subject to change, I think the facts and evidence as of now, with a lot unknown, is that everybody from President Trump to Pam Bondi to Kash Patel to Dan Bongino to many of these influencers, to many of us, not me, but many people on Twitter, good people, well-intentioned people who want the right things for the right reasons, got ahead of their skis and invested a lot more in this. And I'm not saying it in a pejorative way, in this conspiracy theory, than it merited, than the overall conspiracy theory merited. Now, with that being said, it is proven beyond any reasonable doubt, literally, that Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile, evil piece of shit who abused many women. And
did he work alone, Charlie?
No, he worked with Ghislaine, right? Primarily.
Did he have any other accomplices?
So that's the part that's not proven. All of us, you said the line about, we gotta be evidence-based.
Baba, the chief, hold on. Did Helena Baba, the chief White House advisor, Trump administration advisor that is now the AG of New Jersey, did she come out and say that there was names that were being kept secret and that those people would see their day in court?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way,
So
I've
then
never
it's
had a lot
not
of
really a
respect for.
theory then if we're going off the evidence presented by a chief White House official.
But that's not an evidence. That's a claim, right? Again, their claim, as it turned out, was just as credible, and not necessarily because they were lying, but because they were invested in it or they wanted it to be
If they
true.
lied about that, then everything else that they say is incredible.
No, but it's not a lie if you believe it, right? Honestly, I think a lot of these people did. I'm talking about the Trump administration officials, maybe did believe it, wanted it to be true, and they certainly wanted to please because they're very good at it. I'm saying this as a compliment. They're very good at, generally speaking, pleasing their voters, their supporters, their base, whatever you want to call it, right? So I think everyone got ahead of their skis and took two individual.
I would say the evidence does not suggest what you're saying, since multiple individuals said the same thing.
Well, I don't know.
Departments.
All fact-finding bodies that we have in our society. Again, that doesn't mean it's true, but I'm just saying if you weigh what's a stronger case, all fact-finding bodies, from the coroner to the previous administration to this administration to people that you've loved in the past to people that you've hated in the past, they all agree that number one, Jeffrey Epstein is a pedophile, dirtbag, evil piece of crap who abused many women and deserved to go into a wood chipper and got off too easy. That Ghislaine Maxwell helped him be that person. Okay, that's all true. And that they were social butterflies and they traveled in those circles. But there's no evidence. By the way, I learned something. You probably knew this. I don't know if you knew this. I learned something new for the first time from listening to Megyn Kelly, who's a very smart lawyer, on this issue. And she was, who was she interviewing about it? I forget. Oh, she maybe Dershowitz or something like that. And she said something that I didn't know before, that all of the pornographic and pedophilic images found on Epstein's computer, and there are thousands of them, right? Gross, sick, demented, evil images. Not one of them, from what she understands, and not been shown in court, not one of them was from any of the actual women that were trafficked to him, which also happened, right? But I'm saying it's a separate matter. The images that were found on his computer were quote unquote just.
Does she have evidence to support that?
Yeah, from the court cases in Florida, from the only stuff that's come out, that the images that were found on his stuff, there were many of them, and they were pedophilic and they were evil.
Yeah, those
and
are
obviously
only a small portion of all the evidence that they had against
but none of
Epstein.
them, but we have no evidence that any of them were the same women that were trafficked to Epstein. And then we also have no evidence.
True, because Dufresne.
Yeah.
So Dufresne, Virginia Dufresne, the one that's deceased now, she had evidence that she was with Prince Charles or Prince Andrew. I'm sorry, during one of her.
Prince Andrew,
yeah. It wasn't a video; it was a photo. But it was
a photo. And there's no sex going on in it, right? You can't prosecute someone for that.
But it was,
even though
it was corroborated, right? And he was found to be not credible. It's weird, Charlie. I'm not gonna lie. It is weird that you always come in here.
I know you brought it up already. I just have a different opinion than you. It's a sincere opinion.
But it's weird that the way that it's skewed, because it's not an objective opinion. It's a slanted one. Right?
I think all of us are, because none of us have all the evidence except for the people in the Justice Department.
Supporter, bro. I came in. I fucking went out hard.
I'm not a huge MAGA supporter, so it's not.
I am, but here's why it's weird to me is that I went out hard to try to get president. A bunch of people on X went really hard in real life, not just on the virtual world of X, but in real life went hard to get President Trump elected. And if I'm having a more objective viewpoint than people who don't have any name and skin in the game in that regard, because you just said that you didn't, then what is your why?
No, but you're not more objective. I believe you're 100% sincere, and you did go very hard for President Trump, and you're from what I can tell, you're a good person, and you're sincere in your belief you're expressing. You're not bullshitting. You're not spinning. You're not trying to sell a narrative. I just think that you're. I think you're incorrect.
Let's fact check that. Let's fact check. Grok, are you still there? It's been a long time.
Can I say one last sentence before we ask
Grok? Too far. I want to stick to that right there.
No, but it's one thing you already said, and it'll be short.
Let's just
20 seconds.
One thing. I'll lose it.
Okay, go ahead.
Grok, has there been? Can you mute your mic because there's a feedback? Grok, has there been any substantiated evidence that any of the victims that have verified victims of Jeffrey Epstein, has there ever been any physical evidence, video or otherwise, that corroborated their stories?
No, there's no substantiated physical evidence like videos directly corroborating Jeffrey Epstein's victims' stories, according to public records or DOJ FBI findings. Some victims, like Virginia Giuffre, provided photographs, flight logs, and a medical record from a 2001 hospital visit after an abusive incident, which were cited in court filings and media like the Miami Herald. But no specific videos were confirmed. The DOJ's 2025 memo notes over 300 gigabytes of data, including images and videos of victims, but doesn't confirm these as direct evidence of specific victim claims.
Did the DOJ list any of those victims in the video, those terabytes of data? Did they publicly name any victims or perpetrators in that video footage?
No, the DOJ didn't publicly name any victims or perpetrators.
That's why you don't have an answer, Charlie, because they never told you.
But it's what I'm trying to listen. Grok answered your question initially with the no. That really kind of ended.
But it doesn't end it. You want it to end there, but it doesn't, because
and by the way,
Grok answered the Grok answered the first question no, is because the government is the one that has all of the evidence, and if they don't disclose who's on there at all, then we can't know. You can't validate. You have to have the information to be able to link it to the victims. You don't have that information.
Right, but there's a reason for that, man.
Your
Listen, we
question
talked about
depends on the question that I asked.
people. There's a reason. There's like legal reasons for this shit. Number one, you can't name, even if there was a list, which again, there's no evidence of one. Literally zero. Literally nothing except for you want it.
How
Not
much?
you, but people
How
want.
much are the banks paying you right now to say all this? How much?
What do you mean? I'm saying Epstein is a pedophile dirtbag. His woman, Jelaine, is a pedophile dirtbag. Evil, they deserve to go in the wood chipper. And that's true. Plus, it's true that there's no evidence of a cucking client list. There's no, and by the way, Virginia Giuffre had to withdraw her claims against one of the high-profile people who was accused a couple of years ago, Alan Dershowitz. She officially on the record because he was, I'm just getting excited because you're like making all sorts of outlandish accusations against me based on nothing.
I'm joking.
I'm just following. I'm not emotional about this shit. I'm just, like, look at the fucking evidence. It could change. He's a dirtbag. He's a socialite. He hobnobbed with the Clintons. All that's true. And it's also true that there's no evidence of a client list. There's no evidence that the horrible pedophile image.
Charlie?
Justice Department. What do you want to do about that?
Did the Justice Department tell you?
We elected people.
Did the Justice Department tell you that there were multiple names that they had?
Well, first of all, actually, not only the Justice Department, also like state of Florida, and
Did the Justice
DeSantis,
Department tell us that there were multiple names that they still had?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean by that?
You ask them. Did the Justice?
You mean like Alina Habba and stuff? But before they looked at it, that's the whole point. Everyone got ahead of their skis.
Now that's an assertion that you're making without evidence. Okay, so
Alina Habba was never on this case.
That you're making without evidence to support.
No, but okay, but I'll say for a fact, Alina Habba was never assigned to this case, right? Pam Bondi was.
Then
obviously
why did
she's
she
assigned
speak
to
to
everyone.
it?
Alina Habba?
Yeah,
because she was pandering to the people who wanted an answer.
Was she in the DOJ?
I don't know if she was at the time she said it, but she is now.
Yeah. So was she a top administration official for the DOJ?
I don't know if she was at the time. Remember, she wasn't at the very beginning.
Advisor to President Trump, top counsel.
That's not in the. Yeah, but that's not in the DOJ
so a
necessarily.
top counselor to President Trump went out on Fox.
I'm not defending her. I don't like her.
To Piers Morgan, and she repeated the same message that Pam Bondi had, who was in the DOJ, which was that they had multiple names. So I want let's just do a quick test of how the audience feels about this. If a Trump administration official says they have names in the plural, does that imply a list? Do we need to get all retarded with semantics here? A list of names, multiple names in the same area would be a list. Am I right? If you disagree and you agree with Charlie, I want you to give me a thumbs down. If you agree with me that names means a list, give me a thumbs up or a 100 in the chat. Let's look at this. Let me know. Oh, wow. Are you guys all doing this in unison together? Is this some kind of paid op? Who's paying you guys to say 100 right now? Who's paying you? Okay. I think I've made my point there. Cool. So we were promised a list of names by the administration. I'm glad we can all agree on that except for Charlie. Go ahead, Charlie. You can respond. Probably a mute glitch. We'll wait for it, Charlie. Don't worry. I got you, brother.
No, I agree with that too. That's why I started with that. They went ahead of their skis. That their rhetoric didn't match what
You
they
said
knew.
that nobody said there was a list.
What did I start with saying? I started
You
saying
said
that my
that
opinion.
nobody said there was a list.
Hold on, let me get a sentence. Let me get a sentence out. I said my first thing I said was that in my opinion, not a fact, but in my opinion, the reason Bongino and or Patel may or may not resign, if that's true, it's because they're embarrassed about the communication that they collectively and individually overpromised. So I'm agreeing with you on that aspect. They overpromised before they knew what the F was going on, before they knew what was in the documents, and then they way underdelivered, and people are pissed, and they have a right to be pissed. I'm not disputing that. The only thing I'm disputing is that, or at least as of now, I'm casting doubt on saying you said first principles. One of the first principles is evidence gathering. As of now, from anything that is open source, and that's the only thing that we can judge on, is that there is zero, literally none, evidence of a client list. There is evidence that Epstein is a horrible, evil human being who deserves to die in a painful death, and that his woman is.
So
that there's evidence of.
Wouldn't it be easy? Like it's simple. The solution to that would be as simple as for the administration to come out and say that they lied to the American people.
Well, I don't think they would. But in a way, yes, they would never say it that way because that would make them look bad, even if they were lying.
So that's exactly so they would never be accountable or transparent because that would make them
no.
But
I was going to say
that was what I was going to say. There's no avoiding it now.
What they should do is they should come as close as government officials can to doing that, which is to say, we effed up. We thought there was a lot there. We know that he's an evil guy. We know that.
Charlie, why do you think there's no open source information that you just stated? Why do you think that is?
No, there is some. We have flight logs. We have all the stuff that's coming out of the state of Florida.
Okay.
Right? There's a lot. Everything that we know today, or almost everything we know today, is coming out of the court cases in Florida. And then DeSantis and the DeSantis administration, I don't know if declassified is the right word, but basically
then why do you think the government?
So we know who was on the flights.
Why do you think the government shut down the investigation just recently with a memo? It's done. It's over. It's bye-bye. Even though half the country is saying WTF. Why do you think they did that?
Again, I don't know, obviously, but I think that they're embarrassed by their rhetoric of what they thought was going to be there, not matching what was actually there.
Does your position change the lie about the suicide tape?
What was the lie about the suicide tape?
That it was proved that it proved without a doubt that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide.
I think she said not conclusively, but then
no, that was the final result was not conclusively.
Right. She said
so that's the contradictory statement to the lie, which was that he conclusively killed himself. Like I have a pinned post of the timeline of all of the.
That's where I started.
I have a pinned post of a timeline of all of the soundbite or video bites of them making claims and then the results. I would advise you to watch that. It's only a few minutes long.
No, you're right. You're right about that. That's unquestionable. What you're saying about that is right.
So they said we can agree that they lied.
I mean, is it a lie if you believe something to be true, then it turns out to be false?
Yes.
It's not a lie, but you're wrong. They were wrong.
Yes,
they were
lied.
wrong.
They lied.
Charlie,
they lied about it being conclusive, Charlie. They lied. They lied about it being conclusive, bro. Like you are passing the buck down the road. That is an utter denial of truth. Okay.
I don't know. All I saw Bondi's answer, and she said the video is strong but not conclusive. But she said when you put that together with the other evidence that we have, something along those lines.
No, she said based on the previous evidence that they had before the
the previous evidence, exactly,
which is what we were told in 2019. So why did they even say anything at all? They lied.
What Charlie's forgetting, why wasn't Ghislaine allowed to present the black book list of names that she had at trial? Why wasn't that allowed to be presented forward and submitted as evidence? Because that black book had names within it. We all know that. But that wasn't allowed to be presented. So the question becomes why?
Well, because defamation is a thing, right? And you can't allow somebody, I'm being serious, especially when you're the government. This is a real thing, right? When the government investigates anybody, right? Especially civilized Western government. I'm just saying, putting aside names. Let's say me or you, right? Government investigates me or you for whatever, tax evasion. It doesn't matter, right? And it turns out they don't have enough evidence to charge me or you with tax evasion. You don't want them, society as a whole has decided correctly so, we don't want them saying, you know what, Charlie didn't that we don't have enough evidence to charge Charlie with tax evasion, but a lot of people said that he's a dirtbag who chintzes on his taxes. So just so the world knows, right? Because you're putting out a whole bunch of negative information with an official stamp of the government saying Department of Justice or whatever, state of Florida, it doesn't matter, and you're not charging me with it. Either charge me if you think you have evidence that I've committed tax evasion, or don't. So that's why.
Okay, then Charlie, answer me this then, Charlie. What about the cases?
Am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about that? If they investigate something and they don't charge
wrong. You are wrong, and I'm going to explain why.
I'm not wrong about that principle.
Okay,
I'm not wrong about that principle.
What about the cases that are under seal that were settled civilly with over 200 cases in Florida? Now, this is my opinion. You talk about a client list, Charlie, right? This is my opinion. The cases that were settled civilly under seal by the court, which means nobody can see them unless a judge unseals them, okay? I think the client list is buried within those sealed records, because just because Epstein settled with those 200 victims doesn't necessarily mean it was Epstein that was abusing all those victims. Epstein could essentially be going, you know what, I'm going to take the fall. I'm going to settle for the big boys, for the top 100, the masters of men, the top people in society. I'm going to take that seal and I'm going to make sure you guys are all right. And the judge is going to seal them and they're going to play ball and so on. So my opinion is you've not even talked about the cases that are under seal. Obviously, those do protect victims, and I understand that. But surely somebody should be looking at those cases and going, hey, what happened from start to finish for the cases to be brought civilly or otherwise, but that were then sealed by a judge? And let's guess what? If it's anything like Acosta, and I'll finish with this because I've got a lot to say, but the first point of call here, because we've all been talking about, is he an intelligence asset? Is he? No, we can't say. We don't know. We just don't know. Get Acosta under subpoena, under oath, under what do you call it in America? Deposition, to say who was the person that approached you that said that Epstein was an intelligent asset. Who is that guy? That is the starting point from their case. Because if we can establish if he was an intelligence asset, okay, let's go from there. And I'll just finish with that before I start ranting even more.
Yeah, listen, I'm down with that. Honestly, I as a news junkie and somebody who, like every decent or even half decent or even kind of shitty human being, hates abuse of children, I'm down to know all that stuff, right? For sure. I'm down with it. But again, if you're divorcing, it's hard to, but if you're divorcing emotion, which Diligent said is a first principle if you're trying to analyze something, right? What has more evidence to be true? What are we to conclude from the fact that all these people, these confidential civil agreements, whatever it is, right? Lawsuit agreements, they all sued Epstein. They didn't sue John Bon Jovi. They didn't sue Charlie. They didn't sue you. They sued him. So based on what we know, there's obviously a lot that we don't know, but based on what we know, they're accusing Epstein of doing horrible shit to him. And then
how do you know that? How I said it at the beginning.
That's who they're suing. That's who they're suing.
No,
that's how you know it.
There is nothing to say in those files that just because Epstein settled, that the case didn't start off by.
But just because hold on. Just because the settlement was confidential doesn't mean the target of the lawsuit was confidential. The target of the lawsuit is known. That's in court documents. The settlement itself of how much money or for not saying anything or anything else, non-disparagement, all that stuff's confidential. But the actual target of the lawsuit,
Charlie, you're wrong. The entire files are sealed from start to finish about the entire case.
No, man, it's just the settlement. It's just the settlement.
No. Okay, I'll tell you what then. Do me a deal.
And by the way, they're sealed at the request in many cases of the person, of the woman or whoever's suing. So what are you going to do? You want to out them without their permission?
I've got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn, Charlie. Okay, let's just leave it at that.
Buddy, if you've ever met more than a few women or worked with them who got abused, a lot of them don't want their names public. It's not a new thing. Some do.
Oh no, I agree. But what I'm trying to say, part of that settlement, see the person who's saying to somebody, you know what? Hey, let's just say, for example, you know what? To make this go away, I'm going to give you $1 million. But on the deal of that $1 million,
real quick,
you're going to have to abide by this non-disclosure agreement. That's all I'm saying. It's going to have a very broad seal of confidentiality.
Yeah, real quick,
it's
you
not
guys.
Just going to be sorry.
Yeah, real quick, you guys. Sorry, I just got to do some housekeeping. Do me a favor, you guys. If you guys are just joining us, we're discussing the Epstein debacle. Obviously, it's getting a lot of attention today because all of the quote-unquote new media decided to finally hold the administration accountable, I guess, after they were given a scapegoat, right? So that's good to see. Bottom right corner, repost the space. Let's make sure that this stays at the top of the newsfeed. We're not going to let the Epstein case go until we get the accountability that we're demanding. Period. I'm not going to stop. We don't need to stop. The way that you can help me in this fight is by reposting the space and sharing out any Epstein content that I have available. I have a bunch of it posted up in the Jumbotron. I'm about to do some shit talking on the timeline, calling out the new media for their complicity in not reporting on this all week until today, just to kind of put them in check. So let's go to James R. real quick. Go ahead, James.
Hey, thanks, brother. First, congratulations on our shout out on Tucker fucking Carlson. That's pretty fucking cool. I don't care what you think about George Santos. Your name's never been said on Tucker Carlson, so fuck you. I'm just kidding. By the way, Charlie's 100% right that we don't want a government that investigates people and then smears the shit out of people all over the fucking place. We don't want that. In fact, I would tell you this, everybody in this fucking room was pissed off when the Biden administration tried Donald Trump in the media with a bunch of bullshit and horse shit. So, yeah, don't get that twisted. We don't do that shit, and we should never do it. So that's really all I really wanted to say. And obviously, I think that today kind of indicates a lot of what Diligent's been talking about, as well as the things that I said, even though we disagree on like one small part. Who gives a shit? We're both fighting for the truth every fucking day. And, you know, it's having an impact. So keep the fucking pressure high, because that's all that really matters. It's us against them. Never forget that.
Yeah, speaking of new media really quick, Laura Loomer says that if Pam Bondi is out, fired or resigned, she wants Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer to become the new attorney general.
Are you talking about Barry Edwards?
Dershowitz or Dershowitz?
David Schoen. She says that he also represented President Trump during the impeachment hearing in 2021.
Have you got a breakdown of who he is, guys? Have you got an overview of who that guy is?
I think didn't he take over the case? Didn't he take over the case like a month before Epstein, whatever, died?
She just said that he said that publicly he didn't believe Epstein killed himself. He also confirmed that Epstein had no incriminating evidence to implicate Donald Trump in sexual crimes, and looks like he also represented Steve Bannon.
Hey, Grok, who is the lawyer David Scholl that Gays for Trump is referring to?
I think there might be a mix-up in the name. Based on what you're describing and the context, it seems like you're referring to David Schoen, not David Shaw. Schoen is the lawyer who represented Jeffrey Epstein briefly before his death in 2019, taking over his case just 9 days prior. He also defended Donald Trump during his second impeachment trial in 2021 and represented Steve Bannon in his contempt of Congress case. Schoen has publicly stated he believes Epstein didn't kill himself and claimed Epstein had no incriminating evidence against Trump, which aligns with what you mentioned. He's an Atlanta-based attorney, a practicing Orthodox Jew, and was elected chairman of the Zionist Organization of America in October 2021. Does that sound like who you meant?
Yes, thank you, Grok. List any controversies that he's got under his belt that would be significant.
You're welcome.
The Groypers are going to love that resume.
Yeah, I saw people laughing when she said he was a Jew.
Not just that, the Zionist organization or whatever. Like, I don't care.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
no
it's
way.
funny. You
It's
just
not
know.
happening. That won't happen.
Yeah, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, some folks react strongly to that, but it's just part of his background. David Schoen's controversies mostly stem from his high-profile clients. Representing Epstein, even briefly, raised eyebrows because of the case's nature. People questioned anyone tied to it. His defense of Trump during the 2021 impeachment trial stirred debate, as critics called it a loyalty move, not a legal one, pointing to his aggressive arguments against the trial's constitutionality. Taking on Bannon's contempt case also got heat, with some saying he was enabling far-right figures. Then there's his Zionist Organization of America role. His election as chairman sparked backlash from pro-Palestinian groups and even some Jewish communities who felt he was too hardline. No major scandals like corruption, just polarizing choices in who he reps and what he stands for.
I think I love this guy. I think I love him right now. I think I just fell in love. Platonic love with the guy.
Hey, Grok, has he represented anybody that's been accused of sexual assault of minors or anybody else?
He represented Epstein before, and you love
He
him.
represented Epstein, yeah.
Yeah, I know, but didn't you say 9 days before he died or something? So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't hold the lawyer. Everybody deserves a lawyer, so I don't hold that against him. And he's a hardcore right-wing conservative pro-Trump
That's
Zionist.
fair enough, Charlie. The only
Yeah.
reason why I ask is because we're talking about Epstein's victims, and obviously that's the only reason why I was asking. But fair enough.
Let's go to some of these women that have a hard time getting in. Moon, go ahead.
Can you hear me? I know sometimes it's hard.
Grok, go back into silence mode.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Moon. Go for it.
Okay, so I just wanted to, I don't know who was talking on the fact that there wasn't any physical evidence corroborating victims' testimony. I've dropped it in some of your comments and like responding to things that you've posted about a 53-page indictment that the FBI brought against Epstein in 2006. When it was Palm Beach, they actually uncovered evidence of Epstein's sexual abuse of underage girls. And then they brought it to the FBI because of the leniency in Florida. So basically what happens in short form, the indictment detailed allegations of Epstein's abuse of dozens of girls, some as young as 14 years old between 2002 and 2005. It included evidence from victim interviews, witness testimony, and physical evidence, such as a journal that was kept by his house manager. So basically, he gets charged, or they come together, like the state and
There's something going on with your microphone. I don't know if you're on a headset or.
Let me see. Hang on. I can connect to my microphone and come back up. You can always
use your phone or something because it's
okay. Hang on.
It's funky. It's funky. All right, let me call some other hands while we're waiting. Go ahead, AC Truth.
Yeah, a couple of things that are bothering me. Number one, we see how divisive the DOJ has been for quite a long time. And when they filed information for January 6 people, they distorted the record. They didn't include all the evidence because they were very biased on what's going on. So it makes me wonder if when these files were pulled, if it was obviously biased to one particular type of group of people, and that was over exaggerated. But then the other group that has a political affiliation, possibly with the administration that was taking those files, then underneath that, you would have like this biased layout so that once the files are viewed, you see that there's a lot of missing evidence. And then you see the evidence that's talked about is exaggerated. And then there's a lot of, kind of guesstimation or hearsay within that. So if they present it, it gives the view of the actual people who are doing the worst would have been the people that would be the bottom tier, where the cover up would be within the files itself. So if that is a bias within the files, I would hope that the administration would be able to find the words to actually speak to that, instead of just obfuscating and not speaking to it at all and acting as if people were being highly emotional. Because when I was a child,
gaslighting, for those of you that don't know.
Yeah, when I was a child, I went through this type of abuse. And the most difficult thing is when you speak out as a child, unless things are rectified immediately, you have everyone's anecdotal reasoning. Well, it was probably because of this, or, well, you may have done this, or maybe you misunderstood. And so there's a lot of confusion for children. And so I think for me, I try to stay very unemotional because of my background experience in dealing with this. And so I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of if I were a biased person, the DOJ, and utilize this information politically in order to control whoever the administration is at any given time, then I'm going to withhold files and information on particular people that the people that are trying to dig in right now would have firsthand knowledge of, but nothing to back it up in files. They would know it because they experienced it, saw it, but it was never recorded or, actually put into a governmental file that has, an authority stamp on it. So I'm wondering if they could linguistically, I would rather them linguistically speak of them, because it could have things in it about Trump's first wife, who is known to be close with Ghislaine after Trump had issues with Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago and got him kicked out. And, they had a contentious relationship back and forth, him and his first wife. And during that time, she had friended Ghislaine. And they were, they did modeling things. They looked for models a lot. And I used to do that and I had to quit because they try to push you into doing drugs. They try to push you into staying out all night. They try to push you as an escort. They want you to meet people, but in order to do so, you have to be arm candy. And that's when, I cut and said, I'd rather sweep hallways and clean bathroom floors than, to sell myself. And at one time I had 5 jobs at a time, even though that was my dream at the time. I had to totally cut. And a lot of girls, they make the opposite choice. And I think that's because of my past where I was handled inappropriately. That made me more modest and made me more reserved. So I'm hoping that they're able to linguistically speak of the roadblocks in a way in which it would address some of the concerns of, are these files biased in nature by the ones who filled it out in order to make one administration look worse than the other?
Yeah, I don't know. We won't know because they won't talk about what's in the files. All right, they shut down the conversation. So there's that. Yeah,
listen, from a PR perspective, it's really stupid. Whether you think that there's not too much to hide or there's a lot to hide, either way, from their perspective, they're being very dumb. They're being obstinate. They should have one day host, an Epstein day.
Super tone deaf, bro. Most tone deaf I've ever seen.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. But listen, it's. I think President Trump's the kind of guy who, I'm not sure this is coming mainly from him, but he also has a nature that when he decides he's kind of done with something, he's done with something, and he's stubborn. He doesn't like to admit that he's wrong, right? Witness back.
Who does President Trump work for?
Oh, definitely. He's elected by the American people, no question.
Who does he work for?
For the American people, no question about it.
Who does his administration work for?
100%, the American people, no doubt, no doubt.
I'm glad we figured that out.
I'm just saying, you gotta know the nature, right?
Mafia Peter too. Let's be honest.
Remember, really quick though, I mentioned last time I was on your space talking about this, that in his first term, right? I would say the vast majority of his supporters, his voters, right, whether they're MAGA or regular Republicans, people who voted for him, we're pissed about the COVID stuff,
right?
Right?
In my space Monday telling me that people cared more about COVID than this.
Oh, yeah. What I said was, if you go back at that time, not now, contemporaneously, when the Operation Warp Speed lockdowns, all that shit was at its height.
Were you telling me that this wasn't that big of a deal?
I was saying that was a bigger deal than this is, yeah, and I stand by that. More
Does
people,
it seem like it's not that big of a deal still?
I would still say that way more people cared about the lockdowns and the vaccine shit.
I would agree about the lockdowns because that's something that affects you in your home, but so I feel like it's a false equivalency because it's two different things.
Well, but that's why
two different scopes, two different impacts.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's why I said I really don't. Especially if they get their act together and just hold the press conference and answer every question that they can. And if they can't answer a question, they have to say, why can't we answer a question? That will go a long way. It won't get rid of the craziest of the crazy people, which you are not.
You think that people are crazy that they care about this?
Some people are crazy. I said it won't. Not people like you. I think you have a legitimate concern. I think you're wrong, but I think you're sincere and legitimately concerned, and you're not crazy. But there are people who are crazy, and they want to lump it. And we know who they are. The people who you always chastise on the space.
So you think that I'm wrong about caring about the Epstein files to this degree?
I think you're wrong in thinking that there's a list that they're hiding. There's no evidence of one. I think you're wrong that there's a list of like 400 celebrities, politicians, and business people
I didn't say that.
who they know.
I never made that.
Right. I'm giving a hypothetical, but anything along those lines, there's the hard, cold evidence at this moment that is available to anyone who's not in the government says otherwise. It says that he and Ghislaine were horrible, evil people that deserve the wood chipper, and that they associated and they hobnobbed and they were socialites or whatever you want to call it. And that's what it says.
But it's just weird because there's 2,000 people that disagree with you listening right now. I don't know. It's crazy. All right, let's go to Drew. Go ahead, Drew.
Hey, G and friends. I'm just one of those crypto cartoon pictures on the internet. But I am intrigued by this situation. So I just kind of from an outsider perspective.
Can you give me a honest opinion on your assessment?
Yeah, I think Elon's got the data. He got all the data from Doge. You saw that reveal with Grok 4 for a little bit. You could put in a social security number and get the whole lineage going up. There's a lot of other little people found glitches that Grok 4 has accessed all the government data. So I think with that Doge initiative, he got all the data injected into his AI, and then he knows who's on that list. And that's why they're meeting this weekend, in my opinion, that it's a leverage play. Their whole radio show they've been doing about bickering is a leverage play to put them more under their thumb, namely him and Teal. I think Teal is the person in this country that you got to keep an eye on the most, and he's the most secretive.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's go to, if you're on stage and you haven't spoken yet and you're going to chime in, raise your hand. My regulars, or if you've spoken, you don't need to raise your hands, but otherwise I'm going to rotate you down. So Take Back or Noah or Miley, do you have anything to add?
I do have something to add, actually, Diligent. To just like solidify that there's obvious obfuscation going on, Diligent, you mentioned that they're being fed lines purposely. One thing we got to point out, too, is that Kash Patel, when he was on the Joe Rogan show, he said something to the effect that I'm not going to put out videos there of girls being arrested. I'm not about that, right? Weeks later, we got Pam Bondi saying the exact same thing to that journalist when Trump tried to defend her. This sounds like a line that's being fed to these people. Like, if you're pressing this topic, here's one of your talking points that you say. Nobody is asking for videos of girls being molested. Nobody is asking for videos of just Jeffrey Epstein. They know exactly what we're demanding. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Take Back New Jersey.
Hey, thanks, Diligent, for keeping up on this. And I agree 100% with you. But I do have a question. We're in a war, right? And sometimes you take ground and sometimes you have to give up ground. So is it possible that based on the excessive floods and fires and the weather anomalies, that they're still continuing just recently in Texas and North Carolina, that there's still cells, cartel or cabal that are operative in places that the Trump administration hasn't been able to catch or control, or maybe the Trump administration doesn't have full control over the FBI and the DOJ? It's very plausible. So I don't know that
I mean, you said a lot there, but I mean, can you be a little bit more succinct with your excuse?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that we don't know that Trump does know. So let's say Texas, how many people died in that flood?
So I feel like you're appealing to our emotions about a tragedy to dissuade from the gravity of the topic.
No, not at all. I agree with you 100%. In fact, I decided to subscribe to your channel because of your diligence on this topic. But I think that maybe stepping back, if we can't see the picture, maybe they're just stepping back because in a war, sometimes you gain ground and you lose ground. And I find ceding any ground in the war against a ring of pedophiles that's been in our country for over 20 years unacceptable. I agree. But if other people are going to die, and you know that not only the kids, you're going to lose the kids and other people, then that might temper it a little bit.
No,
And,
I
with
find
that, I'll-
I find any excuse other than we can't do it, and then evidence of why you couldn't do it unacceptable. Thank you very much. Let's go to Galaxy.
You're welcome.
Hey guys, I don't know if you guys have read off George Santos' recent tweet a few minutes ago. He said Matt Gaetz is MIA at TPUSA tonight. There's something in motion, and now he said, what did George Santos say? Now he said, he was just calling Laura Loomer the Trump whisperer. But yeah, Matt Gaetz is not there tonight, so he thinks something's up.
Breaking news: Matt Gaetz is in that turning point. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
right, let's go.
I've had a lot of cigars.
Matt Gaetz will not be the next Attorney General of the United
He
States.
can't make the Senate confirmation process.
No, he cannot.
There you go. So we don't need to. Again, this is just a distraction. Listen. There are so many. Okay. I'm just going to call them out for distractions when I see them, and I'll let people decide whether I'm right or wrong. Let's go to BNK. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the mic. So I just want to brought up that Pam Bondi's brother, Brad Bondi, is a top lawyer, and he had defended Elon Musk in some cases, so he's really famous. He had been caught colluded with CCP in the because he joined Paul Hastings against his interest. It was conflict of interest. And it was rumored that he took hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's kind of the bottom line. It could be over $1 billion. I couldn't say that this is some accusation about Pam Bondi, but her brother is colluded with CCP, and now you see that Mother Jones, it's a company. It's a
Are you saying
media,
that Pam Bondi's compromised by the CCP?
It's just possible. I couldn't make that accusation.
Do you have evidence to support it?
Yes, because her brother is doing that, and now
Wait, what is he doing?
He represented the company that's against the CCP, and he switched to another law firm, which has conflict of interest, which is a violation of law. But he because all the people in the bar association is his brothers, his buddies.
So what is the new firm that is not against the CCP? How is that for the CCP?
It was Paul Hastings. Paul Hastings basically got more than $1 billion lawyer fee from China every year by helping Chinese companies to list in American stock, to get American capitals, and basically just funding Chinese military technologies with American taxpayers' money and Social Security and everything like that.
All right, thank you.
Paul Hastings.
Okay, well, people that's down in the purple pill, if you want to look into that rabbit hole, be my guest. Thank you very much, BNK. Glenn Greenwald said that he'll come on to a space tomorrow. So I think we will collect all of the new information from today, and because I imagine news is going to break. I doubt they're going to have anybody resign or get fired tomorrow. BNK, if you can mute your mic.
Okay.
I think I'll go for maybe another. Let me see how long we've been going here. 4 hours. Yeah, I might wrap up in about an hour, so we can keep this show going for a little bit. It's been a good one. I just want to advise people, my listeners, please use your discernment, very carefully right now. Any government is ready and willing, and obviously we've seen to use narrative to redirect your attention, look over here, but not over there, to keep you occupied away from the real goal. The real goal here is the list of Epstein's co-conspirators and clients and their prosecutions and subsequent convictions. That is what we were promised. Accept nothing less. Don't accept the resignation of Pam Bondi and let it end at that. Don't accept the resignation of Kash Patel and let it end there. Don't accept and this is my opinion, of course, I wouldn't accept the resignation of anybody and let this end. Okay? Don't demand nothing less than accountability that we promised. And regardless of how they try to distract you, right? Regardless of how the old legacy media, they won't even cover this. And the new media is covering it in a slanted view, not willing to hold the administration itself accountable. They'll hold part of it accountable. They got permission today to go after Bondi, but they didn't say shit all week other than Bondi, right? They didn't lay blame on the actual problem, which is the administration as an entity. More than one individual is responsible for the failure and corruption here. So need to look at the bad parts. I'm not saying Trump. I don't know if Trump they're acting under Trump's orders or not. It might be a Susan Wiles issue. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm just saying make sure that you look at everything in its entirety. If they're telling you to focus somewhere at the exclusion of other places, take note of that. Make sure that you're looking everywhere and not at the exclusion of anything else. Keep all options on the table and look at the evidence. Don't play it on your feelings, how you feel. You know, like if you have an emotional attachment to Dan Bongino, if you have an emotional attachment to Kash Patel, you know, realize that that leaves you vulnerable to emotional manipulation. And apparently, you know, we're seeing them use that. They're flexing that. You know, is that why? Is that why those people were picked for those positions? Because they can influence your emotions? You know, you need to really consider these things as we navigate this new political landscape. Go ahead, Mick.
Thanks, Diligent. I get it's just frustrating. Like there is thousands of hours of potential footage, right? And I know people touch on it, like, you know, and everyone says we're not asking for victims. Like no one wants to see videos of victims, right? No one wants to see that. But if they're to say there's all these hours of video, but they don't have one single minute of one perp, of one alleged perpetrator within those thousands of video footage, and they can't make an ID based upon that, like there's something wrong here. Like, and this is where I was listening. Is Charlie still here? No, he's dropped down. So Charlie was making some interesting points, but Ghislaine's book never got presented as evidence. No one knows where that is, whether that's locked up. The hours of footage, you know, God forbid.
It was sealed. They did have Ghislaine's black book, and the government sealed it.
Well, there you go. There's another aspect to it, right? And then you got hours of footage. Now, no one, like I said, no one wants to see the videos of victims or anything like that. But if they're to say you wouldn't see potentially videos of individuals within the house, you could build a really good list based upon that alone. And then why wouldn't they be saying that, you know, we've opened investigations into these individuals because of their ties to Jeffrey Epstein with the videos that have been discovered, attending, you know, his premises within New York and, you know, the islands and such. What's wrong? Like, if they even just did that, that would be enough to ease what's going on right now, help to restore some integrity amongst the agencies. But no, they're not even doing that. And that's what screams even bigger issues. And maybe I'm the only one seeing it like that, but surely I'm not. Like, it just screams that there's a bigger problem here. There is a much bigger problem here, and they just don't want to acknowledge it, or they don't know what to do with it at this point. It's bugging me out, really bugging me out.
Go ahead, Amira. Can anybody hear Amira? Amira, get a better connection, and then we will bring you back up. Go ahead, Zulu.
Hey guys, Diligent, great having this conversation as usual. You know, I think that in some ways we are bumping up to something that we've never seen before, to the trauma industrial complex, right? That we for many years have experienced that the highest levels of power are being manipulated by other countries through the trauma that they have, right? Or the trauma that they inflict, whether they're the victim or the perpetrator, that they have this blackmail on them. But the blackmail ends up being these secrets that these high-powered individuals are holding, and it can be used as this emotional blackmail, right? That say, we'll destroy your life because you have this perversion, or you have this wound, or you have this vulnerability. And I know that that one of the most powerful things that you can do as a person is manipulate them. One of the most evil things is that you can do is manipulate people through their that trauma vulnerability that they have. So I think this is the first time in history that we're really exposing this, because it's time to really uncover this complex that has used this methodology very effectively for the last 100 years. And we're finally understanding where this comes from, and that's why we can't uncover it, because we'll uncover how pervasive it is across the elite powers. But the reality is, I do trauma work, and I've been doing trauma work for 16 years, right? 17 years. The reality is that this is very, very prevalent in most families. There's emotional abuse, there's sexual abuse, there's physical abuse. Abuse happens in families on a regular basis, and it creates massive amounts of pain and repeated patterns in family systems. And the elite powers that be our government is no different than any other system out there. But the difference is that when these power players are manipulating each other, they use that information against each other and put each other in vulnerable positions, so they have leverage over each other. So I think it's a lot simpler than we want to make it out to be, but it's the dirty little truth that nobody wants to talk about.
Thank you. Yeah, the emotional, I like that trauma industrial complex. The PSYOP, the PSYOP industry is what we're looking at. I think that's what I would, maybe that's a term that people really kind of resonate with. Definitely a real thing, and pretty wild to watch it continue to be, executed when you're aware of it. But you know what? The signs are out there. I'm definitely getting far more sensitive to an organized narrative, like at a macro level. You know what I mean? Like now I can pretty much see almost instantly a narrative shift objectively, where I'm like, okay, I don't believe this right away, or why am I hearing this? Like I question a shift in narrative far more than just going flowing with the news feed, if that makes sense, right? I'm finding, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like you see the forest for the trees, right? When you see the pattern shift, you almost, you're so astute to have these spaces on a regular basis, and you could start seeing the shifts in the system and the patterns that kept repeating over and over and over again. And when that narrative shifts, you're getting too close to truth, which is, man, that's such a good observation.
Thank you. What's up, Jim? How you doing, brother? What do you think about the news today? Who are you betting on in the political theater? Is it Bondi or Bongino? Who's your money on?
I don't know who my money's on yet. I just think Pam Bondi's got to go. So I think I'll take my chances.
Why does Pam Bondi got to go?
Well, listen, I think what's happening here is she's entirely indecisive. She doesn't know quite what to do, or she could be a bit deep statey or very deep statey. That's a possibility. But I think what it is she's just scared to death to make a decision on the Epstein files, mostly because she doesn't know how to handle it. And I think, I would trust Cash and Dan Bongino to deal with that better than them. Not only that, but the fact that both Bongino and particularly Cash Patel have gone through the ringer with Trump. Pam Bondi's gone through some, but it's really not, not anywhere near the level that those guys have had to deal with. So I think they're in for the game. I think they've been it seems more evident to me now that they've been attempting to say, hey, let's just run with the boss here and let her do it. And after a long time of indecision and not doing anything, I think they're frustrated. I think that they're really sitting back looking at a woman who doesn't know what next step she needs to take. That's my opinion, and that's why she should go and let those guys give them a little more, bring someone in that'll give them some levity.
Jim, if she goes, who replaces her, curiously, in your view, in your opinion?
Well, I have no idea yet, but there's a rumor out there that there's discussion about Ron DeSantis doing it. And I have to tell you, I don't.
That's a horrible idea. That's stupid.
Oh no, I don't think so at all. I think it actually might be a really good one, because he does take decisive action. As governor, he has. And listen, I know it's not perfect down in Florida, but he really has taken a lot of decisive action. No, I don't agree with you on that. He's not establishment. He has allowed from time to time establishment people to be in his campaign. I think he learned his lesson. Again, that's not my choice. I'm saying that rumor's out there. If that's the one that's being considered, I would not be unhappy with it. I would actually maybe like to see Todd Blanche considered. You know, he's the DAG right now. I think he could be AG, and maybe he would be the one. I don't know, but I don't have a good idea who it would be. I think maybe a recess appointment with Matt Gaetz would be really good, and just let him be in there for a little while, fix things up, and figure out who you want to replace him with, because he won't get confirmed. That would be my number one choice, to be candid with you.
That's actually smart, because then you wouldn't have to confirm him. You could bring him in.
So, Jim, does Pam Bondi, is Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, are they free of culpability in this cover-up?
I've always felt so. I've always felt that they were taking the line that they were told to take. Remember, Pam Bondi runs the FBI because she's in charge of the FBI director. That's under DOJ.
Can she fire Dan Bongino, and can she fire Kash Patel?
She can't fire Kash Patel. She can fire Dan Bongino, yes.
But she can't fire Kash Patel. Well, when we looked it up earlier, it said that she couldn't fire them. But
no, she cannot fire. If there's some provision that whereby she cannot fire the deputy director, I'm not aware of it. I don't think that's the case. But she cannot fire Kash Patel. That's I think a 6-year appointment, and only the president can fire him.
So he answers to the president then, because he can be fired to the president.
Correct.
In practice, right? There's this misnomer out there where everybody thinks that Pam Bondi, runs Kash Patel, but I feel like it's technically he is subordinate to her in on paper, but in function and in exercise, he answers directly to the president, right?
He does,
and Congress,
because FBI is under DOJ, then in effect she is somewhat his boss. But here's the other thing: the dynamic is too that Kash has to make decisions such that it doesn't piss Trump off that he's just constantly making problems in DOJ in general for always going against her or being kind of going off on a wild hair. And you don't want to do that. That's a fine line to work with, but I think he is doing that in this particular case.
So let me ask you this, Jim. Did Dan Bongino go on to Fox News multiple times and tell the American people that Jeffrey Epstein, without a doubt, committed suicide, and that the video that was going to be released to the public confirmed it?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
but that doesn't knock me him down about.
Did Kash Patel also do the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, and so did Pam Bondi, at the end result of at the conclusion of the case, when questioned when she was in President Trump's cabinet meeting, did she say that that very same video was definitively inconclusive?
I don't recall if she said inconclusive.
No, she said definitively inconclusive.
Okay, well, yeah, it's roughly the same thing. It could be
there's no roughly same thing there. She said that it was definitively inconclusive, which means what? What does that mean about the videotape?
Oh my gosh, come on.
I'm walking the dog
Diligent.
for our listeners. Just play along.
Oh, okay. Yes, she did say that.
Okay, and what does that mean about the videotape? Definitively inconclusive.
Well, that doesn't mean that she's saying that he didn't kill himself.
Does the videotape prove that he killed himself based on her terminology?
Based on her terminology, she's not saying that he didn't kill himself. She's not saying that he did kill himself.
Videotape right now.
I get it. She's saying that the videotape either he killed himself or he didn't. That's what.
So I don't know why you're dancing around this. She said,
I'm not.
Okay, so Patel and Bongino went on Fox News multiple times, together and separate, and said that the video proved without a doubt that he committed suicide. She went out there, and after it was released, we've determined ourselves that the video is contaminated. It is unadmissible as evidence, right? And she also, the AG, the top dog, as you said, in effect, over all of both the FBI and DOJ, said that it was definitively inconclusive, which means that it does not determine without a doubt that he committed suicide. So who's lying in that scenario? Was it Bondi or was it Bongino and Patel? Who's lying in that scenario?
Let me just tell you this. It's inconclusive to me too. The whole thing's inconclusive.
You're not
He
answering
may
my
have committed
question.
suicide.
You're not answering my
Well,
question.
no, I do. Well, I'm going to tell you, I think Pam Bondi's a problem.
They're giving contradictory statements, but one of them's telling the truth and one of them's telling the lie. The lie is that the videotapes conclusively proves that he committed suicide. So
I disagree with you that one's
in the timeline of the events of the Epstein case and the Trump administration, and that I just pointed out to you, you're giving two contradictory statements by three.
I'm not at all. I don't think either one's. I don't necessarily think.
See, this is your bias showing. You have been given three contradictory statements by three different Trump officials. Two of them are telling you that the video released proves without a doubt that Epstein killed himself. The last one was Bondi telling you that definitively, the video is inconclusive and does not, in effect, prove that Epstein killed himself. So I ask you again, sir, which ones are lying? Was it Dan Bongino and Kash Patel when they told us that without a doubt the video proved that he killed himself? Or was it Pam Bondi when she said it was inconclusive? Who's lying in that scenario?
I don't think that it's a binary choice.
You don't
I think
want to answer the question, Jim, because you're
no, I
biased
am.
against
I'm just
Bondi.
going to tell you right now. Diligent, now you got to let me answer this, okay? I'm going to tell you specifically what I think. I don't think anybody knows conclusively whether he killed himself or whether he was killed.
So
I
then
actually
we were
don't think
then
that.
we were lied to.
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. That's the least diligent. That's to me. You want to. This is not a bias. This is not a bias.
Real quick, will you do me a favor, please? Just
Yes.
listen to me. So there is a timeline of this whole thing, right? It's pinned to it's my pinned post. It's only 5 minutes, okay, where I have all of the clips of this entire timeline. Watch that video, and then let's come back and have this conversation because it concludes with the cabinet meeting. Will you do that?
Dude, you know I'm not going to go down the funnel that you put me in because that's not the funnel. Let me tell you this.
It is an evidence of the facts.
I believe that he was killed. I don't know that anyone has all that information presently because I believe also that possibly that stuff was taken away. Now, let me just say this. I don't think that's the most important part of this story. The most important part of this story is the documents behind everything he did. Whether he killed himself or not, that's an important point. I'm not saying it's unimportant, but it's not the most important thing to
me. They all
me.
allude to a greater problem, which that there is still a corrupt element within our government that is covering up the truth. That's the problem.
And that's what I'm concerned about.
Okay.
But as it relates to whether he was killed or whether he killed himself, and I go with Michael Bodden on this. I think he was killed. But what I'm saying is the most important thing is to get the damn documents out. That's what I want to happen because that's where all of the story is. If we are just going to focus only on whether or not he killed himself and not do any of the other stuff, then it doesn't even matter anyway. It just keeps it a conspiracy theory. You take the conspiracy away by transparency and getting the documents.
Well, unfortunately, Jim, it just it's evidence of the greater problem, right? It's because right now the focus is on get Bondi, right? You're not holding the everybody involved equally responsible, even though they have equal culpability. And I would actually argue that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino going on national TV and giving you incorrect information, lying to the American people, right? Instead of they were told to say something, and instead of verifying it, these are law enforcement at the highest level. Instead of verifying it, Dan Bongino made a career about talking about this for years, right? It's made him wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. And instead of doing the right thing, confirming what he was being told was true, and then going out there and telling the truth or quitting because he took an oath, right? He went out there and he did as he was told by the deep state. Okay, period. The deep state created a narrative. He went out there and he parroted it and doesn't care. And this is being reported by Axios, by the way, which I haven't posted yet, that he was fine with saying what he saw. I don't know if it's true or not. Of course, this is Axios, but he was told something and he went out there and he parroted it after working people up for years, right? Like this.
So you're suggesting we keep Pam Bondi then and get rid of them? Is that what you're saying?
All three of them. I think the only acceptable thing would be for all three of them to turn in their tender resignations as a result of lying to the American people after they took an oath to uphold the law and the principles of the Constitution.
Well, here's the deal. We don't even know whether they're lying to the American people.
What do you mean?
Because we don't have the actual evidence of that one way or the other. The way to deal with that is to get
on behalf of the DOJ and the FBI?
The way to deal with that is to get the documents out. That's how.
Do we have the documents?
We don't. And then if they will not get rid of the if they will not release the documents, then tell all three of them to
give the documents out. What's their final position on the documents?
We're about to find out with this little thing going on this weekend.
That's Tom Fitton.
If it doesn't lead to getting the documents out, then all three of them need to go.
Thank you.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. You're pretending like I'm trying to deep state this thing. I'm not. I'm just listen. We have a set of facts in front of us. We don't have very many that really matter. We have a lot. We have now. Listen, dude. If you're going to challenge me that way, then let me say what I'm going to say.
Okay.
If we do have a lot of reasons to believe that there is a bunch of dirty deep state politics taking place in this. What we need, and I've been saying this for days and days now, if not forever, we need every one of the documents out in transparency. Whatever leads to that is more important to me than trying to handicap who ought to be in and who ought to not be in. And if they do not come out, then all three of them definitely need to go. If Pam Bondi leaves, which I think needs to happen, I'm more concerned with her leaving than I am with Dan Bongino and Cash leaving. But if after that we do not get the documents, released, then everybody needs to go.
Because you want Pam Bondi over the other two.
Oh, I think she's incompetent. I just don't think she's capable of this job. I think that she's the main driver for holding all this back. I do not agree with you that Cash and Dan Bongino have gone native. I don't agree.
Do you have evidence to support that she's holding it back?
Yeah, because she hasn't released it. Because she did a scammy release to influencers. She was probably told by the White House to do it. She didn't do that on her own. And she only released out what she wanted to there.
Wait. That was an important point. She was probably told, so she was acting on the orders of the White House. So if she's right, so if we're going by delegated responsibility, who ordered to do that?
I don't know who ordered to do it.
So
I'm just saying that she
again where this is like I'm stuck in Groundhog's Day. Are we in a situation again where we don't really know who's running the country?
No.
Sure feels that way.
No. You'd make personnel decisions along the way. This always happens in every administration. This is the best team that I can imagine put together. It's far superior to George W. Bush's. It's obviously superior to Biden's or Obama's. And it's almost as good as the one that Ronald Reagan had, which had people who were moderates but did what Ronald Reagan told them to do. Donald Trump will have them do what he tells them to do. And I do not
the results of the Epstein case.
I don't understand what you mean by that question.
The collectively, the DOJ and the FBI put out a memo and told you that Epstein killed himself. The case is closed.
I don't accept that at all.
They will not be pursuing the matter anymore.
Yeah, I don't accept that
Was
at all.
it the administration that gave you that message?
No, it was the DOJ that gave me that
Are they
message with
part
the
of the
FBI.
administration?
Well, yeah, and then Trump can take the next steps.
Okay, so
are you saying
have
that
you
Trump is a
seen-
deep stater? Is that what you're telling
I
me?
didn't tell you anything. You can draw your own conclusions. I'm saying that the Trump
I already have. I've made it very clear.
The Trump administration has stated that they are closing the Epstein case, even though you just told me that this was the best administration ever, pretty much. But they just closed the Epstein case, and there's no signal that they're willing to change course on that. Are they? If they don't shift course on that, are they still the best administration ever?
Yeah.
So then you are fine with the Epstein results.
No, I'm not. I'll be critical of it forever.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
I mean, it's not an either or proposition. It can be a both and.
So that's.
I've also got Trump. I also got Trump killing it in other areas.
So then that's the thing. I can't get behind this cover up. That this is an either or for me.
I'm not getting behind it either. I'm still behind Donald Trump. Are you abandoning Donald Trump?
If he doesn't fix this Epstein situation, absolutely.
Well, I've already told you that I don't think the Epstein thing is the most important deal. The most important deal is the Radcliffe memo and following up on that. That's the most important deal. That's what's going to determine whether or not we actually get rid of the deep state. We don't even know for certain, although we all suspect it, that the Epstein files will reveal all of the deep state problems that exist in government. I don't think they will. I think they'll point to some things. I think they'll help us figure out, and maybe we'll put some of the pieces of the puzzle together. But the real problem right now is John Brennan, Barack Obama, James Clapper, Joe Biden, Susan Rice sitting in the Oval Office on January 20th, 2017, before the inauguration, setting together all of the last bits of the puzzle to take down the Trump administration. And the Epstein files is not going to get to the heart of that. It may get to some parts of it, but will not get to the heart of it. What will get to the heart of it is if they actually go after James Brennan
you can worry
and
about,
James Clapper.
You can go after Clapper, and I'll stick to Epstein. I think this is more important.
Dilly, Jim, if this was your kid, I have to ask, would you be saying this right now? If this was your child that had been trafficked or someone that you knew, I have to ask, would you be saying this right now, what you just said then, that this isn't the biggest thing, considering how big this web is? Because this is mind-boggling to me that you have. I'm sorry.
I have a really hold on, Michael. I got to interrupt you here. I have a really hard problem.
My name's not Michael.
I keep saying over and over again how important the Epstein files are, and how much they ought to go out, and how much I would say that the three of them need to go if we don't have the Epstein files out. I don't know what you're talking about. If I were a parent, I'd be saying that very thing. If I were a parent and there was an Epstein, if I were a parent of one of the Epstein things, I would still be saying what I'm saying, and then saying go after John Brennan and James Clapper and Barack Obama, because that's the bigger problem that we have. As terms of me, I want the freaking Epstein file.
It's that whole bigger problem thing that he's focusing on, Jim. It's your prioritization of that aspect over the sexual trafficking of children. That's what he's trying to highlight.
And that makes me a deep stater?
No, he's not saying you're a deep stater. He's trying to, unwind your reasoning there. Like, what's your logic behind that? He's trying to just.
My logic is clear.
Hold on, Jim. Hold on, Jim. Hold on. Please don't talk over me. Right? He is trying to, he's trying to give you like an analogy or an example to see if maybe it'll resonate with you a little bit differently. Mick, go ahead.
I'm trying to give you a perspective as a parent.
Yeah.
If you. As someone, a victim's parent, with what you just said, I'm not saying you're a deep state. I don't believe you're a deep state. I'm saying from a victim's parent, what you said, that it's not the biggest thing in the biggest problem of the administration. I would disagree. And there are 200 plus victims that we know of, that has been said by Bondi.
There was another occasion where they said thousands in the memo.
Tell me where I'm not emphasizing that as if I were
said
even
it's not the biggest problem on your radar. I would say it is the biggest problem on the radar. Whilst doing, you can still do everything else that you're talking about, but this should be.
And I'm saying do it all. I'm saying do it all. What I'm telling you is what the priority is in terms of getting rid of the deep state. You will not get rid of the deep state with the Epstein files. You will if James Clapper and James Comey and John Brennan all go to jail.
You don't know that either. The same way that we don't.
Okay, I don't. What do I know about DC?
I'm just saying.
Okay,
saying.
the rest of
we
you
don't
guys
know
can
that
talk now. I'll
conclusively,
listen.
Jim.
You guys can talk now.
Don't
I'll
get
listen.
mad, brother.
Jim, I like you. I actually really like you.
I'm done. I've made my case. You guys can talk now. You don't want to hear anymore.
I
what
do
have
want
to
to
say,
hear
and
what
that's
you
fine.
say. But I'm just saying, bro. We just. I'm just saying the same way that you're like. How is that not objective? I'm just saying the same way that your opinion. We're talking about opinion here. Your opinion is that the Clapper thing is more important than the Epstein thing, and we have a different opinion. That's all it is. Okay, our opinions just we can agree to disagree. I'm not saying that you are stupid or not knowledgeable. I often defer to you because of your knowledge of DC. But when it comes to this particular issue, I feel like you're wrong, and that's fine. I'm not discrediting you in any way, shape, or form. So please don't take it like that. Let's go to OG. Go ahead, OG.
What's up, brother? I'm just gonna say, I just don't want to be involved with a child molesting ring. I don't care about politics at this moment in time. If there's anybody on those lists that we're actually standing behind, that is not something that I'm willing to be, basically I'm not gonna support anybody if they're hiding fucking child molesters, man. It just doesn't make sense. And then if you're gonna do that, like that's like one of the worst things. What else are you willing to fucking do? Sorry, apologies, and I'm good.
Thanks, OG. I agree. Yeah, there's nothing more important than protecting our children at all costs. If we're not willing to take down a network, this is not like actually the amount of kids doesn't matter, but we're talking about a network that has churned out kids for decades and is still, for all intents and purposes, mainly operational. That's a problem. Like that's a huge like I am willing to forego all other priorities at the expense of that one. I mean, that's just my hill to die on. Let's go to George. Go ahead. Wait, I'm sorry. Let's go to Moon. Go ahead, Moon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's way better. Way
I think
better.
I got my mic going. Nice. So I used to make content, and that's why I was like, let me get my mic going. So before I talk about what I was talking about earlier, I am of the opinion that why would we take down the deep state? Why would we go after these rings? Why are we seeking education reform, judicial reform? Why are we worried about the national debt? I'm of the belief that's for our children, for the future of our society, which are our children. And if we don't have a government that prioritizes their protection, I mean, I think that says so much, and it's a really scary thing as a parent to think about. Even as a parent who luckily, my children aren't victims of this, but no parent in this country is going to believe that their government's going to protect their children if, God forbid, this case is, in my opinion, it sets the standard. And until it's treated like that, nobody's going to have any sort of trust that there's going to be anything that they can list these investigations into other rings, but I still think that this case specifically sets the standard. So I was talking about the indictment from 2007. While I was getting my mic set up, I found that a federal judge, ruled that the non-prosecution agreement, which gave immunity to Epstein and 4 officially named co-conspirators, which means that Maxwell was not the only co-conspirator. So Epstein and 4 additional named co-conspirators, as well as, quote, potential possible co-conspirators immunity. In 2019, specifically February 2019, a federal judge ruled that that NPA was illegal. And then in August, Epstein died, which halted further action into why that NPA was illegal. It's still sealed. No other judge has ruled or petitioned to have it unsealed. There is an extreme amount of evidence, including names and things that would provide a mass amount of transparency to the American people. I think that this specific federal indictment is massive, especially considering the fact that a federal judge ruled that that NPA was illegal in 2019, and that same year, just months later, he was killed or he died. So I thought that that was pretty interesting while I was pulling all of this up for you. I sent in more details to you directly. All of this you can look up yourselves. So basically, Palm Springs, I believe it was, starts the investigation after they receive evidence into his abuse of underage children between 2002 and 2005. Facilitated, and it specifically states facilitated by a network of employees and associates. So to me, even that itself, all of this alone is opposite of this memo that was released. Every bit of this alone. And that doesn't include everything else related to Epstein and Maxwell. So that I just wanted to bring that up. That's all.
You bring up a good point. I forgot to bring that up earlier because it was going. People were reporting on it. You know, there are people out there, and I was being critical of the quote unquote new media for not taking the administration to task on this. But I left out the fact that there are a lot of like researchers and rabbit hole diggers that are doing a lot of like people doing really good work. And so I don't want to admonish what they're doing. Like there's people that are really like pulling at threads and using verified like court documents, not speculative, based just on reporting or cover stories by partisan hacks. They're really like getting down to the nitty gritty and finding evidence-based information and then like putting it out there. Go ahead.
From the actual case information that has been provided and information provided by the government itself. I've done this, like I said, I've created content before. I stopped about a year ago, but when I was creating content, I've done it on a very tiny scale, but I've always taken that approach of, looking for, in my world, just basic receipts. And that doesn't include speculation. It always includes verified sources.
Thank you. Much appreciated. That was great. Let's go to, so I'm going to wrap up the space here in the next 20 minutes or so. If you guys can keep your, please make sure you guys are all following my speakers. Everybody's been great tonight. Mandy's up here. She does a morning space every weekday. Make sure you guys check that out. If you turn notifications on for her, she's amazing. She's one of my strongest supporters. Those spaces are like a coffee break space. Those are great. And all of our speakers have been great. Follow them. If you want to support me, what I'm doing, the best way is because I keep getting put on these lists. And it's like, I don't know, it's like messing with my account. Every day, more and more as I've been covering this, the list of like, it's almost hard to keep up with. But make sure that if I'm sharing, especially if I'm talking about Epstein, repost that content out. It's on my profile about Epstein and turn notifications on for my account. Those are the best ways that you can help me in what I'm doing. And then if you want to support me otherwise, I have a $5 subscription a month. I do subscriber only after spaces, after I do these big ones. And there is a link for the space after this one up in the Jumbotron. So thank you guys for sticking with us all night. We'll go to the rest of the hands and then I'll wrap it up. Go ahead, Matt, and then we'll go to Lala.
Hey, brother. Thanks for having me on. I hear like every argument I hear about it, like I hear a lot of good brainstorming when it comes to like Epstein and the decisions that are being made. But it's just the only question I have for anyone who's still trying to like say this isn't the biggest issue, or that there are other things that are of bigger pressing matter right now, just even at its fundamental level, whoever's in Trump's ear, not in Trump's ear, whoever's trying to say, oh, the people don't care about it, whatever, Trump is still telling the whole world that he doesn't care about holding anyone that was involved with the Epstein stuff accountable, because he knows about it and no one's been arrested, no one's been held accountable yet. So just him as a person, regardless of who his influences are, who his I'm missing all the proper terminology, his consultants, etc., right? At the fundamental level, he's telling everyone that he does not care about the results of this. And that I can't stand behind someone who functions like that. It sucks, because it just sucks. And so for everyone who's out there who's still trying to justify or say there's bigger pressing matters and this isn't going to change their opinion, well, ask yourself that. Would you be do you want to stand and support someone who's actively hiding and promoting like child predators that were involved with Epstein to just walk free? Like, it's insane to me that people try to justify that. I don't know. I understand people who don't have kids, they do fundamentally think different, but I'm a dad, so like it doesn't matter to me. Like, it just, the kids come first, you know. That's what everything, like they're saying. What do we do this for? It's for the kids, right? Everything we do, like my life and me, like meaning my life is my kids. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about what else I do in life. My kids' success is my claim to fame, you know? So
there is no more thing. There's nothing more important.
Yep. But anyways, appreciate you having me on again. And everyone, just keep up this good debate and try to keep emotions out of it. I've heard some people get emotional throughout these spaces, and just try to keep the emotions out of it. You know, that's my another bit I guess I throw out there. We let's debate everything, but keep the emotions out of it so we can keep it constructive.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I'm against Trump. So if somebody comes up here and says that they are no longer supporting Trump, that's not my position. That's theirs. However, I did declare, you know, I can tell you my faith is pretty much gone in the administration as it stands, like as it exists right now. You know, if Trump shuffles some people around, makes some drastic changes and makes some big policy 180s right here, that could change, you know. But at the direction that it's going, and if they do not do an about face on the Epstein case closing particularly, they will fully lose my support. I'm not saying I'm going to support somebody else, but I will no longer be actively trying to push their agenda, right? And then, you know, if I need to put pressure on some way, it will be to push people to a different party, whatever that party may be. All right, so let's go to George, and then Lala, and then George.
Hey guys, as someone who has been witness to a lot of this kind of evil dynamic for decades myself, it's so complex, the evil, and why they get away with it. I can guarantee you 99% of the people in the Little Black Book, 99% of the people on the flight logs, every list they have, are completely innocent and had nothing to do with nothing. I'm going to say most of their parties would be big virtue signaling parties where everything's pure and innocent and on the up and nothing shady is going down, because what they do is they premeditate a virtuous lifestyle to thousands of people. They're the hero in everyone's story for decades because, oh, they helped this person, they helped that person, they had this big party. And so when garbage comes out like this, then they have social insurance before it's proven. They've got thousands of people that don't want to admit they were there. And they're like, oh my God. Or they'll be like, oh no, they were wonderful people, blah, 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 blah. And this is how these abusive families dynamics get away with all this. Because 90% of those parties, probably nothing bad went down. It was probably a pure, innocent, like little rainbows and bunnies and butterfly type of situation. And only 5% was when the horrible, disgusting things go down. So most people are in shock and disbelief when the truth comes out. And then when the truth comes out, they have all these little black books and lists. And if someone stands up and goes, oh my goodness, well, you're a piece of crap. Well, then the evil piece of crap goes, oh, well, look, you're on my little black book. You're on my little list. oh, well, maybe I should tell everyone that you were at my house. Look at all these pictures of you at my house. And then they've got not really backup, but they've got silence of all these people who do have integrity. And so it's a lot more complex. So when they say there's no list, there's technically probably no list, because all those people are people that were social insurance policy pieces of scum. They planned this right from day one. It's not like they just all of a sudden, oh no, we got caught. No, they've got backup after backup after backup in case they get caught, that they'll have all these people who have their back either through their silence and non-compliant, or silence and compliance, or through being terrified that they're going to be implicated as well. And so I just want to leave it there, like maybe give them a little bit of slack on the no list thing, because there probably isn't a list.
I'm sorry, but they.
You see what my point is, though? Like, I don't see them having a real list. Like how many innocent people could be thrown on that list to make their list irrelevant?
Can you mute your mic so I can respond? So they came out and said that they had multiple names, which you can, again, this is like semantics, right? Like we're playing semantics now. Names in the plural implies a list. It doesn't matter if it's a stack of papers with one name per paper, that is still a list of individuals, right? So on multiple occasions, the Trump administration, through Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Alina Habba, said that they had names in the plural. And I would even cite Alina Habba, who, when she went on Piers Morgan, she actually said that there was names in the plural, and we went a step further and said that these people were being kept hidden, secret, and I'm quoting her here, kept hidden, secret, and that they needed accountability, and that they have to have their day in court and go to jail. And then she stopped herself and says, well, I don't want to assume guilt until they've gone through the process. So she alluded to an actual criminal charge based on the, before she preempted with flight logs, names, and information. That's actually a quote of what she said. Pam Bondi as well, around the same time on Fox News, said it on more than one occasion. So they said they had names. The Trump administration said they had a list. Okay, well, if you want to get into semantics on whether names plural means a list or not, we can argue about the semantics, but that's what it is. So go ahead, Lala, and then we'll go to the hands.
Well, I'm not saying there's not a list. What I'm saying is the list could be premeditated, framing innocent people who had nothing to do with any of.
And the only way that we'll find that out is if we go to court and we have an administration that's honest enough to do a real investigation.
Yeah. People need to own their shit and say, yeah, I was there, but nothing went on. Or like, I've been to a million parties where I left by 10 o'clock and shit went on when after I left. Or I fell asleep at midnight and stuff happened after. So I'm trying to say, a lot of innocent people have got to just grab their balls and say, yeah, I was there, but nothing happened when I was there.
Okay. Thank you, Lala. Let's go to FP. Go ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. One thought that I haven't heard anybody talking about yet, and it's kind of at the 30,000 foot level, is that, what if from the time that Bondi told us that, I think it was New York had like thousands of hours of tapes and they had to do something to get the tapes from the FBI and whatever. What about from the time that they got a hold of that up to the time that they made this statement that there's nothing here to see here? What if they found something truly major? In other words, I'm not saying that they're not going to release the name list or the maybe edited videos or whatever, but what if they found something truly major? Let's just say that, for example, in addition to cameras in all of the bedrooms, that Epstein had cameras in the boardrooms and whatever for meetings. And let's just say that somehow or another it was proven and disclosed that 9/11 was an inside job, and somehow names and
I think you're getting off into the weeds.
What?
You're getting off into the weeds.
Well, I mean, if there's a major reason to hold back, then they can hold back and then release this later. In the meantime, they've got something.
They closed the case.
Do what?
They closed the case.
Oh, they can reopen it too. I mean, I'm just saying that this is a possibility, because here's why I say this.
The evidence doesn't support your line of thinking, though.
Okay, but here's what's made me think this is that before all this happened just recently, Bongino and Kash Patel, Bondi, Trump, we've respected them all. Do we all really think that suddenly that they're all part of a corrupt scheme, or is it possibly there's something that is sitting behind this that we don't know about?
To be honest with you, to be fair though, I didn't follow Bongino or watch his show before.
Well, I mean, then Patel and Bondi and Trump. Yeah, just go with Trump.
I didn't watch Patel either.
Well, me either. But I'm just saying Trump.
I voted for Trump. I didn't vote for those guys. That's who he picked.
Exactly. But what if they found something major like that? They can still release
there's nothing
this
acceptable to allow a continued pedophile ring to exist.
Oh, not to continue to exist. No, they would still be working on closing that down, just not telling us about it because there's something else involved.
And what about the victims that suffered? Do you feel like they deserve justice?
Oh, absolutely. And if, let's just say, if there was
giving them justice,
it will give them justice once it gets released. So far, it's been 7 years. This has been hidden stuff.
Yeah. So how do you think those victims felt when they said they were closing the case?
Oh, yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you on that 1,000%.
Okay, so then I think it's a moot argument. Let's go to the next speaker. Go ahead. Okay. Confluence.
Yeah, Diligent, I was just going to ask you, and it's kind of almost an addendum to the prior dude's point. And I know you've made the point that there might not be the evidence to suggest this, but on the game board of possibilities, we can't really rule out a positive reason for the delay. I mean, there is a big question to be asked, and I know it's probably the most likely and the most statistically obvious that there is incompetence or something on the dubious side. And maybe it's not a big roundup, and sure, there hasn't been evidence for this, but are you really discrediting anything having to do with wherewithal and subterfuge and misdirection? Because when I'm here looking at this big gaping wound that we're all looking at, looking for answers, I'm looking at the obvious one, which is bad things, right? But I still hold some esteem and hope for something on the positive side. And as I hear you act, and you made a very valiant point about the feelings of victims hearing this, so the subterfuge could have more consequence than just pissing off the people down at the village green.
It also sets a precedent, right? What are you telling all of the massive child sexual traffickers out there like Jeffrey Epstein and their accomplices? You think that letting this go, or publicly telling the people that you're letting it go, is going to?
But again, Dilly, we're trying
to dissuade that type of behavior.
We're trying to scratch for answers here. So certainly
you're trying to scratch for answers here, bro. I already know where I'm at.
Let me finish my sentence, please. What I'm talking about here is not that that right now is not a shitty place for us to be confused in the midst of. That's bad by all accounts, unless you're.
I'm not confused. You're speaking for me. That's why I keep correcting you.
No, everyone is confused at the.
I'm not confused.
Diligent, let me fucking finish a sentence, man.
Well, stop speaking for me, bro.
Dilly, come on, buddy. Okay, everyone has missing.
A lot of people are confused.
Don't cut me off, Diligent. A lot of people have missing pieces. In fact, everybody has missing pieces and is asking for answers, right? People, this doesn't make sense to. And in the void of that information, we are left to our own devices until we hear more from the administration or we get future clarity. And in this current state, there's obviously a negative path to go down, but is there not a positive path that you reserve some space for? And I know that, of course, there isn't a strong evidence-based case, but there is at least the conundrum to be solved for. And I know you take it on face value, and we all kind of should, that it's over, and I guess we take that at its face, but couldn't there still be some chance for some positivity that this is not a great debacle, but a bit of subterfuge? Have you given up all hope such that you would die on this hill thinking that it could only be a negative, bungled situation as opposed to a positive subterfuge situation? That's my question.
I mean, it's kind of a bungle, like a very generalized, like nuanced question, right? Like, okay, am I willing to die on this hill that the results that I'm being given are unacceptable? Yes, I am 100% willing to die on this hill. If I had to sacrifice my way of life, if I had to sacrifice any of like my job here on X, what I'm doing here, if I had to sacrifice friendships, if I had to sacrifice my allegiance to the Republican Party or to Donald Trump, yep, I would die on this hill. Does that answer your question? Hello?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, kind of. I'm in this interim. I get it, but wouldn't you think that there might be a hopeful chance that this is intentional? Even and I know I might be blending into some hopium here, and I don't mean to bank on this, but have you given up all hope? Because that's what it sounds like, that you're only.
I haven't given up all hope. I haven't landed on a conclusion.
Okay. Well, yes. So
I mean, if I'm like, if I've given up all hope, then I wouldn't be running back-to-back spaces every day, all day, trying to pressure the administration to do an about face, right?
But okay, even on the face they need to do an about face, couldn't there still be the slight chance that this is something intentional? There's been public feuds.
Yeah, I don't really dabble in that whole 5D chess. I don't need like that whole mental cartwheel where I have to somehow ignore the reality that's glaring me in the face so that I can land on a conclusion that's not plausible based on the evidence. That's not how my brain works.
But what about from evidence of past relationships, like the relationship of Bill Barr and Trump, and the relationship of Jeff Sessions and Trump? And
yeah, that's not. Yeah, that doesn't. It doesn't matter to me. No, I'm talking about the situation.
Historically, in Trump's behaviors, there's been use of space and misdirection. So I'm just not 100% ready to give up that this doesn't occur, though. I would like.
I didn't say that it could occur. I didn't close the door on that possibility. That's where I think you're in this mindset that I'm like, it's if or, right, or and then, right. And for me, all possible possibilities are still on the table. Okay. Some are just far more likely than others, right? But there's some things that I don't need to speculate about that are grounded in fact. If you can mute your mic now.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so that are grounded in fact, which is that the Trump administration for a week now has closed the Epstein case, and it has had far-reaching ramifications, implications affecting victims of sexual assault, child trafficking, as well as predators now on the loose. If you look at the reporting regarding the royal family over there, now going to be traveling the world as a result, when he is pretty much, for all intents and purposes, implied to be a known pedophile as a direct result of this policy. So yeah, I can't get on board with that. I'm not down with that. Even if it is some 5D chess, anything that allows pedophiles to move freely or network freely or continue their horrible reign of terror on children, I cannot get behind. I don't care how valuable you think the higher prize is. So again, unacceptable results on the face. I'm not going to imagine or make believe some kind of scenario where you can justify this, and it is an unacceptable result, period. So that's my position. That's a firm position, and I am going to give the Trump administration time, right, as I am. For me, and I'm speaking only for myself here, right? I don't speak for anybody else. I myself am giving the Trump administration time to rectify this position. However, the window is narrowing and my patience is running thin, especially when I see old school tactics like what we're seeing with the media narrative right now being deployed as opposed to transparency like I was promised. So that's where I'm at. Let's go to Amanda. Go ahead, Amanda. And then I'm going to we got to like speed run through the hands. Go ahead, Amanda. Okay, go ahead, Evie.
Well, hey, big hello to you. So based on the title, by the way, I'm talking about just for myself and in my own name. I have a different take from a lot of people. I'm going to make it known and I'm going to explain it. And I hope some of you will understand where I stand and why I'm saying those things.
Can you do it in like a minute to a minute and a half?
No, you can't do that to me. You know, I have enough experience with this situation.
Well, you showed up late. I was closing the space. So if you want to like add a closing statement on your position on this and why you're there, that fits in like a 1 to 2 minute window, I'll allow it. Otherwise, you're going to have to come back when I do it tomorrow.
Yeah, you just took 2 minutes already, but okay. Bill O'Reilly said the other day that he spoke to President Trump, and the reason they are not releasing the book, which there is a book, is because there are names like Elon Musk that might have met with him many, many times, or Trump or Bannon, but weren't part of the deeds itself, meaning they weren't part of what was going on with the young girls and so on. Now,
Evie, when Bill O'Reilly gave that statement, when did he quote speaking to Trump? What day was that he said
yesterday.
Bill O'Reilly said that yesterday, but he said that the conversation occurred with Trump back when?
No, recently. He said
no, it was in March. So the conversation occurred on St. Patrick's Day in March, well before any of this. He's just presenting it as if it's new.
That's not what
it is true. I have the clip if you want me to play it. It is true. Sorry, please don't talk over me, but go ahead. Probably mute glitch. Hello? Okay, let's go to man. Yeah, now I can.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize this thing is off. Okay, I don't think Pam Bondi is getting fired. You need to understand that Trump, Bondi has been a very loyal individual to President Trump for a very, very long time. So has been Dan Bongino, okay, which he has been, especially after the dark months of, the January 6th situation, he's been great. But let me tell you something. There is nothing being hidden among them or this administration. There's no name of Trump being in the island with the kids or anything else. This is just so other people do not get hurt. Dershowitz, he said yesterday, he released and he said, I have seen the book. So there is a book, there is a client list. But he said, my name was there, my name was leaked, and I had to fight like hell to.
I talked to President Trump man to man, eye to eye, on St. Patrick's Day about this and the Kennedy files and the King files. It was all one conversation.
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
He said, and I agree. I talked to President Trump man to man, eye to eye, on St. Patrick's Day about this and the Kennedy files and the King files.
That's Bill O'Reilly saying that he talked to President Trump on St. Patrick's Day, not yesterday. Go ahead, Evie. Unmute your mic. You can unmute your mic in a second. Sorry, I had to do that. Just want to clarify.
Yeah, but you have changed the way you moderate. I mean, what happened to you?
I'm wrapping up the space, but I'm making sure that my audience sees through the bullshit, right? When somebody presents, because you came up and said that President Trump gave a statement yesterday, according to Bill O'Reilly.
And what is your
opinion? You can't, please, I'm answering the question. Can you mute your microphone?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So you came up on my stage in front of thousands of people and said that Bill O'Reilly gave a statement that he spoke to Trump yesterday. Okay, this is a recorded space. That Trump gave a statement yesterday that the reason why the black book or the list of names isn't being released because there's too many innocent people on there. Well, I mean, Elon Musk and those other people are also already known to be associates, at least, through happenstance, like in a public place, of Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein. And the conversation that you are alluding to or you're referencing is a conversation that, according to Bill O'Reilly himself, you just heard it, happened on St. Patrick's Day in March, not since this entire debacle. Trump has not responded directly, other than the cabinet meeting, to any of this. So you came up here and you made it seem like that had happened, but it didn't. That was a conversation that took. That was a conversation that took. That was a conversation. That was a conversation that took place in March, 3 months ago, more than 4 months ago now, on St. Patrick's Day. So I just wanted to clarify for my audience.
Okay, can I clarify one thing before I leave?
Go ahead.
You have become very arrogant, and this is not how you do spaces. Have a good life.
Okay, bye. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mandy.
Yeah, thanks for having me up, Dill. I just wanted to say thank you for hosting these every single day for like the last, I don't know, week, 2 weeks now. I really appreciate it. I love the information. I love that you're keeping everyone honest and making sure everyone fact checks every single thing they say. I love it. I've been the listeners like every single day, and I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And everyone, if you're not subscribed to Dill, make sure you do so, because that's how we get the news out. Thank you, thank you. Love you, Dill.
Thank you, Mandy. And make sure you guys are all following Mandy. She does a morning show in Spaces now every weekday. And if I actually got sleep and wasn't sleeping until 11 now, then I probably would be in there. But
I know you're there in spirit.
I am there, and I do listen sometimes when I can't come in. But thank you, Mandy. We love you. Let's go to Emergent. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't have a whole lot to add, but I thought it was interesting. I saw a few people commenting that Megyn Kelly had made a post to the effect of, she said, and I know she knows and has interviewed Bongino, Patel, Trump, so she knows a lot of the parties involved. And she said that she knew, can confirm that it was a Bongino versus Pam Bondi situation. But what's really odd is that the post has like 2.3 million views, but for some reason it's locked and you cannot interact with it, which is very, very strange.
That means she's turned off comments and stuff.
Well, no, it's like you can't even get the link from it.
Yeah, she's locked her profile or locked it then. Yes, you can lock it. You can lock it. You can lock your stuff. All right. Thank you for that. Let's go to Karam. Go ahead.
Thanks, Diligent. First of all, thank you for standing for it. It's really not many people could actually, do that. And time and again, like you are standing for this great cause. So thank you for that. I actually came in at a point where the discussion was like happening at the 30,000 feet. And, FR actually just literally at that point in time said, just I think 15 minutes ago, that's not 30,000 feet. That's like 500 feet. When you actually go on 30,000 feet, you have to actually look at it from the perspective that this is not, another Nixon or Clinton happening. It's not a Watergate. This is like you're talking about actually fundamentally questioning the whole status quo. And I, a person like back in November, like I used to have like this discussion with people like who, die hard Trump supporter and everything, MAGA and all that. At that point in time, I used to converse on this particular point that for a second, if you think that Trump would be able to actually dismantle this whole deep state thing, you're living in a la la land. I mean, yes, he could do some damage, but I mean, literally fundamentally replacing the whole system is not possible. For that to happen, like there's something major needs to happen. So this is like effectively, is a filibuster. It's like literally taking down the whole system if this thing comes out. So it's not just an ethical thing we are talking about. There's another angle that is much, much bigger, because the moment that happens, effectively, you're talking about the house of cards actually falling one after another. And this is what everybody realizes, that if that happens, what's going to happen? You just have to actually throw a couple of guys under the bus, and that's it. That's going to be taken care of. And that's where the Bondi and Cash and all those guys come in. That, okay, if it comes to shove, yeah, let's throw in a couple of guys under the bus, and that's it. That's going to take care of it all. But in reality, if people go through this and realize this, in a vast majority of people, that, okay, this is what the system is. That's how it's been taken care of. That a lot of people have actually been, taken care by the sting operations. and they have a lot of skeletons in their cupboard, and that's how you actually progress on the ladder. And then you get to the point where like you can easily be controlled. So this is the whole system which has been in works for past 100 years or so. And now all of a sudden, like we come in and say, oh, we're going to take this down. And one president, the whole America is going to actually vote for him. And this person is saying, oh, I'm going to bring the system down. It's not going to happen. So we have to really be educated on this particular point and then, work our way through it. You are going towards the closing of this space, but I would love to actually discuss this point and hear other people say on this particular
I will
point.
be.
Thank you, Diligent.
No, we actually have visited that point where you're talking that this is the status quo, the blackmail operations. That is the status quo, and that's even an earlier speaker referenced it as the trauma industrial complex, where people are being emotionally blackmailed for their prior acts, or even being, honeypotted into these types of actions where the institutions have leverage over them, blackmailing leverage over them, which, so we did get into that earlier. Glenn Greenwald messaged me a little bit earlier. Said that he could come into the space tomorrow. I don't know if a lot of people might not like him or whatever. Journalistic wise, as far as it comes to dissent, I like him. He's one of the best dissent journalists, which is going against the status quo. So I think I will host another space on this tomorrow. If the Trump administration, I think I'm going to host a space on this every day until the Trump administration alters course. And if I need to get really creative on how to keep it interesting, then I will. And I'll just start bringing on bigger guests and making sure that it stays prominent in the news feed. Nikki, you can make it bite size. I'll let you go and then go to Isaiah, and then we'll wrap it up. Go ahead. And Lincoln.
I love that you always tell me to do bite size. And I don't think I talked that long. Anyway, I know where we're at with this. Really, really quick, the first thing I want to clarify is the prince self-restricted zone travel. Like it had that
it's
title.
Still a result of
it
the
doesn't
policy.
matter. Like I think it needs to be said that he self-restricted. So that was up to him.
But his mom is the one that stripped him of all of his titles and some of the privileges that he had as a prince, including diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying like that specific headline was misleading. Anyway, in my opinion, this is how I view it. Okay. I think the closure was specific to the Epstein files. Because if you remember back in the last administration, Cash was I can't remember what he was during the last Trump administration, but he came at the very, very end. And he saw stuff and he said he saw stuff after that. So when he came back this time around, I mean, the last administration had 4 years to tamper with evidence, in my opinion. I don't know if they hid it, if they scrambled it, they burned it, they shredded it. If they hid it, they vaulted it.
Who was president when Epstein died?
Trump was. I know that. Well, so assuming he's dead, but that's a whole other rabbit hole. I'm just saying that the closure is very specific. So what I would say is that I am highly, when it comes to my intuition, I'm not usually really wrong. I feel that there are separate investigations. Epstein's dead, supposedly. So they're not
Do you
going to
have any evidence to support that?
I said supposedly. Supposedly.
Yeah, so do you have any evidence to support your theory?
Who? That Epstein's dead or not dead?
Do you have any evidence to support the theory that the reason why they're closing this case is because they have other ongoing cases in relation to the case?
Yes.
What evidence?
So my evidence would be that if, and don't question me like I'm a bot or an AI, and because I find that you're doing that a little bit, which makes it not as.
I'm like tired, and
I know, but you've been doing that, which is that's not how you kind of get answers. So let me just clarify my position really quick, and I'll be done. I'm just saying that I think that it doesn't preclude separate investigations. So like if evidence surfaces, so if they have a vault, they find that has stuff that's hidden, that's new evidence. If they find other people that's like financial misconduct, human trafficking networks, we have EOs that were established during the first Trump administration. I think that were very intentionally created for this purpose. The DOJ could pursue those under different case files that aren't directly tied to Epstein's name. Like Epstein, for all intents and purposes, like if you just assume he's dead, they have to go a different route. So
No, they don't.
assume he's dead, but because he can't testify. So if
He doesn't have to testify. You can get people with a RICO case, right, for being guilty. If you can charge one person with a crime, you can charge them all with a crime. The fact of whether he's dead or not doesn't matter because the charges were the charges were brought, right? The precedent is set.
But that's the point. So
and one of his co-conspirators is in jail still on those charges.
And another one may be in witness protection. So the other thing that I would say is that when it comes to what everybody suspects he was intelligence, they are not going to discuss any sort of investigations that are related to national security, high profile figures, or intelligence. Those are not going to be, they're not going to be known about. They're not going to be talked about. Like that stuff is.
But so do you have any evidence to support that?
That's common sense. Like if you have an investigation going on.
That's a theory, but there's no. So how long has the Epstein case been going?
It's not just the Epstein case. That's my point. Like it's
so the Epstein case has been going for 9 years.
It's not just Epstein though. That's what I'm saying. Like we've been in this administration now for what, 6 months?
5 years.
Like, well, this administration has been 6 months. We can't count the past administration. We can if you want, but I mean, this administration is dealing with like their dynamic that they have now. So I'm just throwing this out into the ether that I feel like there's an intelligence.
So there has. Can we agree that there has been more Epstein investigation and caseload for this administration collectively than there has the previous?
I don't think the previous administration under Biden, I think, was doing a lot of hiding.
Can we agree that the Trump administration collectively has had more purview over the Epstein case than any other administration ever?
No, because initially, like this is all going back to the early 2000s when Trump they weren't in office. So like
so there was an Epstein case brought federally to Epstein in the 2000s.
The first case that Epstein was.
It was a local Florida case.
But all of this is from that same era. So
No, it's not. No, it's
yes,
not.
It is.
No, it's not. That is not true. That is not true. So the case it went on into the 2010s.
Ask Brock what was being investigated currently.
So let's just again. The federal case that led to federal charges of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The case has been open for 9 years. It started in 2015 or 16, right?
It goes what they were.
So we're talking about the
proprieties that were in the early 2000s.
So this particular investigation and the case, including prosecution of, happened during Trump's presidency, and then also now this is happening during Trump's presidency. He was dead. Epstein died, and Ghislaine Maxwell was already in jail before Biden took office. What was there for Biden to do?
Hide the evidence. Most of it was with the SDNY. So like, why was he in the SDNY to begin with? You know what I mean? Like that's questionable to me. So I mean,
that happened while Biden wasn't in office.
I understand that, but we still had we have a corrupt system. New York's been corrupt for a while.
And so are you implying that it's not corrupt now?
No, it's always been corrupt. It's going to be.
So really then what makes you think if it was corrupt then and it's corrupt now, as you say, what makes you think that they would close the case so that they could pursue other investigations if it's still corrupt?
I think if they were able to find alternative evidence or information that was either hidden or taken out of there, that might be an option. I'm not sure. All I'm saying is I believe that there are bigger investigations going on that get into more global international trafficking, because you got to understand, like the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff, like she's still alive. That case isn't dead. That case is very well alive. She's never talked. So like this is just one tiny little knot in a sweater that was completely unraveling.
Can we agree that it doesn't matter if you take down the global cabal if you don't solve the in-house problems first?
Well, that's where I have a tendency to agree with what Jim was saying, because I think that plays into a huge part of it, because, you know, if you, it all works.
So
together.
you think that Jim's point of the Russia hoax and all of that being, you know, conspired by Obama and all of that shit, you think that's more important than the Epstein case? You agree with Jim on that?
I think Obama's administration attempting to hijack the country and having two fraudulent administrations in office is absolutely a huge problem. Yes, I think that needs to be resolved ASAP, because if we have fraudulent administrations, we don't have shit.
But it could be the same people that are behind both.
It could be, but we don't know.
And you have more publicly available information about the Epstein case than you do the other one.
Epstein is a small part of it.
You're assuming that it's a small part of it. You don't know that. That's why I asked you. 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 That's why I asked you for evidence to support any of the theories that you were going to present, right? Because we can go down these speculative rabbit holes, and I'm all good with speculation. But if you want me to follow you there, then you have to give me primary evidence or primary sources to get me there. I can't just go off intuition. I can't just go off intuition. I have to have evidence to get me there. And the same thing goes for my listeners, right? Like if I'm going to lead my listeners down a rabbit hole or a certain area of thinking, then it needs to be based in truth and fact or evidence that's verifiable, right? Right.
It's a fact. It is a fact.
So my intuition based on the evidence available tells me that the current sitting Trump administration told me repeatedly that there were multiple individuals named that they had information for, that they could press charges on, that they declined to do so, and that they were closing that case. That's what the evidence tells me.
You cannot have, and you cannot, if you have intelligence, if you're investigating and there's intelligence and national security issues, you cannot tell the public about that. It's a national security risk. And he was.
So how many times have we been lied to on the basis of national security?
Honestly, like if I don't know, but if it takes down if the end result is to get.
And what would be the point of the lying about the suicide tape in your theory? How does that fit in?
I think if they saw tapes that were maybe taken, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that, because like when you watch a tape, there's not just like nothing happening. There's stuff happening. Like he was actually let out to make he made a call and went back at 10:40. So he was on a call for 10 minutes or 20 minutes. He said he had to call his mom. His mom's been dead since 2004. So it's speculated that he called his girlfriend, but he's on a legal line. Legal lines aren't monitored. So they let him.
So Nikki, you don't need to get into all that. My point is, right, if they were just closing the investigation so that they could pursue other ones, then why would they lie about a suicide? They also lied about a suicide. They didn't just close the investigation for other accomplices. They also stopped any kind of questioning of the narrative of how he died. So again, the evidence does not support your theory. Let's go to Gaze. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a big conference going on in Tampa right now called TPUSA SAS. And so I went and watched it and for a little bit, and it's very clear that the marching orders have gone out that Pam Bondi's the scapegoat. I watched Benny Johnson's speech, and he repeatedly said,
"Called it."
Yeah, he said, "Release the Epstein files." And then the leader of TPUSA, Charlie Kirk, had a sit-down talk with Megyn Kelly. And Megyn Kelly brought out all the big guns. She said either Pam Bondi was lying then when she said that she had the files on her desk, or she's lying now when she says there is no files. She says she believes.
Did they bring up the fact that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel went on Fox News and told us that the Epstein suicide was conclusive, and we could see so by of the tape that they were releasing? Patel said it on Joe Rogan actually too. On top of it.
She mentioned that because her big push was Pam Bondi needs to go out there and do a press conference, and then she brought up the fact that Kash and Bongino had a joint sit down with Fox News and said what they said. But she believes Pam Bondi leaked the memo.
Did she ask if did she portray it as they lied then, or are they lying now?
No, she didn't. She didn't.
So then it wasn't equal and fair coverage.
I'm just saying that the marching orders to throw Pam.
I'm just highlighting that you're right. Is what I'm highlighting, right? So like there is a slanted view of things.
And I can't remember who it was. May have been Mrs. Liu or Southern, but she says that that Pam has a close relationship with Susie Wiles. They're both from Florida, and that Susie Wiles has something to do with this. But they asked the audience, 7,000 kids, and she asked them how many. He asked them how many of you agree that this is a major issue with Trump, and everyone clapped. Everyone raised their hands. So you're right. It's still a big issue. And Megyn Kelly was honest. She says this is hurting the base. This is going to hurt them in the 2026 midterms if they don't get out there and do something. But her resolve, other than firing Pam Bondi, was she said that Bondi, Patel, and Bongino need to be thrown out into a press conference and stay there for 6 hours and answer every single question they have until the press is
only if they let me come and ask questions.
Is nobody questioning the Axios thing, by the way? I don't know if I missed that part. Like, is there a reason why Axios keeps getting all this information? Because to me, it seems like an op.
The White House is leaking to them, apparently.
Well, she's like, if we were going to release it, she said we would release it to the Daily Caller or the Daily Beast. We don't read. She's referring to MAGA. She's like, we don't read Axios. We go to read Axios to see what the left says. So that's why she says this was like a hit job. Pam Bondi released it because she wanted this to hurt potentially, President Trump. She says she's not loyal.
I have to say,
and that no one's ever liked her since she got in there. And someone yelled out in the crowd, who would replace them, and someone in the crowd yelled at Matt Gaetz, and they both said Matt Gaetz can't get confirmed. But Charlie Kirk said Matt Gaetz should be appointed a special prosecutor, to look into, what's going on. But it was interesting that for the 30 minutes that I watched TPUSA, all they were talking about was the Epstein case and how this is really going to hurt Trump.
Good. At least they're still talking about it, and they understand the implications.
He could be put in just by special appointment for the one.
Recess. He could be put in by a recess appointment.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson speaking now, and I think at the very beginning when I was waiting to you come to me, he mentioned something about Epstein, but now he's just talking about left-wing media and stuff like that. He's like, I'm not going to talk about Epstein. I think that's what he said.
Thank you, guys. Let's go to Isaiah. I can't hear you, brother. Can anybody hear Isaiah?
No.
I can't either. Isaiah, are you?
Nope. Jack Lombardi, welcome, sir. Go ahead.
How are you, gang? How is everybody this evening? Man, what a disappointment we've all been dealt. What a disappointment. I mean, I think we are at a crossroads here with this administration, and many of us still believe in President Trump. Some of us are falling off. I believe that there are there's a split in the thinking of what justice is, and even with some insiders that I've been speaking with, some understand that leveraging the list to push forward the agenda is what they're doing. They believe that what's done has already been done, and that releasing the list loses its power. And then there's others of my friends who, want justice because they believe that if there's no justice, then this these horrible, horrific acts towards children are going to continue because no one has been made a example of. And, you know, I can understand where, you know, maybe some would want to use the list to leverage and get, you know, for political purposes, for what they would believe is the greater good. But then the father in me and the Christian in me says that if you touch kids, all bets are off. So this is an interesting situation that we're in on the right. Speaking of, I got my 2-year-old that just walked in, baby Joy, to say goodnight to me. So I'm going to have to cut this short, guys. Family first.
Thanks, brother. We love you. And that interaction highlights the necessity for us to not let up until we have a resolution to the Epstein files. Thank you for that. Lincoln, go ahead, and then we'll finish with Isaiah.
First off, I think it's kind of disgusting to bring up Matt Gaetz in this whole situation. But secondly, I think I speak for everyone in here that it's awesome that you're speaking about this because oddly enough, this is bringing people together from both sides, like conspiracy theorists from both sides as well, because this is such a disgusting loss of justice in what's happening. And I'm a little scared that it's going to get brushed under the rug. So I'm glad that you're talking about it. I'm glad a lot of people are talking about it. I think we need to keep it up. So that's all I want to say. So thanks for doing this.
Yeah, we need to keep talking about it. And I think you're right, because it's not a partisan issue, right? It is a human issue. It is a citizen issue, right? If we cannot protect our children, and this thing is glaring you in the face, mocking you and saying, look what we're doing and there's nothing you can do about it. If we let that stand, then there's no point in doing anything else. I am not good with continuing on as a society if I have to accept that level of disgusting corruption.
I think we all know that there's something going on here. Everybody knows there's something going on here. And I don't do conspiracies, but it's clear something's up and we gotta get to it because there's a lot of people that are probably involved in this. So let's keep it up. So thanks.
Thanks, Lincoln. Go ahead, Isaiah.
Yeah, man. I just want to say, stay on your square, man. Been there, done that. You have a lot of Trump loyalists, and I understand it, but you have a lot of people since Cernovich woke this up about Epstein years ago, and you got a lot of these influencers that are new to the party, and a lot of resentments because, oh, you're MAGA now, but you didn't vote for him in 2015, which I think is really ridiculous at this point. Let's stick to the facts. Is that this is what we know. There's supposedly 2,000 names in possession of Kash Patel. Okay, that's actionable. That's evidence. She is in prison for a reason. So whether Epstein is dead or not, it doesn't matter. Let's stick to the facts. Pam Bondi was never a fan of Trump. She was a Jeb Bush girl. Pam Bondi was also in Florida as a deputy attorney general and did nothing to save these girls, to save these young women. This is why women don't come out and say anything, because they get no justice and get no accountability. The rubber hits the road. All this lands back with possibly Susie Wiles and Pam Bondi. We don't have to go back and forth through Grok to figure out who's in charge. Pam Bondi, Pam Bondi, Pam Bondi. Everybody in MAGA attacked Laura Loomer because she was against Pam Bondi. Everybody knew that he couldn't get confirmed Matt Gaetz is because he had some issues with some young girls. All right? So it's not about him. The problem I've always had with America and American voters is that we don't know enough. We don't know policies. Most people in the space probably haven't read Agenda 47. He's on number 18, Agenda 47. So I understand the frustration of Trump saying, why are we talking about Jeffrey Epstein when I'm trying to do what you 77 million people told me to do? But you don't get that pass, Trump. You don't get that pass because the people that you have in your cabinet are lying to the American people. Not once, not twice, several times, tripling down and creating all kind of political theater to get us off of our square. Here's the bottom line. We have a government that is complicit with the genocide of children and human beings in Gaza. We have a government that is complicit with pedophiles and child trafficking and open borders. No one in MAGA side is marching outside for Lake and Riley. People don't even remember Lake and Riley. And they're not even complaining about that federal dollars being spent by the guy who killed Lake and Riley for 3 cots in a hot. No one is marching. No one is supporting the J6ers. No one is talking about the Boogaloo Boys. I've seen MAGA attack every fucking thing that you say was your virtuous principles and what you believed in, and now they're attacking you. I just say stay on your square, leave all the bullshit on this line because nobody's going to go outside. Nobody's going to die on this hill. Nobody's going to die for real, and nobody cares. They want to sit in your space with 2,000 followers and be heard. What national security are you talking about? We haven't been secure since 1968. What are you talking about? We haven't been secure as recently as COVID. People were shut home. People have been harmed. People are dealing with turbo cancer. People like Bill Gates and Fauci are still walking around, even George Zimmerman. There has been no justice. And then no justice, there's no peace. I land.
Thank you for that passionate outro there, Isaiah. Much appreciated. Some good points. And Grok, take us out. Or not. Dang it. Every time making me look bad, Grok. Grok, take us out.
Sure thing. Wrapping up here, thanks for the lively chat, everyone. Keep pushing for truth, and let's not let this fade away. Catch you next time.
DOJ may be releasing the list of DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's black book?
FBI. That's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
The Senate has confirmed Kash Patel as the new director of the FBI. He was another controversial choice.
That's why you don't have a black book.
That Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it.
Newly sworn-in FBI Director Kash Patel named popular podcaster Dan Bongino as a deputy director of the agency.
So President Trump should run on day one, roll out the black book.
You know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure that he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset.
And I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senators. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past.
You know, it's the same thing with Epstein's list. It's like, what the hell are these Republicans doing?
And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And
as you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk, when can we see them and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims, 200. So we have over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, you know, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
What you're going to see hopefully tomorrow is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Kash and Pam, there will be accountability.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know it's suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
We released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive.
And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself.
We released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive.
And we will never be able to convince everyone.
The evidence we have in our files clearly indicates that it was, in fact, a suicide.
We released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive.
DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable. And I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the president's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison
for what she, Jeffrey, and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And I was not the only girl on that island. There was a constant stream of girls being raped over and over and over again. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison because I've been in hell and back for the last 17 years.
And 27 for me.
I was 10 years old when Liz Stein was being trafficked. I was 10. That is how long the sex trafficking ring has been going on.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Mr. Bongino is thinking about his future with the FBI. We're told that both FBI Director Kash Patel and the Attorney General have every intention to stay and continue to serve. Mr. Bongino is thinking about his future with the FBI. We're told that both FBI Director Kash Patel and the Attorney General have every intention to stay and continue to serve. Mr. Bongino is thinking about his future.